Second, that I have no idea why it didn't go live. My slider was slid off for some reason. Let me know here in a minute if it goes live there. So sorry to the YouTube audience. Welcome to the Normal America Show Election Night Super Show. Is that what we're calling it? Yeah, something like that. Glad to be here. YouTube audience, you're a little behind the Twitch and Kick audience. Things to know for this evening. One, it's impossible to know until we start seeing the counts go in what's really going on. Everything you're hearing is noise. If you haven't voted yet and your polls are still open, go vote. So here in Pennsylvania, with the exception of like 1 or 2 counties, you have an hour left. Some states you're going to have 2 hours, 3 hours, depending where you're at. It doesn't matter if you're in a deep red state, deep blue state, or a swing state. Please go vote Republican down ballot and for Donald Trump. Have your voice heard. Now, what I was telling my audience that wasn't, for some reason it didn't start on YouTube, which is weird. Here's what I was telling them. My gut still tells me they will not leave Donald Trump win, that something will hit the fan. However, having said that, most metrics that you could see are suggesting that they're positive for Trump so far that's occurred for today and Republicans in general. For example, some of the metrics, you have certain states that we can't see what the votes are yet, but we can see what the electorate looks like, who came out to vote. So, for example, in Florida, we can see how many Republicans have voted, how many Democrats have voted, how many independents. And last I checked about an hour ago, I'm sorry, I was busy at dinner with my family here the past hour. The last I checked, Republicans were up about 1.2 million. That means that, as we always knew, that you had a handful of insane Democrats that said Florida's in play. Florida was never in play. But that margin is insane. That is an insane margin. Unless there's some crazy situation going where Democrats aren't that enthusiastic, but you have a lot of Republicans that are voting that end up voting for Kamala Harris, which probably doesn't appear likely. You could also have independents that break almost exclusively for Kamala Harris. Again, even that would be super unlikely. So what it seems to suggest is, at least in Florida, Trump is outperforming what the polls suggested for him. We could see this in other areas, such as Maricopa County in Arizona. It appears, last I checked, that Republicans are outperforming what their expectations were in Maricopa. They're actually winning the election day vote there. Same's true of many counties in Nevada. It looks like Trump is winning the election day votes in Nevada. Let me rephrase it looks like Republican voters are outperforming Democrat voters. So all of those metrics suggest, okay, in the areas now most states don't have that. So my state of Pennsylvania, we have no idea official numbers, how many Republicans voted, how many Democrats voted. We just have no clue. But in those states that we could see, seems almost universally more Republicans are voting than the polling expected. So if the polling showed that it was very tight, that seems to be of benefit to Donald Trump. In addition to that, although it's notoriously inaccurate, we could see that exit polling, when it comes to talking about things like the issues, seem to heavily favor Donald Trump. For example, Chris Wallace on CNN was discussing the fact that some 78% of people say that they are disgusted by the country, the direction of the country's going, or angered by it. If that's anywhere close to accurate, that's a really bad sign for Kamala Harris, who's sort of the de facto incumbent. Now, some of those people may blame Donald Trump, but in general, if 78% of the people that vote don't think the country's going in the right direction, the country or the party that's currently in charge, particularly if a vice president's running, it's going to be bad news for them. Also, polling I'm seeing suggests that perhaps the percentage of voters in places like Pennsylvania that are white exceed their margin in 2020. And because minorities so heavily vote for the Democrats, that's bad news for Democrats. Now, the only bit of positive news I've seen for Democrats is it is seen to be suggesting that women may be 1 percentage point higher voting this turnout than in 2020. But I don't know that that will make much of a difference to shore up all those other things that we're talking about. In addition to that, the NBC said in their exit polling the number one issue was democracy, followed by abortion. That would heavily favor Democrats, presumably. But all of the other exit polling that I've suggested from other places suggests the economy, immigration are one or two top issues. And the polling suggests that actually that would not be good for the Democrats and Kamala Harris. So who knows, though, is the truth. And if you can still vote, go vote. All of it's smoke and mirrors. You saw all of these reporting earlier today. Oh, how many people voted in this area? How many? Look at these long lines in rural Pennsylvania. Oh, short lines in Democrat-controlled areas. Maybe. That's all anecdotal, though. We have no clue. Maybe. So it's just a matter of we're going to have to wait until we see the results start coming in. Also, when the results start coming in, what you have to understand is they come in different batches. And this is what some people, there could be shadiness that goes on with this, but you could also see a legitimate reason for it. So, for example, let's say there is a state that has 10 counties, and 5 of those counties are Republican leaning and 5 of them are Democrat leaning. If the 5 Democrat leaning counties report first, then it would by default look like the Democrats are crushing that county. So you have to look at sort of historical measures. This specific county, so for example, I live in Clarion County, Pennsylvania. What did it look like in 2020? What did it look like in 2022? What does it look like today? Those are the sort of things you're looking for. If Clarion County reports first in Pennsylvania, it'll look like Trump's winning in a landslide because it's rural county. Republicans always win this county. So the question isn't, oh, that proves because he's winning this one county. It's how does that look compared to how it looked in 2020? And that's sort of what you're trying to measure. So one of the things I heard that's good news for Trump possibly is it seems to suggest that some people are suggesting that initial numbers show that the state of Indiana, which is reliably going to go for Trump, he is outperforming his 2020 numbers there by about 1.4%. Now, it's hard to draw a direct analogy to how that'll play out in swing states, but any time that the candidate is performing better than he did in the past, that's a good sign. So will it be enough to overcome like deficits we saw in Pennsylvania where he lost by 80,000 before? Well, if he moved 1.4% in Pennsylvania, yes, that would be enough. But there's no direct apples-to-apples correlation. Remember, Indiana is a place where neither Kamala Harris or Donald Trump put a lot of money, energy, etc. in. So you're really going to have to start to see like bellwether counties. And once you start to see the first swing states numbers come in, that might give us a better number. However, there's no guarantee that, for example, Georgia, let's say Trump crushes it in Georgia. That's probably a good sign for North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. But it doesn't necessarily mean that there'll be the exact same poll, in that direction in all of those states. Different states have different priorities and they change over time. That's why you could see a state like Florida that looks just like it's absolutely, a few election cycles ago, Florida was a swing state. Now it seems to be one of the most reliable red states in the country. Now, normally I would use metrics such as the New York Times election needle business. I don't know that they're having that this time. Let's see. Last updated 656. No, that's no good. Does anyone have a good website that they're using that's predictive, that's looking at the sort of this ain't gonna do it. 23, 55, 26. Well, anyways, we'll do our best. But they've already called Kentucky and Indiana for Trump. They've already called Vermont for Kamala Harris. None of that is... How do I pronounce my last name? Nor, like the conjunction. Fox and CNN. Let's check Fox. I will admit, I think that the New York Times was very good with this. Hot races. Let's do that. Yeah, so for example, Trump's up 6 in Florida right now with 58% of the vote in. We don't know what that means necessarily, though. Trump's clearly going to, unless something shocking happens, win. So let's watch some stuff. Let's go to X and just see, if you guys don't mind, let's just pal around on X, see what we can find there, because I think X has supplanted the mainstream media for where to get news, particularly on things like this. So here's the first thing. I'm pulling most of this up in real time, so I haven't looked at any of this. Let's hear this.
So Trump is winning them by 11 points in these early exit poll results, 54% to 30%. Jake, 4 years ago, Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin, from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia. Jake.
Wow. They're giant. And Dana, that is really significant. We see some incremental changes here and there when it comes to young voters. She's doing slightly better. Non-college whites, he's doing slightly better. But that independent swing is wild.
It's a huge swing.
So Trump is winning them.
I mean, if that's true, if that sort of carries throughout, you can hear it in their voices, they're not going to have a good night. For example, in places like Nevada, they're relying on the fact that they think swing voters are going to overwhelmingly, or independents are going to overwhelmingly vote for Kamala Harris. So if that ends up not being the case, they're in a lot of trouble. So let's see what else we're looking at here. Eric Doherty, who I think is one of the best person. What is this going on? Come on. We don't need to see boobies. Pre-Florida poll close update. They think that they have Trump up 1.2 million, which is huge. It says Trump's winning the bellwether counties of Pinellas, Florida, after losing it in 2020. We'll see if that ends up being the case. The most Democratic votes in Florida have now been counted. Early vote in Miami, Broward, Tampa, Jacksonville, Orlando, and Tallahassee, and Trump's still up 7 right now. Trump won the Miami-Dade early votes by 11 points. That's shocking. How well Trump has done with early votes. Hey, man, come on now. Last warning, don't be doing that sort of stuff. I know it's cool, but with the images and stuff, it's okay once, but let's see. Trump leads Florida by 7 points. The Panhandle's not closed. The Panhandle is going to be huge for Trump. So again, we know Trump's going to win Florida. The question is by how much? Amendment 4 is at 59% with a lot of vote in. Okay. Looks like Trump's running neck and neck with Rick Scott, who's the Republican senator. You can see a lot of this. Deep blue Orange County early vote. Harris is 17. Biden was 23. Now again, that last election was close enough in 2020. If she's underperforming, even in areas Biden won, if she's underperforming by about 6 points, that's going to be devastating. Here you see Duval County with the early vote. Harris 50%, Trump 49.1. Biden won the final at 4. So these are just early votes. So Florida is actually very good. Florida actually counts their early votes and they're ready as soon as the polls close that you can see them. So they clearly still have to count the ballots that were cast today. Aramaic Discourse, thanks so much for $5. Says somebody put I voted stickers on gravestones in my town. Local Democrats were not pleased by the joke. Pretty funny though. Zex Marquise, super chat for $3.49. Says W Rob, big day today. I agree. It is a big day. Who did I vote for? I clearly voted for Trump and Republicans down ballot. All Republicans. So, all right, let's see what else we got. Why is this doing this? Sorry, I'm having a slight technical issue. Now, reminder, I will be jumping on other people's streams all day today. NBC exit polls favorability rating. Trump beating Harris. Again, exit polls take with a grain of salt, but that's devastating. Because one of the things that I've been talking about this election is that you're going to have diehard Trumpers, you're going to have diehard never Trumpers, Kamala voters. But what are those people in between doing? And they're doing this. They're saying, we personally don't like Trump, but we think his policies were better. If Trump's favorability is ahead of Kamala Harris's, that's devastating for those sorts of people. None of this means anything yet, though, until we start to see these votes tallies come in, particularly in these swing states. Don't get so excited. I still think anything could happen, and they're not going to let Trump in office. That's legitimately what I think. But right now, if you're assuming that everything's above board, if you're looking at all the information we see coming in, you would far rather be in Trump's camp than Kamala Harris's camp right now. NBC's exit polls show independent voters 54% for Trump in Georgia, 43% for Harris. Again, devastating. I don't know if this is true. Karl Rove says Trump campaign sees a chance of taking Virginia, New Mexico, and New Hampshire. That would be brutal. That would just absolutely, that would be an early night. If he takes Virginia, for example, that's an early night. So if we go to the, there we go, 270 to win, the interactive map. Virginia has 13 electoral college votes. New Hampshire's 4, New Mexico 5. 13, if that switches, that's reliably in the Democrat column right now. If you see if that switches, now all of a sudden, let's say Trump wins Georgia, North Carolina. That's it. He doesn't need to win Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania in that scenario. Now, that's a big if, obviously. I don't see any proof at this point that he's going to win Virginia. And I still heavily suspect he will not win Virginia. But if he did, that would be the sign of most likely an early night. But don't get your hopes up. I don't think he's going to win Virginia. Again, the important thing is, and I hope that this comes through if you're listening to me right now, no matter if it says things are going really good for Trump, really good for Kamala, or really bad for either, whatever, go vote. Go vote. Don't think, oh, it's settled one way or another. If you haven't voted and you're legally able to and the polls are still open, leave right now. I promise you I'll be up all night. You could listen to my soothing voice throughout the night. So go vote if you haven't. Tell everyone you know to go vote. Don't sit here looking and saying, I think my state looks pretty good. Charlie Kirk says, so far what we can glean from Indiana and Kentucky, and it's admittedly limited, we are going to outperform 2020 in those states by a few points, and the rural are holding steady even while turnout in urban centers seems down nationwide. If rural continues performing on par with 2020 levels or slightly ahead, it's going to be a good night for Republicans. We'll see. Scott Pressler, a hero. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, it'll be basically off the back of him. Eric Dougherty says, Trump's about to flip Duval County. Georgia has never voted to the left of Duval County in recent history. Benny Johnson says, something insane's happening right now. Republicans are dominating major Democratic strongholds across the U.S. Here's some examples. Pima's Arizona's most liberal county. You can see Republicans much ahead. Morris, New Jersey. Republicans 40,000, Democrats 24,000. Duval, Republicans 180, Democrats 166. Miami-Dade. Hillsborough, Florida. Now, what you've seen is, what I've seen all day when suggestions of places like Morris, New Jersey is, yes, but the independents are all going to break for Democrats. So you could see, if you had independents and Democrats all breaking in the same way, then they're at 53K, which would outperform the Republicans' 40K. But a lot of the exit polls are suggesting quite the opposite, that independents are close or that Trump's slightly winning them. Trump is likely to win one of the most Puerto Rican counties in America. That is, what county is that? Osceola County. Steve Deese, who I think's very good, he says the 20-point swing towards Republicans with independents in Georgia is the first bellwether trend I've seen so far tonight that I think could be a national trend line omen. Yeah, and Katie Pavlich there's right. Like Florida, one of the more populous states in our union, they're going to be done counting remarkably early. Why is that? Why is it that other places can't do it? So I got like friends of mine in real life, coworkers and stuff. They're like, "What's going on? What's going on?" West Virginia's been called for Trump. Let's see. Also, not a surprise. Yeah, West Virginia's been called for Trump with 0. Now you're wondering how could this happen with 0% in? Because a lot of times they'll have exit polling, which they think is so strongly one way or another. Plus they look at the historical nature of the state. Plus they look at the early voting, and they'll be able to see, okay, we have a solid idea that there's 0 chance that that's going to flip. That's different than what Fox did in Arizona, which was actually very close in the 2020 election. Like, for example, no one's shocked that Vermont called early with only 6% in. She's going to win Vermont. Like, we know that. So the states that you're really interested in, some of the early states, somewhere like New Jersey, Virginia, New Hampshire, those are states where I think that Kamala Harris will win all of those states, but you get an idea. They're not going to get called super early because it's actually competitive to some degree. Then, of course, you have the swing states, which are all listed here. In Virginia, we have 53% of the votes in, and it looks like Kamala's up 8. Or I'm sorry. We have 3% of the votes in, and Kamala's up 8. So, and again, the question is, you have to ask yourself, which counties are reporting first? So let's keep looking here. What we could see on X. Congratulations, Jim Justice, switching a West Virginia Senate scene from blue to red. All right. Awesome. CNN exit polling based on gender. Harris, 43% male. Trump, 55% male. Harris, 53% female. Trump, 46% female. So that would mean women would far have to surpass men in the vote for that to make a difference, seeing as how Trump's doing better in those margins. Man, you got to be careful here on X, I guess, huh? People with, like, swimsuit pics and stuff. Decision Desk HQ, which started off today close to 50%, I believe, now has Trump with a 60... Or wait, what did it start today? Okay. Starting today, it had a 58% chance. That's now increased to a 65% chance. So you can see here at the start of today, they had Trump at 58.7, and now they have him at 64%. Results by state. Let's see what we have. Okay, I like this website actually better. So let's check a state that we already have. Or let's see. Let's try Virginia. So you can see the places that are in. 48% in Arlington, Prince William. Richmond area has 0 in. That's going to be heavily Democratic. Yeah, Aftershock. Yep. I'm doing good, everyone. Sorry I'm interested in looking at this, so I'm not getting all the chat. But yeah, the first switch we've seen, Senator Jim Justice, Republican, has actually switched a Democrat seat to Republican. I think that was predicted, though. That was out of West Virginia. Let's see. One of the things that you may want to be watching is I haven't seen a lot of big left-wing accounts really bragging too much. You're looking for them to be like, yes, yes. Now, granted, the swing states, we haven't seen the numbers start to come in yet, so we'll see. But I think I only went to my polling place. We could see that there's right-wing accounts, Trump-supporting accounts that are saying things that they view as positive. You're not seeing a lot of that with left-wing accounts. Let me check someone else I follow, Mark Halperin, see what he's saying. I know he has a show going on right now, but... let's check this out.
50 states voted for, but why? So we vote before we get in the first fully closed states. Can you tell us what you're going to be watching for, what people at home should be?
And the House races are just, Democrats have way more money, but the national tide has moved a little bit in their direction.
How long am I staying on for? Probably late into the night, 2, 3 in the morning, unless it's, we'll see. So Mark's not saying much. Let's see, Eric Doherty's saying here. Let me stay with me here for a second. I gotta get a hold of John Burke. I'll be joining him here in the next 10 minutes. Aftershock, behave. Skype? Do I even have Skype? Goodness gracious. That's crazy. Didn't expect that. Give me a second. I'll sign in here. Okay. What else are y'all seeing out there? I have a black dot in my hat because I was at a fire and a ember hit my hat and it turned it black. Wow. How many people were at the polls for me? So my mother-in-law went. She was number 681. There was 880 people in my district that voted last time. So with the polls still open for 2 hours, it was at 681. However, that 880 number, I believe, would have also included early voting in 2020. I was told by my polling place that they were shocked that for the first time that they could remember, there was a line of 30 people waiting before the polls opened. I asked at this point in the day when I was there in the morning and I was 281, was that a lot for that time? And they said they couldn't remember, but they had been consistently busy, is what I was told. I have to download Skype here, so give me a minute. Hi. Hi. Calls. How do I know what my Skype number is? That I don't know. Why was he using Skype? It's just so crazy. I don't know. It seems crazy. What's up, buddy? I hear you. See if my phone's chirping. Oh. Check this. One more thing, sorry. I don't think Sage is coming on tonight. All right, we'll get back to the business here. All right, so we tried our best there. We'll see what happens. Back to checking out X. Let's see what's going on. So we'll check the presidential race. Where are we at here? So Virginia. Right now, Kamala Harris you have Arlington reporting. They're at 48%. You have Prince William, which is going to be a heavy Democrat area. Both of them reporting heavily. And then a couple of Republican areas reporting Kamala's up 66% right now. But rural Virginia is looking strong, and they've barely begun reporting. So we'll see how that looks. Let's see. I feel like these could do a lot better job of like having predictions or like side by side of how things looked in the previous, but we'll keep rolling for now. 15 minutes left to go vote in Pennsylvania, so get out there if you haven't. What's that from? Okay. I don't know where some people are getting this stuff. So let's see if this is... People are getting different numbers than me. So Ryan Fournier says that Trump's winning Virginia right now, but I don't see that at all. I see that he's still looting. When will we know who won? Great question. Okay, let me check something. I think John's going to message me here in like 5. Get all the technical bugs worked out.
Rob, you there?
I'm here.
Hey, there he is. What's going on, man?
Get this camera going. Not much, man. It's good to hear from you. It's been a while.
Just been doing my thing, brother. Been doing my thing. Wow, I bet this is like you plugged in today. Like you've been watching what's going on right now.
I have. I'm trying my best. So I'm here in Pennsylvania. I'm lucky enough to be in one of these vaunted swing states, maybe the most important one. Yeah, I've been watching. So I just tell you a little anecdotally about my situation. So I live in a small rural town, Washington Township in Clarion County. It last time in 2020 had about 880 votes total. I think Trump won like 79% of those. My mother-in-law just went about an hour and a half ago. She was vote 681. So that shows on track to be slightly ahead of the amount of people we had. The only thing is, I don't know what the early voting numbers are here. So that 880 previously from 2020 would have including early voting. If 400 people voted early here and we're already at 681, that'd be a precipitous increase. I do know that they told me, the pollsters told me they were shocked that there was, for the first time that they could ever remember, a line that was actually outside the polling place when they got there this morning. And so they were pretty shocked about that. And my friends that live elsewhere in rural Pennsylvania, I've been hearing very similar stories that it's been long lines, more than expected in rural areas. So take it for what it's worth. Obviously, that could mean anything. It could translate into, I was explaining, why might this not matter? Well, let's say there's the same percentage of Trump supporters in rural counties, but they're just super enthused. So they got their ass early. And so you had all these lines, and then maybe there are big gaps over lunch or over dinner when you would have seen them before. So unfortunately, I'm like you and everyone else waiting for those first numbers to come in to see if we could see that there's any change from 2020.
It's right now. I'm seeing early reports out of Georgia. I think. Oh my God! It has Kamala. It keeps fluctuating by state drastically, like 30% to 60%. It's too big of a difference. So so everybody's like they're anticipating this with such eagerness. It's like early results coming in. It doesn't matter. Like it can fluctuate so much on this. So it's kind of like we have to give it some time, like a few hours. But I do feel. I think that because they're saying that we should have Georgia finished by 10 p.m. tonight. So we'll see. That could be 11 p.m. EST, 10 p.m. I don't know what that is, but they said Georgia should be done reporting tonight. I'll be interested in seeing if Trump takes Georgia. But the biggest thing is for me, it's Pennsylvania. Yeah. I want to see the Rust Belt results. I want to see Pennsylvania. Where do you see of the swing states? Tell me, and I don't like doing political forecasts, but what do you think might happen? How do you see this going?
So I think that Trump's actually going to have the most difficult time in the 3 Rust Belt states. I think that Wisconsin's his best chance to pick up. Then I think Pennsylvania. Then I think Michigan. I think Michigan's going to be a real tough road to hoe. Pennsylvania, look, it's all going to come down to Philadelphia. Now, I've heard anecdotal stories that might shock. We'll see. So I have friends that aren't that political that live in Pittsburgh. So traditionally, you have 2 big cities in Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and then Erie is sort of kind of in with those, but it's not as big. And then you have the rest of the state in between that's very red. And so normally what you see is Philadelphia and Pittsburgh swamp out that red area, and what the difference in those two means something. My friends that live in Pittsburgh are telling me they're expecting Trump to do far better, just anecdotally by people they've talked to. And they're certainly in like a younger crowd that would be more like left-leaning crowds. And a lot of them are telling me like, we're thinking of going for Trump, and we see a bunch of other younger people like that. So I think there are signs in Pennsylvania. What I've read is you're going to need over 700,000 votes in Philadelphia for Kamala to have a chance based on what we know about the deficit of early voting. There was a firewall in early voting of 1.1 million roughly in 2020 for Joe Biden. And so going into election night, Trump had to make up 1.1 million. He fell 80,000 short. This time there's only about 420,000 of that banked firewall. So now here's the thing though. There's way more Republicans that were encouraged to vote early in Pennsylvania this time than previously. So some of them aren't going to be voting election day. Then there's probably going to be Democrats that were really scared about, the virus that was going around back then. So they would have had a higher propensity to vote before election day than they would of election day voting. So is there enough to make up 700,000 votes in that? Well, there'll be a handful of less Republicans voting and a handful more Democrats voting election day. Who knows? But I think that will be the second. Wisconsin, I think, is looking more favorable, though there's crazy stuff going on right now where they stopped counting in some places because apparently tabulators were screwed up. But that's what I'm looking there. Of course, if Trump wins all the Sun Belt, he only needs to win one of those three. I think he's looking very good in all the Sun Belt, with the exception of possibly Nevada. And we're not going to know about Nevada for probably a week if it's reasonably close, because they're allowed to count ballots even after Election Day for 3 days if they're not postmarked. So as crazy as that sounds, it's
their law,
it could literally come down to we're all sitting here waiting for Nevada for like 5 days, and whoever goes,
don't say it, dude. Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
Well, if you think that's crazy, did you hear Ben Shapiro, what he was talking about? So it could literally come down to Kamala Harris wins 270 electoral votes, Donald Trump wins 268. However, the census admitted that they miscounted. So what will happen will be Florida will now claim that they have standing because they should have had 2 more electoral votes that would have came from New York and I think Delaware, which means that Trump would have won the Electoral College had the census been done correctly. And so then that would mean that Supreme Court's going to have to decide this, and both sides will have a reasonable argument. The Democrats will be like, look, man, you got to play the game the way the rules are when you walked in. And the Republicans are going to be like, but we weren't allowed to challenge the rules until we had standing, and we didn't have standing until we got screwed over in the Electoral College. I think that would be the worst possible scenario, but I don't look for that to happen.
I was about to say, good Lord, I would hope that would not happen. Yeah. I don't see a possible runoff. I just don't because I watched the other networks were breaking down. It was Maine and New Hampshire or Nebraska for as far as like how their electoral votes are going, and they're breaking it down by district. It's like I don't see it having to go to that level. I just don't. But I could be wrong. I mean, again, there's like a million different ways to skin this cat right now, especially going on early voting. It just we'll take it as it comes.
Let me give you an example here with early voting. So, like, I'm looking at Virginia right now. Okay. Oh, now actually, so we can see that the Virginia results, just as I'm talking to you, it went from like 67% Kamala Harris to now only 55% Kamala Harris. Yeah. But here's why. If you look at the county map, like Arlington is going to be a heavy Democrat city. It's 50% in. And then most of the rural counties are only either 0% in or like 20%. So it's very difficult. Everyone wants to look at these early numbers, but you have to be very careful because some states you have the rural areas that are reporting much earlier. So, for example, say hypothetically in Vermont that like some of the most red areas report first, people are going to lose their mind like, oh my goodness, Trump's winning Vermont. Yeah. No, Trump's not winning Vermont. They already called it. Yep. So these states,
urban area votes have not hit yet. 100%.
That's right. And so these states, like now you got your swing states, obviously, but then you have states that there's like interest in that aren't considered swing states. So the Democrats think they have a chance in Iowa. I don't think they have a chance in hell. But Republicans are saying, look, maybe New Jersey, New Hampshire, New Mexico, and Virginia. Yeah. And so you're looking at Virginia. I don't think Republicans win any of those four, for the record. But when you look at them, these early vote numbers don't mean anything to me unless I'm really delving in and saying, okay, in 2020, when there was 50% reported in Arlington, how many votes was that? And what percentage of them were going for Kamala Harris? If you're not doing that level of analysis, you're basically not doing anything because none of us have, unless you're like an election expert or something, just layman like me, I have no clue what that means. Is 68% of the vote in Arlington with 50% in, is that a big number for Harris? Or is that far below expected? I have no clue. Pennsylvania, I have a little better idea, but even still, it's so hard to predict. And even with these early voting numbers, like here's the problem with them. Just alls we know with early voting up until now in Florida, we actually are seeing some results. Alls we knew was the party of the people that did the early votes. But what if there's a bunch of Republicans that are registered Republicans say, I'm not voting for Donald Trump?
100%.
We have no clue. So people are making a mistake to be like, well, look, Republicans are outvoting early voting in Nevada. Are they? I mean, it could be that 20%. Now, I would say that most polling shows it's not going to be that stark, but I would say it's a safe bet to say there will be more Republicans that voted for Trump in 2020 that won't this time around than there were Biden voters that won't vote for Kamala from the Democratic Party. Independence is a different question.
I don't know, man.
Really?
Oh,
we'll see. Hopefully I'm wrong.
I hope you are too, for your sake, because I do hope Trump wins. But for me, it's a vote of I'm voting for reform. But regardless, I think that you are going to see a much look, because you got to remember, Twitter is not reality. I don't see a lot of Republicans. If what you said is true, I could put it back to this: Trump going after the evangelicals was not the smartest of moves. If you were going to, cut off slivers of fat of your base, that's how you do it. Matter of fact, you cut off like a 32%, and then you tried to bring them back. It's like, dude, what are you doing? But that being said, I still think you have a lot of, because I say this all the time, I think liberals actually only are principled morally or economically when it hits their wallets. Yeah. It's unavoidable. It's unavoidable to, like my fiance, comes from a big Democrat family, and a lot of Democrats out there, and she watches TikTok. She's very plugged into this. Like a lot of Democrats, they're feeling it. They, Republican or it doesn't matter. We're all feeling this economy.
That's absolutely.
Well, who's in charge right now? That's Joe Biden. That's the Democrats. And I think your average voter that is not as plugged in as you and I are, they're just looking and saying, okay, well, you're in charge. You're at fault. I'm not voting for you. I'm voting for the other guy. So I do feel like a lot of Democrats, which I kind of feel like if that was the scenario, and instead of we having Donald Trump, we had, say, for example, Ron DeSantis, I think Ron DeSantis would absolutely be destroying Kamala Harris right now in the polls, because I think he's a much more tolerable candidate for the left. Because they're like, look, if I've got to pick a racist Republican, well, Donald Trump's Hitler, but DeSantis, that's how they view it. So I could see that. But even that being said, though, I still think what you're going to get is the probably, I don't know if it was the 2020 election year or the 2016, the Republicans that said they weren't voting Trump, but secretly they were voting Trump.
Right.
I think you're getting that with Democrats. Like, oh, yeah, I voted Kamala. No, bitch, you voted Trump. Like, don't lie. So I think you're going to see a lot of Democrats going across the aisle on this one.
Well, and there's actually...
I hope, yeah.
I think there's actually a chance. Look, my gut still tells me they won't leave Trump win, but that's because I'm a crazy conspiracy theorist. But if you're just looking at the numbers, right, I think that there's the most likely scenario is it's very close. That it's going to be a Trump very close win or a Kamala very close win. But there is an outside chance that it's a landslide for Trump. I don't think that there's a possibility at this point that there's going to be a landslide for Kamala Harris. And the reason
it's gonna be a squeaker. If she wins, it'll be a squeaker.
That's right. The reason is still, I don't think the pollsters know how to capture the secret Trump vote. And like I'm listen, people could take this. I was mentioning some of those friends I have in Pittsburgh. Some of them are old debate friends, super left-wing community. And they're messaging me like, I voted for Trump, but I can't tell anyone because of where I work. And they honest to God feel that way. Like, dude, I work for the township or I work for this company and we're having all these company meetings like, yay, Kamala, you can't. How many people are sitting there nodding their head and they go home and they're like, mm-mm. And so I do think that there's a chance if you just looked at it this way, if the polls miss the exact same as they did in 2020, Trump wins in a landslide because the polls were always like 5 points off to favoring the Democrats. So now I don't think it'll be that exact same miss, but the question is, what have they done to correct that? Someone I follow is a guy by the name of Mark Halperin, who's absolutely amazing. I think he's been fantastic. He's been talking about this a lot, that like, listen, if you just look at the vibes, when he's talking to insiders in the Kamala camp, it's been kind of pins and needles. And the Trump people in their camps are like, dude, the polls are missing. We're kicking ass. He just puts out here, this is what he says just 15 minutes ago. He goes,
was just called for Trump.
Oh, awesome.
Go figure. I mean, people were a little worried about that. I was like, I'm not worried about for Trump. Florida, no.
I was the same way.
All in for Trump.
That poll.
Updates on the amendments, guys. Anything on the amendments? 3 and 4 in Florida?
I thought I was reading 4. See, the way it was working, the panhandle's the last report, and that's very red wing. Whatever, I think it was Amendment 4, it needs 60%, and it only had 59, and that was before the panhandle, which would mean it's probably screwed, which would be fantastic.
Bro, I hope. God, hope. I hope.
But here's what
Alabama
says.
called,
He says,
Go
my
ahead.
reporting continues to be that Wisconsin is looking very bad for the Democrats and that Milwaukee turnout is not what it needs to be for her to win the state. I reported a few days ago that Republicans were feeling very good and Democrats very bad about Wisconsin. So even though there's this whole notion that it's all about Pennsylvania, Wisconsin may be the weak link for her. And if she loses Wisconsin, most polling shows, or not polling, most like gaming this out says she only has like an 8% chance to win then, because she'd have to run everything else. She'd have to run the Sun Belt.
For Harris.
What was called for?
Illinois is just called for Harris.
Yeah. So there's not been anything at this point that's out of what we expected. Virginia, the first ones you're going to be looking at are, obviously the swing states, Georgia, North Carolina, but you're going to be looking at Virginia, New Hampshire, New Jersey, when it comes to states that weren't really swing states that it'll be interesting. I still think she'll win those, but the margin that she wins them is going to be important. Now, if you look at all, and Mark Halperin said this earlier, he said, there's a bunch of reasons looking at the data today to be excited if you're Republicans. He can't put his finger on anything to be excited about Democrats. That doesn't mean that once the numbers come in, they won't start winning. But when it sees the exit polling, when they were asking questions, it was like, how do you think the direction of the country is going? CNN, Mike Wallace on CNN said, I don't know if you saw this clip, it was 78% of people said that they're angry or disgusted with the direction of the country. And it's like, as basically the de facto incumbent, he's like, it's going to take a miracle for her to win. And there's all sorts of numbers like that you're seeing that you're like, wow. But you have to remember, this is the second time ever that we've had mass mail-in voting, mass ballot harvesting. And so I don't know that our predictive models are capable of understanding yet what that exactly looks like and what it means.
Yeah. Well, like I said, you've got MAGA on the rampage on this one. You've got a lot of people that are wanting revenge for an election they felt was stolen from them. I was talking to Shannon Joy prior to you, and I was telling her the same thing. It's like, I kind of feel like we shouldn't underestimate the voter turnout. They're doing ballot harvesting. They're doing early voting. They're doing all of this. Republicans are turning out in droves because you got to remember, we're still licking our wounds off of a red wave of 2020 midterms that never came.
That's right.
A lot of disappointment. So it's kind of like, people are pissed off. And, MAGA feels like we're owed an election. I think MAGA's going to dominate on this one. I really do. I think Trump's going to take it. But if he doesn't, it's going to be by a sliver. I do not, like you said, I don't see Kamala winning this thing by a landslide. I just don't. Her campaign did not have the momentum. It felt very just lackluster at best. Like I said before with Shannon, Walsh was a flash in the pan. Yep. And after that, it was literally just a campaign of emotion. And then attacking Donald Trump with no defending any kind of record, because the record was garbage. It was Joe Biden's record. So, that's why I'm kind of like, and it kills me because I'm just like, if we had DeSantis, we'd be put this to bed. We would be putting this to bed right now. But it's like, okay, so you got Trump. And unfortunately, 2 weeks prior to the election, rake. Like, fuck, dude. Like, fuck. But then, lucky enough, here comes Joe Biden. Massive rake.
Mark Cuban.
Massive rake. I'm like, Jesus. It's like, dude, this is the most Mickey Mouse campaigns I have seen duly run. It's like, this is like a campaign of morons. Yep. But, they come wheeling out Joe Biden, and I'm like, oh, my God, he didn't just say it. As soon as he said that, I was like, dude, that's a second Trump assassination. It's like, that could cost him.
It's the deplorable. It was the deplorable moment all over.
100%. You cannot name call MAGA. It doesn't work. Right. MAGA embraces that. They wear the deplorables. They mistook DeSantis as listless vessels, but they adopted that. You come out with garbage, bro. You're not. It's like bounces off. You're not gonna do any damage with MAGA on that.
So I think that there is a case to be made that maybe Trump's doing better than DeSantis would in certain ways. I disagree with that. I think DeSantis would be winning easily because the lack of enthusiasm for some people that are ultra MAGA, I think, would be more than made up in sort of independent voters. But if you look at it that way, if we assume that like DeSantis would be doing better, it is quite possible that both of these parties picked the absolute two least likable people to go against each other. Kamala's uniquely bad when you think about it because she has two things that are like an albatross around her neck. One is she is just not likable. She doesn't have charisma. No, she's not like a policy. You can handle not likable. Like Hillary Clinton's not likable, and that probably cost her. But at least I think we could all say she's like a career politician that's got policy chops. You could believe when she says, hey, this is what we're going to do foreign policy. Like she kind of understands what she's talking about, even if you disagree.
Chester says Amendments 3 and 4 have been defeated because polls are closed.
Awesome.
let's get verified on this before. I don't want to make that announcement. I don't mean to cut you off, Rob.
No,
I'm
no,
sorry
no,
about
no,
that,
please,
but I've been
please.
waiting to hear these results. We got a lot riding on Amendments 3 and 4.
That's arguably
Continue, Rob.
in Florida. That's bigger than it being a bellwether. Absolutely. So she's very unlikable, not very intelligent. So she gets all of those negative points. But the reason she's uniquely bad is there is not one person in the world that you could connect to the unpopular Joe Biden presidency more than her, other than Joe Biden, of course. So it's like they get rid of Biden because he's, they've covered up for his cognitive decline, and they pick the one person that they could see the polling was showing 60% of the people were like, we don't like the direction this administration's going. So you pick the VP. And it's like, wow, she has nothing going for her. And so they tried to gaslight. She had an initial boost because she wasn't Joe Biden, which thrilled all the Democrats because they were tired of lying about him. But then once she has to speak in front of people, it's like, oh yeah, she sucks like she always has. And, I saw a bunch of people being polled like today or, interviewed, and they were like, if you didn't vote for Kamala, why? And they were like, we kept waiting for her to give us a reason to vote for, but she never did. We don't know who she is.
She can't even connect with black voters.
That's right.
When you've got Charlemagne the God sitting there like, I was like, bro, you're not connecting with your own base. That's how bad you are.
You could only run on the other guys the worst so much. At some point, you have to give them a reason. And you could say about Trump, like, well, he's been running on how bad the Democrats were. But there are things that people love about Trump, at least some of them. And he could point to his record, and that's what frustrated me to no end about Trump's debate performance. I don't know who was coaching him to debate or if he didn't listen to him. He literally, every question should have been like this. Well, if you look at my record compared to the Harris-Biden record on insert any issue, it was much better. That's it. That's all he had to say. Instead, he got baited into talking about crowd size and things like that.
That's the people he surrounds himself with. These are the people, like, did you read that article The Atlantic put on this one, the final days of Trump's chaotic campaign?
No.
It's actually a really good article in the sense of the part that I could see that I actually saw to be truthful was the part where they covered on Laura Loomer, and they actually covered that one accurately. So the other parts of it were the behind the workings, or the behind the scenes of the campaign and the inner struggles of leadership and command. There was apparently some positions that Chris Lasafita was competing with Landowski on, like who's the head buck. I'm like, bro, this ain't the time. Like, this is not the time to be like measuring decks, but.
Well,
listen,
my whole thing was, right, first off, before I say this, I just want to make it clear, you know this, but I want to make it clear to everyone watching. Me and John will have vehement disagreements and have on air on shows that we've done. We like each other, and I'm not going to dislike John, even if he was like, I'm voting Kamala, you're a dumb shit for voting for Trump, which clearly he's not doing. I wouldn't care. I would still, it's not that amount of hard feelings. It's really not. But I also understood the strategy.
Somebody in the chat getting bitchy?
No. I bring it up because the next thing I'm going to say, it's going to make me sound disingenuous. I also understood the strategy of talking to people like you that didn't like a lot of Trump's first term and saying, here's why you should vote for Trump. But you had all of these people, the cat turds, the dilly meme teams, the Laura Loomers that were like, no, we're going to treat DeSantis voters like shit. Why would you do that? If you want to treat them like shit, wait until after the election. Laura Loomer and company should have been like, John, what a great guy. Here, you should come over to our side. And then after the election, they could have been like, haha, you're a piece of shit. We hate all of you. Whatever, right? But why would you intentionally sabotage? And it never made sense for me from the perspective of Trump's team, because Trump's team kept saying, and I think it was correct, they're winning the primary, running away. And it just, there was nothing DeSantis could have done any different. He probably wasn't going to win the primary.
There was a lot he could have done different.
Yes.
It was not a very good run campaign. But even, I said this from the get-go. I was like, look, here's the deal. Do I think that Ron DeSantis can actually beat Donald Trump? I said this early on. I was like, no, I don't. Do I think he's a better candidate? Yes, and that's why I'm going to back him. I'm backing him not thinking he's going to win, but I got to back the dude regardless in hopes that maybe we do pull it off. Who knows? But, bro, even I knew. It's like your MAGA is a part of the GOP. It is so ingrained. Snowball's chance in hell, because it's performative politics at this point. The right has fallen for it, and Trump is good at it. So, but regardless, no, you're right. The strategy should have been like court the DeSantis people. But I don't think
if you know you're winning, if you knew it and I knew it and Trump's team knew it, then why would they be competitive? I would have the whole time if I was Trump's team, I would have been like, DeSantis, best governor in the country, awesome. He's going to be a leader of this party someday. We're glad he's running. Whatever. Yeah, let's have a competitive run. That's it.
Yeah.
That's what he should have been doing.
That
And it's
should
like,
have been, yeah.
they
Trump don't do that.
The only reason you attack DeSantis is because you think he's in danger of beating you in the primary. If he's not, then you're magnanimous. You're like, what a great guy, right? And now kudos to DeSantis for being a big man and just being like, yeah, I'm gonna, after all the crazy shit that was said, he's like, sure, I'm supporting Trump, and which is intelligent not just for his future prospects, but also for the Republicans. So,
gotta unite. I mean, the team's gonna have to come together. 100%. I get it.
So, so other things to look at. So Decision Desk HQ, who I've been looking at, it started off today. They were saying Trump had a 58% chance to win. That number is now at 69%. So they like a lot of what they're seeing, though that has dipped down in the past minute a little bit from 72% to 69. So we'll see what they're looking at. But all signs right now, I think, early signs, are favorable. But the way I look at that, it's for Trump. The way I look at that, it's like, oh, I have like 3% confidence in that. So there's nothing that glaring that you're seeing is like, oh shit, looks like a bad night for Trump right now. There are things that would suggest that of Kamala, but it's so early. And like
I was about to say, there's still so much. There's so much ball game left to play in this. It's and the thing is, like, you want to. It's like, oh, look, we're dominating here. It's like, but you're gonna get disappointed. You could potentially don't do what the left did in 2016, and you have the Cenk on the Young Turks just melt down state by state by state, and you just see it escalate. It's just the greatest thing ever.
Yeah, and I was, it's one of those things. I guess everyone's different. I motivate myself in everything in life by thinking I'm the underdog. Like, I've always been that type of person in sports that I've played or whatever. Debates that I did, you get a chip on your shoulder, right? That motivates me. So every election, I'm always like, we're just a little down. If we just work a little harder, because that motivates me to work. Maybe other people are different, but like they put these polls out like this, like Iowa poll, and you see all these people like, oh man, Trump's losing Iowa. It's like, dude, that poll sucks. And why would you care anyways? It's all smoke and mirrors. All that matters is go vote. And by the way, if you're a Democrat and you're listening, same thing's true. If you're looking at this stuff tonight and you're thinking, oh, bad, it looks bad for Kamala, I'm in California, I'm not going to go vote, you're making a huge mistake. Like, you should not be influenced by all of this smoke. How many times are we going to be bit in the ass by polls or by exit polling or, predictions? It's all garbage. Go vote. Once the numbers come in, we'll see. And so I think that it's way too early.
Kentucky's been called for Trump. Yeah. Kentucky has been called for Trump, which we saw that coming. So again, but Rob, I did see earlier somebody had commented that they're saying Pennsylvania will be called tonight. They're saying that they are going to have enough votes to call tonight.
Oh, well, that's interesting.
We'll
yeah, I mean, I guess you could only make that claim if it's not super close, right? Because even if there's 10,000 outstanding like provisional ballots, you couldn't call it tonight if the elections within 5,000. But I would think that in Pennsylvania the bulk will be I was
about to say, I want to see where a majority of these counties are going to stand based upon the preliminary numbers. And like you said, though, I don't know if he's going to take Pennsylvania. Like, I don't know. I don't think he's going to take Michigan. I think he'll take Nevada. I think he'll take Florida. I think he'll take Georgia. I think he'll take North Carolina. But I don't know, man. I don't know.
I mean, again, it's I can see it one of two ways. If it's close, I think it's going to come down to Wisconsin. I think he'll lose Pennsylvania, Michigan. Or if it's a blowout, then I could see him winning Pennsylvania, North Carolina, like all of those places, except Michigan. I think Michigan's going to be an uphill battle.
I just feel like that's a stronghold, yeah.
So like, for example, right now, I think everyone understands that just to get if you're watching and you're like freaking out about numbers or something, just give an understanding of how like you can't trust the early voting numbers because of the way they come in. Ohio right now is reliably going to be a red state unless something insane happens. And right now, Kamala Harris is 9 points up in Ohio.
Oh my
God. But when you look,
Mark Robinson just got crushed in his election. Go figure.
Yeah, no shit.
Like that. Like we didn't see that one coming. Like, good grief.
But like when you look at Ohio, Cleveland's reporting in, Akron's reporting in, Columbus, Dayton, Cincinnati. The only big city that's not reporting in is Toledo. So when those cities are coming in first, of course it's going to look like, oh, they're going to be disproportionately Democrat. So you just, I know because I see people in my chat like, oh my goodness, he's looking bad in Ohio. Hold your horses. Like that doesn't mean he couldn't lose it, but I'm just saying that would be shock. That would be an incredible shock. I don't think that he's at much risk to lose there. The Decision Desk HQ is dropping now quite rapidly. It has them at 62%. So just to give you an idea, the predictions, they don't know either. So just in the past, 10 minutes, it's gone from 72% Trump to 62% Trump, just to give you an idea of how that's. So you can see, as those numbers come in, we'll start to have a better idea. They're just taking blind guesses like everyone else at this point. So.
Where are you watching for a lot of years? Because I'm watching the Mark Robinson race is now over. That's been called. People are telling about Texas right now. I am not seeing where you guys are getting results in on Texas. Where y'all watching?
I'm at Real Clear Politics at their presidential election results and at Decision Desk HQ. Those are the two that I'm using. And then from there, they'll give you sort of, Decision Desk gives you the full-on prediction for the country, and then you can click on the map of each state, and it'll show you sort of all the counties and how they've reported thus far.
Gotcha.
And then the only other place I'm looking is X, and I'm just seeing what people are reporting on X, because I feel like, honestly, X is better at this point for getting rapid information. It's like there's more disinformation on X in total, but there's also more accurate information. So you just have to like find some people that you trust. So I think that if you're wondering, I think Mark Halperin's very good. I think Eric Doherty's pretty good. Then you have people that are favorable to Trump that I still like listening to, like Richard Barris. But those are the people that I've sort of been watching to see what they're saying. But I'm reading, according to Decision Desk HQ, Trump
I'm
has
looking at Texas right now. Texas is at 70% reported voting, Trump at 50%, Harris at 48%. That's 17%, though.
Yeah.
Now, as far as the races, I don't know. I'm not seeing.
Where's people finding this? So Georgia right now, we have Trump about 11 points up, and that's with 43% in. But again, you've started to see reporting from Atlanta, Augusta, and Savannah, which are the big cities there. Columbus hasn't started reporting yet. So, as with most of these states, what happens is you got these 3 or 4 big cities, and so you're weighing the Democrat advantage there versus how these sort of counties. And it honestly looks like, if I'm being quite honest, from looking at it so far, I could be completely misreading this. It looks like it's not going to be that option of Trump just crushing. I could be wrong. Yeah. It's still very early, but it looks like it's going to be close.
I think once you get to about like 75% of reported votes, I think you'll get a good feel for it. It's like, okay, noticing a trend here.
Yeah. And
we'll see. We're still too early to call.
You could go through the exit polls. For example, in Georgia, CNN's exit poll suggests that independents are going 54% for Trump, 43% towards Harris. That's a 20% swing from 4 years ago. And if that's the case, if that number's real, that's devastating for Kamala in Georgia. The problem is exit polls suck, right? They're just horrible. And they're always like, you always see stuff in these exit polls every election year, particularly presidential election years, that couldn't be more laughably wrong. Like, for example, the AP's exit poll showed that like 43% of people said that the top issue was the economy. That was the biggest issue. NBC said the top issue, with 37% people saying it, was democracy. Now, both of those can't be right. Those are incredibly disparate. My guess is it would probably be the economy, but nonetheless, how do you wade through that? Because if it's, I think we could all agree, if the top 2 issues, as NBC saying, is democracy and abortion, Kamala Harris is probably going to do very good. If the top 2 issues are the border and the economy, it's like Trump's going to do good. So it's like, how the heck do you know? It's so weird to me. NBC's exit polls in Pennsylvania, for example, which said that democracy was the top issue, says that independents are leaning towards Trump +6. But how does that even make sense? Like, you would think if the majority of them think democracy, I mean, I guess they could be really pissed off at forcing Joe Biden out, theoretically.
I was about to say, yeah. Well, I mean, not just that, but I mean, you got to remember a lot of independents, they aren't necessarily just quite all fully on the left. I think there's a lot of them that are maybe you could talk about disenfranchised voters from either side of this. I mean, veritable reasons in there. But as far as independents, I think those were like the marbles for the hungry hippo everybody should have been trying to get on this one. I'm looking at Pennsylvania right now, and it's showing Kamala Harris 73% to Donald Trump's 26%, but that's 7% reported. So it's kind of like you're going to see massive fluctuations in this, like Rob talked about before, in urban areas versus outer-laying areas. Outer-laying areas, again, usually going to get done faster, counties, stuff like that. Cities, they come in, we'll see. I mean, I don't know.
Well, and then it's not just that. You also have to remember, depending on the state, many states, for example, Florida, their early voting was all counted. They just don't release the results until the polls close. So the first numbers you're going to see are the early voting. And early voting's usually going to favor Democrats. So if you see a right-wing...
Not yet. This time it was split.
That's true.
Early voting did good. Not good in Pennsylvania, but it was good in Georgia, Arizona. Like, Trump had good numbers. Yeah. Trump had good numbers.
So when you're seeing these early tallies in Pennsylvania, I can't 100% confirm this, but I think that a lot of those numbers are going to be early votes. And we've already been told, if you, again, let me be clear because this gets confusing. Well, didn't we already know the early vote numbers in Pennsylvania? No. What we knew was how each person who requested an early ballot, what party they were, and each one that turned it in, what party they were. But again, that means that a Republican could have voted Kamala, a Democrat could have voted Trump, independents could have went either way. So we don't know what the actual tallies were. You could make a pretty good guess, for example, if Democrats are 400,000 ahead of Republicans, that they've won early voting. The question is by how much? And so when you're seeing these numbers in places like Pennsylvania that have just closed the polls, remember, it's all about that early voting getting counted first, cities maybe getting counted first, or in other states, it could be the rural areas getting counted first. So, it's all in what it said. Again, what I'm seeing, though, is I am seeing, based on most metrics, which aren't very reliable, I have to stress that, most of them are looking good for Trump. Like, for example, you haven't seen exit poll numbers that strongly suggest, that's a warning sign for Trump. For example, if the proportion, most exit polling showing less black people are voting this year, that's bad for Democrats.
And then you counter that with the evangelicals staying home on this one. They're talking about this is a record number of Christians. Like they said, 20 million Christians might not vote this election.
Right.
So that's a lot.
Yes.
And those are Trump's people. It's like, who's hemorrhaging more voters at this point?
Yeah. So, I mean, it's difficult. I don't think that you see as much good news for Democrats, like I was saying. But again, it's so early. Like, we could be talking about all this, and then all of a sudden it could come in that 1.1 million people voted in Philly, shattering all records, and that's it. Pennsylvania is done for Democrats at that point then. Unless a bunch of them Democrats voted Trump, which I don't think that many would. But I mean, it's interesting. The numbers are interesting to look at right now. I think an hour from now we're going to have a far better idea. What am I reading here? Christine Hines, who's Republican, says, we're almost certainly winning Pennsylvania. Mail-in is a disaster for Democrats in Pittsburgh. Nearly 20% shift to the right from 2020. And again, that's anecdotally, I'm just saying it's anecdotally. That's something that I've heard, that there's a lot of... Now, you have to understand, Pittsburgh's more red than Philly, right? Philly's deep blue. But Pittsburgh is a city, it's always been blue to slightly blue, though they've had Republican mayors. But like I said, my friends there that I trust... Again, they're not pollsters, but just anecdotally, they're like, Rob, you're going to be shocked. Pittsburgh's going to do better in their estimation for Trump than many people suspect. And if that's the case, that's going to be real bad. Yeah, me too.
I hope they're right.
We'll see how it goes. Now, here's another thing I'll say, and I know you'll agree with me on this. If you're a Trump supporter and you're out there, winning's only 2% of the battle. Right? If he gets in office and just governs as a Democrat and blows out the debt and doesn't take care of any of the corruption and all this, then
we get a Democrat in 28.
Right. So what I hope Trump has learned is to surround himself with better people. I hope he has. I hope he's learned to be more disciplined. We'll see. Some of his answers, I mean, for me, the big issue is corruption. Why did I favored Vivek, then DeSantis, then Trump, based solely on this one question. Trump's like, I'm going to build the FBI, big, beautiful new building in D.C. It's like, what? What is that? DeSantis is at least smart enough to be like, dude, we got to get the FBI out of D.C. Let's sort of spread them around the country. And Vivek's like, nah, screw that. Crush the FBI. Get rid of them. I was like, yeah.
That's what I was like. I'm pro Vivek on that one. There were, Vivek was also one of those big pharma guys. He was for a vaccine database. And so that's why when people in Austin Peters is like, he's the most pro-libertarian candidate up there. I'm like, bro, are you smoking crack? No, the fuck he's not. I was like, I don't think there's a single libertarian candidate up there. Now, if you want to make comparisons as far as who's closer, it's like, I don't know. But realistically, during that primary, the thing that aggravated me about Vivek is the fact that he just comes in out of nowhere and just gets into the inner sanctum of Trump so easily. It's like, I feel like this could be a bad thing. You don't know who this guy is. You don't know what he's actually capable of. He's never held a position in Congress. He's never voted on it. He said he didn't even vote. So it's like, so this guy, realistically, when it comes to action, he is an unknown. And I feel like in these elections, these are the most important elections of our lifetime. No, we should not be banking on knowns. We should be banking safely on things that we do know. So, Vivek comes in there, and the thing is, though, he's good. He's eloquent. He's a great debater.
But that's
he's a
what's
great
scary.
Public speaker. 100%.
Because
and
is he smart enough?
That has no proven record can bullshit his way onto that presidential stage. That's a dangerous motherfucker. That is a dangerous motherfucker.
For example, me and you, Like, let's say we're willing to sell out and Democrats come to us and they're like, dude, we want you to run for Senate. Here's $10 million, right? We're going to make sure your family's taken care of for life, blah, 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 blah. We could both talk a damn good game as Democrats. You know we could. Now, are we really Of course not. But I know how to talk to them. I could go in front of a crowd. If I had to pretend to be a Democrat, I'd crush it. So is Vivek, it's definitely a smart dude. And you might say, well, that's what we want. We want smart guys. Right. But is he smart enough to tell me what he knows I want to hear? And then it's weird that
that's politics in general, though.
I know,
that's
man.
Politics in general.
That's one thing I'll say about Trump. Like, he is transparent. Like, you get what you pay for. Like, you kind of know where he's coming from.
Like, Trump's a populist. But the thing is, though, like I said before, I made this video. It's like, Trump's a populist, but he's our populist. A populist will go to the whims of the people of his base. Like, Trump does listen to the base, but the base has to get loud enough. The problem is the base doesn't get loud enough often enough, and then Trump doesn't listen. I think the base is going with it.
That's why the people that piss me off the most are like these QAnon people, right? Because it's like, Trump, what you want is, and I'm assuming this is what all of us want, though I could be wrong. I want a president that is ideologically aligned with me. I want a president that says the Constitution's the best foundational document in the history of the world, and I'm going to adhere to it. That's what I want, right? But if I can't get that, the next best thing is a president who's not ideological, but's willing to listen to people that are. And so if his base says, hey, Trump, you're screwing up with the bump stock ban, he's more likely to listen than, say, a Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis is more likely to not make the bad decision in the first place, but DeSantis is going to stick to his guns. He's going to say, no, I'm sort of an intelligent man who has thought my political ideology through. Trump's like a negotiator. He's an entertainer. And because of that, if you could kiss his ass, he's likely to listen to you. And what his supporters don't understand is, dude, this is the one time if you actually held your politician's feet to the fire, he may change. He may say, 100%. Oh, shit, yeah. You know what? Actually, 100%. You're right on abortion rights. Now I'm going to go more to being pro-life. But instead, everyone just says whatever Trump says is right. Well, not everyone, but a big portion of his base. Here's a couple big developments you can take.
Hold on. I think Missouri just called for Trump.
That's what I'm seeing.
I think Missouri just got called for Trump.
So the election desk HQ or the decision desk HQ that I'm looking at, it's back up to 71% for Trump. And for the first time in this election cycle, the New York Times Electoral College estimate is now predicting a Trump victory with 275 Electoral College votes. So again, these predictions go up and down, but that, I think you could see why, if you're listening to people like I'm trying to be a little more moderate than most people, but if you're going through X and you're looking at sort of the rah-rah Trump accounts, they seem to be gleeful, and you ain't seen a lot of that in the rah-rah Kamala accounts. So do they, and again, when I'm listening to people I think have insight like Mark Halperin, he's been saying for the past couple weeks, like, listen, when I'm talking to Trump's people, like, off the record behind the scenes, they're like, yeah, dude, we got this. And when I'm talking to Kamala people, they're like, we're a little nervous.
I kind of feel that way as well. But again, I still view it as don't put the cart before the horse. Right. Don't do what they did to Trump in 2016. It's the biggest thing. And, again, I think people get excited about that because it confirms what they kind of feel. And it makes them feel good. It's like, I felt that, like I've been watching this, because a lot of us that we read the news every day, we're plugged into this. You do have kind of like a digital finger on the pulse of social media, on the voter base, especially on Twitter and Instagram, social media, stuff like that. So, when you see Trump people are expecting to, I think, see Trump surge ahead. They're wanting to see it. Right. And when they see the slightest semblance in that, it's like, there it is. It's like, cool it. We don't know. I hope he wins. But it's still way too early to call.
And listen, here's the thing, too. Everybody deals with this differently. So I'll give you an analogy. Like, I'm a Pittsburgh sports fan, hockey team, Pittsburgh Penguins, right? So I lived with this roommate that was a huge Philadelphia Flyers fan, right? Which is like the rival of the Penguins. And I had this other friend that's a huge Penguins fan. And whatever year it was, 2008 or something, the Penguins end up winning the cup. And they beat the Flyers in the playoffs. And my friend that's a Penguins fan, he just went nuts. I'm sorry, I'm screwing it up. The Flyers were up in the one game, and my Flyers fans just going crazy, like talking shit. All of a sudden, Penguins come back from 3-0. They end up winning the series. That guy ate shit for 4 years after that, right? Because it's like, oh, you ran your mouth. So it's like, I'm always the type of person, like, I'm not a big bragger anyways, but certainly if you want to be a bragger, more power to you, man. God knows many people on Kamala's team would be mocking the shit out of you if you're a Trump supporter. But what I would urge you is at least wait until it's over. Because I can't tell you in 2020, I was doing streams like this. I remember a good friend of mine, I was on his stream. We're in Pennsylvania, and he's like, it's getting to be bedtime for me. And he's like, hey, man, Trump's up 500,000. It's all wrapped up in Pennsylvania. I was like, yeah, he lost PA. And they're like, what? I was like, that's it, man. There's going to be like 1 million early votes that haven't been counted yet. He lost. And they were like, nah. And they're like cracking the champagne. I'm like, okay, man. I was like, I'm just telling you. Like, and so don't do it, man. If you, again, there's two ways to look at this. One is the correct way, which is anything could happen. The second is, let's say that you're just even more conspiratorial, maybe a pipe burst, right? Maybe, who knows? So don't.
Bomb threats, stuff like that,
Who knows, right? So just cool, relax for now. I will say that if you're supporting Trump, things are looking better for you right now than if you're supporting Harris, but that doesn't mean anything. Anything could change. Look, all we need is one bad dump from Philadelphia, Atlanta, Raleigh or something like that, and we're having a completely different conversation.
Pennsylvania's still at like 8% reported, 71% Kamala. Again, this is still way too early.
It's so I think
Georgia's at 50. Georgia's at 52%, and Trump's at 55%. Kamala at 44%. Not bad. It's a neck and neck. It's close. It's kind of what people thought it would be. Florida's at 91% done reported. It's 56% to Trump. Trump's got Florida. They've already called that. Louisiana, that's probably going to go to Trump. They haven't. I don't think they've got the reports in yet on that one. Mississippi, that's going to Trump. Alabama, 68, that's going to Trump. So,
I mean, the way to look at it is you're sort of looking for what is the places that we already have full counts. How does it look compared to how it looked in 2020? Now, that's not a direct apples to apples, but let's say you have a county that went to Biden by 2%, and now it's going Trump by 8%. That's a 10-point swing. That might suggest something. And what you're seeing is Florida is way outperforming.
Voter migration.
That's right. Florida is way outperforming.
Yeah.
And so, 100%. Like, I see on CNN right now, just from 5 minutes ago, the one anchor is saying they talked to Harris insiders that, quote, are a little worried about North Carolina and Georgia. So take that from. No,
I think they should be.
Well, they certainly should be, but does that mean they're not worried about PA? Who knows what that means, right? But I will say that based on what I'm looking at in some of the individual counties, if what I'm reading is accurate, looks like Trump's got a really great shot in Georgia because it looks like a lot of places where they expected a big Democratic turnout just aren't getting that turnout. And I think that that's shaping up to be the theme of the night. Yes, you're seeing slightly increased in rural areas, but I think the real story is going to be depressed votes in cities. And they're sort of, I don't know what it would be, a lack of enthusiasm for Kamala Harris in these reliable Democrat areas. And so it was difficult for them to get out enthusiasm. And that'll certainly make the difference. Or if you want to be cynical, maybe it's with more eyeballs, they were less able to create ballots this time. Whatever your reasoning wants to be. But it seems that so far, the stories that I'm reading with it, people are like raising eyebrows are like, Loudoun County underperforming what was expected, and sort of issues like that. New York Times is now giving Trump a 53% to win Pennsylvania. That's only that means nothing other than it's shifted a little. The individual polls or predictions mean nothing. What you can gain from them a little, though, is what direction they're going. And so, for example, if you have a poll like Marist that constantly had Kamala up 4, Kamala up 4, Kamala up 4, and then all of a sudden it has Kamala up 3, Kamala up 2, Kamala up 1, and the 3 polls in a row, it's like, okay, if their methodology stayed the same, it's shifting a little. The same as if you have predictive markets, where if you have a predictive market that's continually saying Kamala's going to win, Kamala's going to win, Kamala's going to win, and then all of a sudden it starts shifting the other way, it might suggest something, but still, I wouldn't. I mean, I put as much stock into New York Times predictive analysis as I do their reporting, which is jack shit. So, But it's still, you got to look at something, I guess. Decision Desk now has Trump at about 70%, 69%, 70% to win. They're predicting that he will end up with 281 electoral votes. So I don't know exactly how they're getting that number, though. I would assume that means Wisconsin, and that he would lose Pennsylvania and Michigan is enough, and win all the Sun Belt states is what my guess would be.
Fox News projecting Arkansas is going to go to Trump. Big surprise there.
Yeah. Yeah, I still don't think, for those that are paying attention, I still don't see any states that have been called that's a surprise. Pretty much everything we knew that was reliable. Again, the most surprising things are...
That's also good. That's also a good thing. So, okay, well, look, we're getting a lot of the same. You know, we're not seeing massive voter shifts here. It's like it's going about how we predicted it. So this could be a lot closer than we thought. Maybe the Grand Slam isn't there. But again, these swing states, we'll see. I don't know.
Well, and the thing is, right, like, it's hard to see... For example, take a state like Vermont. It's called right out of the gate. That meant that with the amount of people they knew early voted, exit polling, etc., they felt comfortable, and the history, they felt comfortable in calling it. What we don't know is the margin in which Harris won Vermont. So, for example, if Biden wins Vermont by 10 points and Harris only wins it by 4, yeah, it's still easy to call that for Harris, but that says something. So all of these places, for example, Oklahoma's been called for Trump. There's only 23% in, right? So we don't know what the final tally will be. Maybe he wins Oklahoma by less than expected. That might then suggest something for these swing states. But it seems to me the states that, again, if you're watching and you're interested in this, everybody knows the swing states. You know the Sun Belt states. You know Arizona, Nevada. You know Georgia, North Carolina. You know all of those. And you know the Rust Belt, Michigan, Wisconsin, PA. The states that I'm really looking at right now are Virginia, New Hampshire, and New Jersey. Because those are within possible striking distance if Trump's having a tremendous day. I don't think Vermont was ever within striking distance, even if Trump did far better than our wildest expectations. The same would be true of places like Massachusetts. He wasn't going to win Massachusetts. So it'll be interesting once we start to get, we have 42% in Virginia. Look, I don't know which counties are really how it's shaping up, but Trump's at 48% and Kamala's at 50%. I mean, that's striking distance with half the votes in. So we'll, if I'm looking at it, it looks like, for example, Arlington's got 57% in. Richmond has, 5% in. Virginia Beach, which is going to be Democrat, not much, has 50% in. So again, it's just going to be a matter of, I just don't know enough about Virginia to be able to tell you, is that unusual? Is this underperforming from when we had 50% in Arlington last time? I don't know. Now, Arlington's going to be a place where there's going to be a lot of government workers. So it's any place where you got a lot of people working for the government, it's going to go Democrat because they don't want the party that's suggesting cutting government funding and regulations and workers. So, that's why, D.C. will always be Democrat. If they ever made D.C. a state, it would be the most blue state, because everybody that lives there is going to vote Democrat so they can keep their phony baloney jobs.
I just posted on Twitter as far as a picture of America, and it's got crayons scribbling all over it. It says, "Here's what we currently know."
That's exactly it.
We don't know shit. We don't know anything.
Well, it doesn't piss me off, but I think it's funny, my whole thing is, again, I already explained how I'm motivated, so I'm trying to tell people on my channel, as someone who wants Trump and Republicans to win, I'm telling them all week, I don't give a shit what you're hearing. Don't believe any of it, go vote. Don't believe any of it. So when you see all these right-wingers that are out there oh, look at this shit, it's a lock. Look at this. Oh, my God, look at these lines. That's it, baby. I'm just for me, it's everyone was shitting on Charlie Kirk because he put out a post that was look, turnout's up for us in some areas, it's down for us in some areas. Let's get motivated. Let's go. And everyone's like, oh, to hell with you. That's not what I'm saying. I'm like, can't you see what he's doing, you morons? He's trying to convince people, stop being complacent. Because most people, election day, aren't voting at 9 a.m. A lot of, if you're at work and you see that and you're like, oh, shit, I work at a steel mill, I'm just going to go home. I'm not going to worry about standing in line.
The weather
for 2
might
hours.
be raining. I might be a mother with kids. I don't feel like dragging them out there. Maybe the line's 30 minutes. I was telling the chat earlier, that stuff matters.
Exactly.
That stuff matters. And it's a big deal. That's what I say. That's why a lot of people are encouraging, go to early voting. Yeah. Less likelihood of you being in a line. If you're, say, for example, you're not on voter registration, you need to know these things. So, I think by that time it doesn't matter. But regardless, that's why I think Trump and the rest of them, early voting was the push. That should have been, yes, go early vote. If it guarantees you're going to vote versus you might miss out on election day, you need to go vote.
Yeah, I mean, and for me, one of the first things I tweeted this morning, it was 73 degrees in rural Pennsylvania. Beautiful day to stand with your neighbors. And it was. Because, I mean, it's so dumb to think about the future of our country and therefore the world could rely on a sunny day versus a shitty day. Now, if elections all occurring on the same day, well, then both sides have the same disadvantage, right? If it's bad turnout, it's bad turnout. But if one party predominantly votes early, and then all of a sudden it's a real crappy day out, election day, or God forbid something like, Arizona in 2022, you had all of these sort of places where the voting machines were down and there were lines. People get fed up with that shit. Yeah, you could say until you're blue in the face, don't leave line. Yeah. But some people, who's going to say that? You got kids you got to pick up from school or something? You're going to stay in line 8 hours? So, I mean, it's a double-edged sword. I'm blessed to live in an area where even if there's ridiculous turnout, I'm looking at a 10-minute wait in line just because it's not a very populated area, and they do very good with poll volunteers. So we had like 10 slots that you could vote in, right? And so it was like you're in there, you're out, like, it was beautiful. Here's a fun story for you. So I have a son that's 3 years old, and I'm like, come on, Hank, you want to go vote today? And he's all excited. I'm like, oh, cool. He doesn't know what voting is, but I'm like, oh, he's excited. Right. So me and my wife take him out, and we pull in. And he's like, where is it? I'm like, what? He's like, the water. Here, he thought we said boat. And so he was super pissed off.
We're going to go boating?
I thought we were going boating, not voting. What is this garbage? Standing in line. I was like, I'm sorry. What a disappointment. He thought we were going fishing, and it's like, oh, no.
Well, hopefully one day he gets as excited to go vote as he would to go boating.
I know. That would be wonderful. Yeah. So Christine Hines again, and the only reason I'm aware of this person is because Eric Doherty, who I like and think's been good in this election, posted on this. She says, Donald Trump could flip Virginia if this outright holds. A 9-point shift to the right in Loudoun County, Virginia, means this election is over. So that was from 10 minutes ago. I can't confirm that that's exactly how Loudoun's gone, but if there would be a shift like that in Loudoun County, that would absolutely be devastating. And I can't stress this enough. If Virginia would be called for Trump, he would have a 99.9% chance of winning the election. Like that would be, is a big enough electoral college state. And it would be so shocking that would be, I can't imagine Virginia going for Trump and neither Wisconsin, Michigan, or at that point, she would have to win all 3 of those. Plus she'd have to win 1 or 2 states in the Sun Belt. It just couldn't happen.
Wouldn't happen.
And so, but we'll see. I still think.
Well, I mean, bro, I'll say this: never say never. Yeah. Never say never. We just don't know. But from what you said, those early reports, though, from when I'm looking at these maps and everything, there's nothing just so outlandishly ridiculous that's been reported. Now we are seeing Georgia results coming in now, as far as more counties. Again, you've got Atlanta, solid blue. You're gonna have that, but in the more rural areas, you got an overwhelming dominance of red. But again, in these urban areas, there's a lot of votes in there. Yeah. There's a lot of votes. So it's kind of like, what do they say? Right now, we got Cruz ahead of Alred in Texas's race. That's a big one that a lot of Texans are watching, myself included. How's Cruz going to do there? It's a close one.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they've already picked up Justice one in West Virginia, so that was one pickup. So Decision Desk HQ has a 98.6% chance of Republicans winning the Senate, so at least getting 51%, which is huge.
What are they saying for the House?
Let's check that. That's going to be obviously the more interesting one. The House, they have it at a 59% chance of Republicans winning the House. So
if we took control of Congress, that would be a solid move. That'd be if Kamala got elected, that's the best thing you can hope for, is at least taking control of Congress.
Yes, and one race that I think people should be interested in, just because with the House, just because I talked to this guy and I think he's brilliant, a young guy by the name of Robert Bresnahan. He came on my show, and Glenn Thompson also came on my show, and Dan Mutzer, who are both congressmen in Pennsylvania. They told me that the race to keep an eye on in the House, probably throughout any in the country, is District 8 in Pennsylvania, because that is the race with the incumbent Matthew Cartwright, the Democrat, where the Democrats have spent $40 million, which is the most money they've spent on any House race like this. Now, right now, Cartwright with 9% in is winning 70% to 30%. That's going to get much closer. But they think that's the best chance of picking up a Republican seat in Pennsylvania. And they were explaining to me that they anticipate the House to come down to like 1 or 2 seats. So they would not be shocked if
the
it's
House
like
is already close. Yeah.
Yeah. And so they think that that's going to be a huge race. There's a couple other races in Pennsylvania where it's going to be close. But that's the one they told me to keep an eye on. And I got to say, from talking to Robert Bresnahan, I think he's like 30, man, does he seem like an impressive young guy. Business owner. The attacks against him are basically like, well, he's just this wealthy silver spoon guy because he took his parents' business that employed like 30 people and he's brought it up to employing like 500. And he's like, dude, I just now have a fiance. My entire 20s, I never had fun. I just busted my ass. And the attack against me is like, oh, look at this guy. He's a business owner. And he's just like, yeah, I'm not ashamed of that. Like,
it's the American dream.
Right.
Like, absolutely. Why would I ever be like, people say the same thing. It's like, oh, what do you do? It's like, I own a business. Like when it comes to taxes and shit like that, I know what I'm talking about because we get fucked with this. Like when Josh gets going on a rampage on the show and you listen to this guy pissed off, it's like, yes, we know all about this economy. We are feeling, if you want to get a metric for how the economy is doing, look at the small businesses. They're going to be the indicators. They will be the indicators to tell you how the economy is doing because they're the first ones to see it. We are the first ones to see it because, again, discretionary spending goes out the window. It becomes, a matter of groceries and gas. Everything else goes by the wayside. And, we've seen our sales drastically plummet in this Joe Biden economy. There's no doubt, because I've got a Facebook group of about 14,000 people. The most common complaint is like, John, is just that we can't afford it right now. It's like we're broke. Like it's, people are living paycheck to paycheck. And
I'm
$30 goes a long way now. It doesn't anymore. So it's like, yeah,
I'm tired of the demonization of people that work hard, including business. Like this idea that if you own a business, you must be some wealthy fat cat that just sits there smoking cigars while a bunch of people work for you is bullshit. The idea that if you're a landlord, you're some wealthy person. I know landlords, they make less money a year than me, and they own like 5 houses. They're constantly working on these houses. They're barely making ends meet, and they're treated like there's some, lords living on the hill. Here's something that you might be interested in as a DeSantis supporter. I think this is 2 things we need to say about Ron DeSantis in Florida right now. One, Florida is actually absolutely putting a clinic on as literally the best state in the union for counting votes. They're going to be wrapped up first. One of the most populous states, all of the counting. You didn't hear any stories of shenanigans coming out of Florida. Not the Republican areas, not the Democrat. Lockdown, on point. Kudos to that. And the other thing is, in DeSantis' tenure, we went from him barely winning governor to it being one of the deepest red states in this country. And you could say he's not on the ballot, but make no mistake about it, the fact that he has governed so well there has made Florida clearly the model of what Republican and right-wing states need to be doing. So I think regardless of what happens, what we see in Florida is so far outperforming the polls, so far like just being amazing at getting these votes counted. I think that Ron DeSantis needs to take a victory lap tomorrow because I think that's an amazing achievement, and Republicans everywhere should be taking as many lessons as they can from him in any state.
100%. But, I think him running put a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. But regardless, there's no denying the good that he's doing in Florida. And, I want to see that for Texas. I do want to see that for Texas. But right now we're watching. I kind of think I'm not worried about Texas. I am in the future. I'm worried about what happens after Abbott's gone. But I would love to see a DeSantis-styled figure over here in Texas because Texas could get away with it. Florida has become the new Texas of America. It's like, bro, they got balls over there. Like DeSantis has got balls. People like seeing what he's doing over there. He took on Disney. He wins. Abbott, bro, close the border. Stop playing these games with the Fed. Close the fucking border. Like, stop. Abbott, I lost all respect for because this guy is using troops and taxpayer money to play footsie politics with D.C. to showcase, like, oh, look, I'm trying. If Abbott wanted to shut the border, he could shut the fucking border. 100%.
Yeah, totally agree. So here's a story I missed from 45 minutes ago. So I got some friends that have a show out of State College. John Ward's the guy who's doing the show right now. Apparently, and this is being reported by other things, a Pennsylvania voting site in Center County was evacuated as disruptors stormed the building, trying to upset election results. Now, I think they've gotten that taken care of, but I mean, my goodness, it just I don't know. Let's see if I'm seeing anything else. The predictive markets like Polymarket have all been going up all day. So they're 11. Polymarket is now Trump 71% chance to win. That's gone up 11% just today. Again, take that for what you will.
Real quick. Donald J. Trump stock still at 33. I bought at 41. It took a nosedive earlier today, but if they call this election for Trump, I'm very interested because I put 1,000 down.
There you go.
On Trump thing at 41. Now it's dropped since then, but if he wins this election, I'm interested to see what happens to the stock. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, and one of the here's another thing that people were saying. So Bitcoin was going up in the last day, and people say that that means the people in Bitcoin are saying they think
Rick
Trump's
Scott took the Senate in Florida. Just called it.
Awesome.
Rick Scott,
listen. At this point, like if you're a Trump supporter or a conservative, right? You got to be smiling at what you see so far. Like we said, Florida, Amendment 3 and 4 fail. Florida is looking deep red. Everyone's winning the
gonna
races
stay
in
red.
Florida. And if even if you hate Trump, if you're just looking at it, I mean, my goodness, the pickups already that we've seen in the Senate, now they're predicting a 98.5% chance of Republicans controlling the Senate. That's huge. And then in the House, they're even
North Carolina by 99,000, but that's 24% reporting, guys. I mean, again, that's great. These are good. I mean, these are great fit. But again, here's the thing: he's also getting slaughtered in Pennsylvania. So do we take that truthfully?
Right.
And again, Pennsylvania's only reporting right now 13%, and it's got Kamala ahead by she's at 68%. He's at 31. Again, I know we want to get excited about this. Look, guaranteed, Florida's good. They've reported 92%. Trump's got it 56%. Florida's in the back. We're done. Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Oklahoma, they're in the back. Like Rob said prior, all the states we thought we'd get, we're getting right now.
Yep.
We're getting. Texas, I'm not worried about. But again, Georgia, I think Trump's going to get Georgia. Pennsylvania, I don't know. I really don't know. North Carolina, I think Trump's going to get. Right now, they're at 24% reporting. He's at 53% of the vote. She's at 46. Again, that's a close race. We still don't know. Fluctuations are big. So again, we don't know it. But Virginia called for Harris. Sorry,
yeah, that's what
Virginia.
I'm seeing. I
Really?
see
They
that
just
they've
call it?
called Virginia for Harris. That's right. And that must mean that they think that there's what I'm seeing is Richmond only has 7% in. And that would probably be their cue to say, well, there's so many outstanding. If you could already see that Kamala Harris has a 57.8% of picking up people in Richmond City, actually 69%, and it's only 6% in. It's going to be enough to move her over. So, yeah, as I predict, I think it's more competitive than people thought in Virginia, but it's not going to be the the win that people were suggesting could occur. Pennsylvania is going to be the first big one where I think that if he wins, you could say, oh, boy, that's he's got a 90% chance of winning at this point. Because, there's going to be states that he might win, like Georgia or North Carolina, but he could win Georgia and North Carolina and still have a decent shot to lose. If he wins one of those three, Wisconsin, Michigan, or PA, and PA will be the first one that we probably know, that's going to be a huge sign for him. Because that means now Kamala Harris is going to have to do very good in Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina. And so if
how's we don't know Kerry Lake's race yet, do we? No. Results are expected around 9 p.m. CST. Oh, we still got a ways to go. That's right, because Arizona's oh fuck.
Yeah, they're
polls haven't closed on the West Coast, have they?
No. So let's see if I could find real quick Arizona. Oh, what am I doing? I'm going the wrong direction. Let's see what it says. I don't think we'll have any. Yeah, it's all zeros. Polls haven't closed, so you're not going to hear anything from there. But, I will say the conventional wisdom was she was just getting crushed in the polls going into it, but there were a lot of favorable polls for her right at the last minute. So I think it'll be closer than a lot of people expected. She certainly has a chance to win, but if I had to put money on it, I would say she probably won't win that race because I think that she will underperform Trump. So even though I think Trump will probably win Arizona, I think Kerry Lake will underperform him, and that could be an option for a split there. Decision Desk still has Trump at 70.2%. And has Kamala Harris at 29%. The New York Times, the last I checked, was putting Trump at like 55%. So it's all slightly increasing. Two of the states that I told you to look out for, Virginia and New Hampshire, have both been called for Kamala Harris. So again, we'll have to see what the margin was. But yeah, those are both states that there was an outside shot that Trump could pick up. He didn't need those. That would have been icing on the cake. Yeah. But yeah, it looks like they've both been called. So let's see if I'm seeing anything else. Yeah, I mean the Florida results are just insane. I mean they're 95% in, and Trump's winning by 13%.
West Palm, Miami are blue. Orlando's blue. Miami-Dade, Miami red.
Miami-Dade 55% Trump, 49%.
Whoa!
That's Hispanics,
Sheesh.
baby. Yeah. That's what it is.
Oh shit, that's insane. So if he's doing that well with minorities in Florida,
New Mexico.
But then again,
you know what I mean? A lot of Hispanics in New Mexico. Now, obviously, Hispanics aren't a monolithic group, and Hispanics in Miami are going to be different than. But yeah, I mean, Miami-Dade. I mean, I don't know what to say. That's an incredible victory. 13% with 95%, and that's crushing. And they win the two amendments there. That's just. I don't know what you can.
You can't touch them. Like I'm saying, like we could have had DeSantis. We could have had this guy. It's like he's on fire, bro. Florida came together and just kicked ass. It's great to see that. At least two victories you got right there. Florida stays red, and abortion and corporatist weed are not on the menu. Florida's a win for conservatives. That's good. In future elections, at least we know that Florida's going to stay red for a little while. That's a good thing.
And
that's a very good thing.
Look, there is some worry, just like there was with Texas, where you have Florida's such a great state that you got all these people that are like transplants from these Democrat states. Are they coming there and going to change it? No, it does not look like that's remotely the case right now. And so I think that's a very, very, very good sign. Even if you would see, like a lot of times what you see, let's say Trump wins and they run the table, they get the House, the Senate, and the presidency. A lot of times what you'll see then is the midterms after that, you start to lose some of the Senate, some of the House. But it looks if Florida is this red, the chances of that happening even in the midterms is going to be slim to none. Which is amazing. And I think that speaks heavily to the leadership of Ron DeSantis there. People see Republican leadership in Florida, and they juxtapose that to Republican leadership at the national level. So they're not looking at Trump as exactly DeSantis, of course, but they're saying, well, shit, if the Republicans are doing so great here, it's the best state in the union, why wouldn't we want that same type of leadership around the country? And I think that again, like, I know that there's going to be the Trump's the best, he did it all his own people, to hell with DeSantis, he should have never ran against Trump people, but they're full of shit. To me, it is clear that show. I'm not saying that doesn't mean Trump didn't do a lot there. He's still the guy running, of course, but you can't say, with looking at how this election was done, 95% in already, I mean, that's, again, you look at these states, the closest state I see to that, Georgia has 63% in. I mean, there's no other state over 50. And Florida is by far the largest state right now that's reporting, and they have 95%. That is just, it's literally clowning every single other state. There's no other way to put it. And I mean, that's remarkable that the results have gone the way they wanted, and that they are in that zone. Decision Desk has Trump at 70% right now. Still, the Senate's a foregone conclusion according to them. They have it now at 99% that Republicans pick up the Senate, which is pretty amazing. One thing about Pennsylvania is there is a couple counties, because there were problems earlier today, that they're actually going to be going late. Now, if it would come down to like being super close, that could make a difference. Those are going to be Republican counties, by the way. So now they're not huge, so don't expect 100,000 votes to come into there, but it could make a difference if 4,000 or 5,000 come in. But did you have a guest coming on here at 9?
I do.
Yeah, I'll head out.
If
you're bored later this evening, I could hop back on.
I was literally about to say I have Tracy Beans coming on next, and then Kyle Seraphin. But Kyle comes on at 10. I don't know how long he's going to stay, but I'd love to have you back on as we get further into the night and we actually get more results. Yeah, I absolutely want to have you back on.
All right, man. Yeah, I can't guarantee what I'm doing. I told a couple other people I'd pop in their show, but yeah, just hit me up, text.
You going to go hang out with Destiny?
No, not at all. I'm blacklisted. I'm blacklisted from his show. We'll talk about that some other day. Just a joke, The guy needs to learn to take L's. Talk about a guy that'll be freaking out if things don't go his direction. Hey, man, we're men. If shit doesn't go our way, guess what? I have a fantastic wife and son. My life will go on. I know. I'm not going to be screaming at this guy. I'll take my lumps when people make fun of me. But some of these people, man, they just break down. I don't get it. But hey, thanks for having me on for now. Look forward to hopefully talking to you later tonight. Hope things go well.
Absolutely, brother. We'll see you, man.
All right, take it easy. Good stuff. Enjoyed it. Oh, boy. What are we thinking? How are we feeling, everyone? You're going to have to give me a restroom break here for a moment. And then we'll try to jump on some more shows. I'm going to go to the restroom, and then I'm going to get a glass of water, and then I'll be back. How's that sound? Hope everyone's having a good night. We're smiling so far. We'll see how it goes, though. All right. What's the audience thinking? Hope you enjoyed that little talk with John. PA's still early, man. Don't worry about PA yet. The results in PA are going to be basically worthless right now because there's so much of that early voting that we already knew Republicans were down 400,000 that's being counted. So give it some time. Janice thinks we're going to see our first woman president of color. Could be. Oh, I got one more thing I got to do real quick. I got to throw this thing in the garbage. I got a milkshake here, and I got to dump it out, or it'll start to go sour. By the way, I'd like to give a special shout out to Travis Rice, a fan of the show who sent me this shirt. This is Democracy Manifest. Get your hands off me. What's the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Yeah, thank you, Travis Rice. What a shirt, man. Decision Desk has Kamala, 51% chance to win Pennsylvania. Let's check that out. So, PA. I don't know how to check. Let's see. Maybe this is how you do it. Yeah, they have Kamala at 50.5 and Trump at 49.5. My guess is then they must find it to be very favorable for Trump in Wisconsin. Let's check that. So it's still a toss-up there, but definitely troubling. That's the first good news the Democrats could really celebrate, I think. Nothing in Wisconsin right now. Let's check Michigan. Because Trump has to win one of those three. And they have him down in Michigan. Trump wins Texas, yeah. So, yeah, it's going to come down to Wisconsin according to, if we take everything that's being said. Now, see, here's something that people freak out about, right? And I've already explained why you shouldn't. They called Virginia for Democrats, and yet Trump's winning with 50% reporting. But that's because, you see, Richmond, there's only 8% in. That's why they did it. So I know that's frustrating for people, but that's what they're looking at. So now we have Trump slightly declining on Decision Desk's graph. He has a 67% chance of winning. Clarion County holding back. Yeah, we're doing it, man. Apparently, okay, we looked at that. Louisiana was called? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. So, no surprises so far. No swing states have been called. New Jersey is still one of those states where there was a very slim outside chance of Trump winning. He is losing right now with 31% reporting. But something to keep an eye on. Let's see what people are saying on X. Trump wins Texas. New York Times has shifted Michigan to a 50-50 race. Was favorite Harris. New York Times says, while Harris is still favored to win in New Hampshire and Virginia, 2 Democrat-leaning states, she is not doing so with the same margins Joe Biden did 4 years ago. Trump's supposed to win Texas by 10 points. The New York Times, 20 minutes ago, shifted Pennsylvania to Trump 0.4. I mean, I can't stress enough. If we see Pennsylvania go Trump, that's pretty much it. Now, again, Decision Desk is predicting right now that it's going to go for Harris by just the slightest of margins. It's basically a coin toss. So let me show you this. This is the metric I'm using, the Decision Desk prediction. So you can see where we started off this morning at 58%. And then we go, and we start getting returns in, and you see Trump climb ever so high to his peak here, which is 72.3%. Then he goes down, and he's back up, and you see it go down a little, and now he's at 69%. So near the top. Thoughts so far, it's still coming down to what we thought it would be. I don't think it's going to be this brutal landslide that people were suggesting. It's going to be a close race, right? It's just, that's the way it is. It's going to come down to, in my opinion, can Trump win one of the 3, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania? I'm hearing that Wisconsin looks the best of those 3, which is good news if they're calling Michigan and Pennsylvania a coin flip. Because if it's super tight, like a coin flip in Michigan and Pennsylvania, not only is that a 50-50 chance that Trump could win either of those and basically put it out of reach, but that probably means Wisconsin's a point or 2 more to the right of them, which would mean his chances of winning there would be even higher. So at this point, the news is remarkably good for Trump. It just is. But that means nothing. If he narrowly loses Pennsylvania, if he narrowly loses Michigan, then we're all sitting here saying, okay, it's Wisconsin and Nevada. So all of this, when you're seeing these predictions, it's just saying, oh, well, we think he has a 50% chance of winning this state, and if he wins it, he got it locked up. And a 50% chance of winning this state, and if he wins it, he gets it locked up. So you're flipping that coin enough times, you're like, yeah, he'll hit one of them. But if he doesn't hit Pennsylvania, if he doesn't hit Michigan, then we're back to a 50-50 race. So again, we right now have Trump at 70% basically. Let's check Pennsylvania specifically. See what they got rolling there. So right now, we only got 17% reporting. Biden won it by 1.2% in 2020, right? So you need a 1.2% shift. Trump only won it by 0.7% in 2016. They are now predicting it's, you're not going to believe this. Here, this is where they have Pennsylvania. 49.8 to 50.2. I mean, that's 50-50. They just have no clue. The projected vote share, they have 49.2 to 49.3. I mean, that's brutal. That's brutal. I mean, you could be talking about an election decided by less than 10,000 votes. That's how close it's going to be. Just absolutely brutal. So we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening there. But let's go back to X, see what people are suggesting. They just called Ohio for Trump, which was predictable. So Ohio now for Trump. Again, no changes in any of that. I suppose if you're a Democrat and you're watching, Iowa may be a place to look. There was a poll that suggested that possibly Trump could lose Iowa. I guess that's a possibility, but I would say that's almost no chance. Amish are voting in Pennsylvania. I know that for a fact. They showed on news it's 72 Harris for PA. But again, I know this is difficult for people to understand. Yes, that's true, but understand the types of votes and where they come in from are going to massively be disparate from state to state, right? And so what happens is if those early votes come in first, and there were 400,000 early votes for Harris, it's going to look like she's killing it in Pennsylvania. But we haven't got to count the elector day votes. And we're predicting that those votes, like 2016, 2018, 2020, 2022, always are far more favorable to the Republicans. Georgia. Destiny thinks that she's going to win Georgia. Perhaps. Let's see what's being suggested. Decision Desk puts Trump at 81% chance to win Georgia. So they disagree with him, but we'll see, I guess. Never know. Trump currently ahead 52.4% to 47%, and that's with 68% reporting. So we'll see how that goes. Let's check North Carolina. Trump currently leading 51.9 to 47.1. That's with 41% reporting. North Carolina is going 92% chance for Trump to win. So Decision Desk is quite confident that he's going to win North Carolina. Now, a lot of times these predictions could be wrong, obviously, but they're more accurate than predictions before Election Day because at least they're looking at results. And it's easier to have pattern recognition when you see 50% of the results than when you see 0% of the results. So I don't know where someone would get an incredible amount of confidence for a state like Georgia that professionals that are looking at this are saying, it's looking quite good for Trump at this point. But that doesn't mean anything. Maybe people on the left see something that I'm not seeing and that others aren't seeing. I don't know. But let's see what else we're reading on X. From 3 minutes ago, New York Times increased their margins for their predictions for Trump. For Pennsylvania, they have Trump half a point ahead. So they predict Trump will win by 0.5. For Nevada, they have Trump up 0.7. For North Carolina, 1.9. For Georgia, 2.2. And for Arizona, 3.4. See, this guy's, I don't know who he is. You know, just some guy. I don't know. So we're not going to talk about him. Trump projected to win North, South Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska. No surprise any of there. Harris has won New York. They've called New York for Harris. Also no surprise there. Again, it'll be interesting what the margin of that victory is. But yeah, Pennsylvania is absolutely a toss-up. Again, the starting off strong, I don't know what any of that means. Yeah, Wisconsin starting off strong, Aftershock says. 437 votes for Trump, 202 for Harris. So, I mean, clearly, it's way too early. Michigan. So I don't know if any of Michigan's reported yet, but let's check. So Michigan, we have some reporting. Trump's losing 45.2% to 53%. Decision Desk has it 57% likely to go to Harris, 43% to Trump. Michigan will be the hardest of the Rust Belt states for Trump to pick up. So if if he picks up Michigan, he's likely to have also picked up Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. If he picks up Pennsylvania, he's likely to also pick up Wisconsin. So the order of easiness for Trump to win is Wisconsin, then Pennsylvania, then Michigan. So Michigan's going to be a tough sell. I don't know. I didn't really have anyone point. There's John Ward wanted me to come on, which I could go on, but the only problem I have is John Ward streams exclusively to Rumble, and their language is a little green, and I'm afraid if I go on there, it could be bad news for me, which would not be good. New York Times now giving Trump a 77% chance to win Georgia and a 65% chance to win North Carolina. NBC's exit poll Wisconsin suggests Trump doubled his black support in Wisconsin. Ooh, a stink bug. Let's take care of this guy. Hey, buddy. What are you doing? Come on now. I try not to kill bugs if I can help it, so we'll try to get this guy out of here. Come on. Come on, buddy. Hey, buddy. There he is. A handsome fellow. Okay, come on. Let's go over here. Come on. There you go. All right. Let's see if Halpern's saying anything. No, not really. Michigan's exit polls suggest voters under 30 have broke for Trump 51%. Should I try to see if what Andrew Wilson's up to? He might be interested. Let's see, the Crucible. He won't mind if I pop over, at least on his, let's see what he's talking about, and I'll type in his chat. See if he wants me to come on. Let's see if...
Oh, you know, nobody hopes. This is wild. Wild. Hang on a second here. 1 second. 1 second. Hang on. I think Rob wants to pop on for a moment. Let me ask him.
Give me a second here. Let me get this ready. Oh, okay. How do I do this?
Rob, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, what's happening? How's it going?
What's up, man? You got a camera?
Yeah, I could bring. I think when you said call, I assumed you meant.
Well, I mean, I'm live streaming, right? People always want to see your beautiful face, Mr. Noor.
They're not pissed at me because I yelled at you the other day. I love that.
People get kind of goofy about shit, don't they?
So like, are they not men? Do they not know? Like, it's like, yeah, that's what men do. Like what the fuck? I don't get it. But anyways, yeah, it was fun to yell. We'll yell more in the future. What are you thinking about tonight, though? How's it looking for you?
I'm nervous. I'm a little nervous here. Okay, it's looking really good for our side. So here's our numbers thus far. Okay, from what I can see from the Associated Press, 177 to Kamala 99. But the battleground states perhaps not looking so great for us necessarily. Not just yet. They haven't swung Republican just yet. Arizona, we're not. I don't. Here's my fear, Rob.
Okay.
Let me tell you this. Some of my fears here. This is really giving me 2020 vibes where I see a map that is so fucking red that it seems that it is impossible at this point for Trump to lose. But we're going to not get the results tonight. I'm going to wake up fucking tomorrow, and you know what happens from there.
Well, just don't go to bed. Then you win, right? Like,
And then you win, yeah.
Well, so let me first say I share your concern, but I have two ways to look at this. I have looking at it with my head and looking at it with my gut. With my gut, I think there's no way they'll leave Trump take office. That probably most likely means prevent him from winning tonight. If he does win, then they'll probably find some other manner, whether it be lawfare or something else, to prevent him from taking office. But if I'm looking at it with my head, I actually think there's way more reason to be optimistic as a Trump supporter than a Kamala supporter now. So the first thing is you have to look at sort of what the predictive, the people that are looking at the votes that are already in and how they're comparing them to how these particular counties have done in the 2020 election. So
the comparisons that I'm seeing right now are that Trump takes it at 290.
Yeah,
if
you go to the Decision Desk HQ, I think they're the best that I see this year. They're suggesting overall that Trump has a 69.2% chance of winning it all. They're also suggesting when it comes to the Senate that the Republicans have, basically 100% chance, 98% they're saying. And then the House, they're even putting it at above 50%. So it looks like though the House races are precipitously dropping as we speak. They're only at 52%. But it looks like to me, without them really saying it, the reason that number is so high for Trump is they're looking
Hang on. We got I think we're at 210 now. 210? That's what I'm hearing from the AP. Yeah. Let me check the election desk.
That's true.
Or the election map. Is it 210 on the AP now?
Yeah, on Decision Desk.
I still see 177 on AP. So
Decision Desk has it at 210. So I don't know what they would have called. Let's see here. Why am I in Pennsylvania? I don't want that.
You want to give us a Pennsylvania breakdown while you're on here too, Rob?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So first, anecdotally, I vote in Clay County, Washington Township. In 2020, it had 880 total voters. 70-something% went for Trump. So it's heavily Trump area. They told me at the polling place today that this was the first time that they could ever remember that there was a line before the polls even opened. So it's not going to be anything that'll be huge because it's such a small area, but it looks like that there's going to be a bigger rural turnout, and I'm hearing that all across the state. It looks as if there's predicting the people that I trust, like Mark Halperin and others that are talking, are suggesting that Philadelphia is probably going to need to have over 700,000 people turn out today to make up for the loss in the firewall. So going into Pennsylvania in 2020, Democrats had logged 1.1 million votes, give or take some. So
yeah, but they have the numbers. What I'm seeing on the ground is that they have the numbers to make up that windfall from the deficit going in from the early voting. So what you're talking about is they needed to have X amount of early voting numbers in order to beat the same day Republican turnout.
Correct.
But what they're reporting on the ground is that indeed the Democrats may indeed actually have those turnout numbers because they are turning out in mass.
Well, so that could be a possibility. We'll see. They suggested Philadelphia would require 700,000 votes. They're saying that there's 21% in Philadelphia right now, or in the county that Philadelphia.
Hang on. We got from the Fox News desk, it looks like 195 Trump to 113 Kamala because they're calling North Carolina for Trump. Well, that's a huge victory, North Carolina, by the way. Huge victory.
Let me check and see that I'm seeing that as well. Yeah, that's absolutely the case. So the next to fall is going to be Georgia. So just so everyone who's listening knows, if the Rust Belts or if the Sun Belt states all go for Trump, and that would be North Carolina, Georgia, which Georgia's looking good. North Carolina just got called. Then we got Arizona, Nevada. If those four go for Trump, then he only needs to win one of Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania. Right now, it looks like the best chance of that is Wisconsin. The numbers, in fact, there's been reporting from people I trust that say that Kamala's team's been very upset about Wisconsin, thinking that's the weakest link in those. Basically, what I'm saying is this. I'll just break it down. According to Decision Desk and everything that I'm reading, it's basically a coin flip in Pennsylvania, and it's close to a coin flip, slightly favoring Harris in Michigan. Wisconsin, it seems to be slightly favoring Trump. If he wins Pennsylvania, that's pretty much it for the night. And it's basically 50-50 at this point. So now there's
we're not going to get the Pennsylvania numbers tonight, are we?
Probably. Well, they don't anticipate that there'll be a lot of outstanding votes, but here's the problem. There'll be enough that if it's within 10,000, nope, we won't know. And you're not even going to know the actual election day votes because you have counties like Cambria County where the machines weren't working. And so now they had to extend voting later than normal.
Well, how about the B threats? Oh,
bro?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been literally a clusterfuck. So, I mean, it's Pennsylvania, it's literally still a toss-up. So if you're looking at Decision Desk HQ and it's like, well, how are they calling it basically 70% chance of Trump to win, but 30% chance of Kamala? Because I think what they're doing is they're saying, basically you got three coin flips, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Trump needs one. So what are the chances that you win heads or tails if you flip three times? About 69%, right? I think that's how.
Hang on, can you say to Jess Gerald? He said he just voted for the first time at age 30. Alaska always goes red, but I still gave it one for Trump. Awesome.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah.
Go ahead, Rob. If you don't mind, I'm going to interrupt a bit as super chats come in, but keep on with your breakdown. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who don't know, a larger audience than normal on off debate night on the Crucible. For those of you who don't know, right now I'm talking to Rob Knorr. He's the host of Normal America. You can find it on YouTube and on Twitch. Normal America with Rob Knorr. I would consider him to be something of a Crucible contributor, as well as having his own show. He definitely comes over here quite a bit, keeps us appraised of things, this type of thing. So, yeah, I think he contributes quite a bit to the channel. It's very kind of him to do. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, so that's how I'm basically looking at it. You have three coin flips. Trump needs to win one. So basically you say he's got a 2 out of 3 chance of winning because the chance of him hitting one of those three coin flips are around there. So that's why I think that you see Decision Desk saying 70%. But here's another way to look at it. Let's say he loses Pennsylvania by 0.2% and he loses Michigan by 0.2%. Well, now it's a 50-50 race. Whoever wins Wisconsin wins. And so it's literally going to be that close. So it's certainly, there's reasons, all of the numbers suggest optimism.
But there are some possibilities that there could be some upsets in Michigan as well. Michigan could be an upset. And if Michigan's an upset, then Wisconsin's not even necessary.
Well, that's true. So those are the three states that I'm saying are coin flips: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And so he only needs to win one of those three. Now,
is it a possibility he could get all three at this point?
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's basically 50-50. Now, Michigan's going to be the hardest one. But yeah, it's absolutely he could get all three. And there's reason for optimism if you're looking at things that are unreliable, such as exit polling, and things that are reliable, such as his overperforming in other states that we've seen. So look at it this way. Biden wins Pennsylvania in 2020 by like 1.2%. But many of the states, you see that Trump is overperforming his 2020 performance, such as like in Florida. He's outperforming the polls. He's outperforming what he did previously in Florida. So
But that was expected. That was expected by Democrats, that he was going to outperform in these states, especially Florida, which have been moving more conservative and less Democrat because of I think that C-19 did a lot of this. In retrospect, there's a lot of traumatized Floridians who really have not done well under Biden. So I was hearing that Florida could have been a windfall towards Trump very early on. It looks like it was.
Well, that's true, right? But here's the thing, right? Like, it's outperforming what the polls were. Like, so the polls were suggesting Trump was going to win Florida by like 8, and he ends up winning by 13.
I've seen this conflicted with internal polling.
Well,
like
yes.
The Democrat internal polling was looking, at least these were the people I was talking to who were looking at the internal polls. They were saying that Florida, they basically had ruled it out. And you can note Harris hasn't done much in the way of campaigning in Florida.
Well, that's certainly true.
Yeah, for obviously a good reason. Her internal polling basically said you need to stay in Michigan and you need to be in these battleground states. And that's where she was. I mean, she's been in Michigan nonstop.
But if you look, okay, so then I still think that it's worth looking to Florida, so overperforming what at least publicly was expected. But you can see this in other states as well. So some of the blue states like Virginia, New Hampshire, that she ends up winning, that they've called for her, the margin was much closer than it was in 2020. And so the question is, will that sort of thing apply to across states? It doesn't necessarily, but you'd rather be in Trump's position where it's like, hey, I'm doing better by 2 points in all of these other states, so there's a reasonable chance that I'll do better in Pennsylvania. And it was super close last time. Same could be said of Michigan. Same could be said of Wisconsin. So at this point, you certainly would rather be in Trump's position. In addition to that, if you want to look at exit polling, which is always a risk, but if you look at it, what you see is there's a lot of things that look very shaky, such as exit polling suggesting that 78% of the country thinks that they're either disgusted or angered by the direction of the country.
Yeah.
That looks really bad. There's young people in some of these exit polls are breaking 4 to 7% more for Trump. Hispanics are breaking more for Trump. Blacks are breaking more for Trump. And it looks like the percentage of white vote overall so far is outpacing what it was in 2020. All of these would be reasons to be optimistic if you're Trump, but it doesn't mean shit, because it could just mean that he goes from losing Pennsylvania by 1.2% to 0.1%. That's still a loss. And so the question is, will that be enough of a margin to take over one of these states?
Well, and people, when they look at this, like I'm looking at the Fox News electoral map here, we got Trump at 195 versus Harris 117, but they're not counting some states which are immediately going to go to Harris. For instance, California being a big one, right? And you know how many electoral votes California is worth?
Yeah. Yeah. It's what is it? Like 50?
54.
Yeah. So yeah.
50.
I mean,
so she's at, I mean, if you start counting up these states, you very quickly come away with the fact that Kamala really, it looks like she has a bit of a benefit here, because Trump really has to get those battlegrounds in the worst way, those big 3 that Rob is talking about, or else he's basically fucked. I mean, she's going to close this gap really, really, really quickly. Just the second California comes in, she's damn near caught up to Trump right this second, not to mention the fact that there's some of these other ones, Oregon, Washington, those are all going to go to her. You know what I mean, Rob?
Yeah,
so this is definitely neck and neck.
Right. If you look at the predictive, right, without the swing states in right now, Kamala Harris has 226 and Donald Trump has 262. Well, let's revamp that. So we don't know Georgia yet, right? So take Georgia out of it. But now that we know North Carolina, we know Ohio, right? With the states that you could almost predict, let's take Arizona out as well, right? So right now we have Trump with 235, Kamala with 226. So they're basically close to even there. Trump's like 9 points higher there. That leaves the following states that will decide it. Georgia, which looks like Trump's got a really good shot of winning here. Then you have Arizona, Nevada. Okay, then you have the 3 Rust Belt states, Wisconsin, Michigan, PA. If Trump wins Georgia, what it's looking like, that puts him up to 251. Now, he needs 270, so that would mean if he wins Pennsylvania and Georgia, that's it, game over. He wins. That's 270 exactly, right? Yeah. If he doesn't win PA, right, well, he could win Arizona, Nevada. That puts him at 268. That's what many people are predicting. Right now, it's literally Kamala has to win every one, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Or Nevada could go her way. Okay, now she's at 232. Trump's at 262. So
internal polling was not doing well in Nevada for Democrats.
Correct.
They were having a hell of a time there. They know that they're having a hell of a time there. Again, that part of the campaign strategy. Some of the campaign strategy for Democrats this time, which put them at a massive disadvantage, especially Kamala, she really just did not hit the campaign trail.
That's right.
She really just did not hit the campaign trail, and Trump really did hit the campaign trail. So there's a lot more enthusiasm in these states. It doesn't surprise me at all that you have a much higher voter turnout. The big problem that I'm seeing, though, is Republican strategy seem to bank on the idea that the early ballots, by the way, this was kind of the same strategy as last time. They were hoping on underperforming Democrat ballots the last go around. However, Democrats overperformed on mail-in ballots. Republicans did not see that coming. This time, though, that we walked in with a deficit, and they were expecting the Republican boots on the ground to be much higher to overcome that deficit. And we're not sure in these battlegrounds yet that is the case, though I think it could be. I think it could be in Michigan, and I definitely think it could be in Pennsylvania. And it looks to me anyway, that Georgia's likely going to go for Trump, like you're saying.
So Decision Desk has it at about 72% at this point for Trump. So that's a 3 out of 4 percent chance that they're saying that Georgia will go. Anything could happen, but let's assume Georgia's the next state we know, and let's assume that it goes for Trump. If Georgia goes for Trump, then these are the scenarios that he has to be able to win. He wins Pennsylvania, he could literally lose Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, Wisconsin, he still wins. So if he wins Georgia and wins Pennsylvania, game over. If he wins Georgia and he loses Pennsylvania, now his path is he could win Arizona and he could win either Wisconsin or Michigan. Or he could win Wisconsin and Michigan and lose Arizona and Nevada. So he needs to win 2 of the 3 of Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan. Arizona looks pretty good for him right now. Nevada would be bonus, and that could have different scenarios. But basically, what we're looking for right now is Georgia. Once Georgia's decided, then you'll know, okay, he wins Pennsylvania, it's all over, or he needs to win some combination of Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan. He needs to win 2 of those 3. Then you get different. If you throw Nevada in there, then the scenario gets a little different, right? So he could win Nevada.
What do we add if he loses Pennsylvania? Okay, he gets Wisconsin and he gets Nevada. That seems like that could be a very likely scenario. Much better, I think, than Michigan, for instance.
He would still lose if he loses Michigan and Arizona. That would put him at 267.
But I think that puts her still in a stronger position than Rob, because I think Michigan's likely going to go for Harris. She was polling ahead, and with the voter turnout on the ground, Democrat-wise today, it has been incredible. I've been watching the reports from all over the state.
I just think because you see that it's a coin flip basically in all 3 of those states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and PA, if he does win these Sunbelt states and he wins one of those 3, that's it. So if you had to be in the position of you need to win 3 coin flips in a row, if you lose one of those coin flips, you lose. You don't want to be in that position. That doesn't mean you will lose, right? You still have a pretty solid shot of winning, but that's basically where it's at. So, like, for example, we're still looking at, Decision Desk puts 49-51% Pennsylvania, right? That's with 28% reporting. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. Now, that's just looking at Decision Desk. If you look at other places, such as the New York Times Predictive, they're suggesting that actually there's a better chance that Trump's going to win Pennsylvania. So they have him at like 53-54% chance of winning Pennsylvania. So it's all in how you look at these. I would just say right now, my gut feeling on Pennsylvania is I don't have the faintest clue. It's really that close in Pennsylvania. It could go either way. I would not bet against Democrats, though, in Pennsylvania with their ballot harvesting mechanisms. I just wouldn't. So, no. I mean, and I feel the same way about Michigan. So for me, it's going to come down to Wisconsin. That's honestly how I'm feeling about it. And, I'm trying to look my best to see what people are predicting. But, I mean, it's going to be damn close. I mean, there's a chance that Trump could clear all 3 of those and then it won't look that close. But trust me, it was still close because we're at 9:40 at night and we have no clue. We just have no clue who's going to win this thing. So
and they're going to they're going to shut these polls down in a couple of hours, and they're going to shut down counting in a couple of hours, just like they did in previous years. So it would not actually surprise me if right around 11 o'clock Eastern or midnight Eastern time, poll workers are sent home and vote counters are sent home to go ahead and begin counting again tomorrow morning. That would not surprise me. In fact, I think it's fated to be that way.
I mean, I would say that that's likely to be the case, that we're not going to know tonight. And then it could come down to who wins Nevada. Well, I don't know if you've heard this story, but Nevada has made it legal that if there is not a date on a on an envelope with a ballot, you're allowed to accept it up to 3 days after the election. Now, the purpose of that is, let's say you sent your ballot out today but forgot to put a date on it. It should be counted. But in effect, what that means is if you wake up and you're a Democrat, even though it would technically be illegal, I think, for you to vote tomorrow, if you see that you only need 6,000 votes to win, hey, as long as you don't put a date in the envelope, they're not going to catch you. And so who the hell knows? We could be waiting for a week and a half if it comes down to deciding exactly what happens in Nevada to figure out what's going on. I mean, it's the chances of knowing tonight aren't that great. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, they're not. And I think everything that I'm looking at right now tells me that this is going to be another contested election.
Well, you've heard, I don't know how much you respect Ben Shapiro, but he does have a theory that I think is worth looking into. So I don't know if you're aware of this, but the census has all but admitted that they screwed up. And we all know that your electoral college allotment comes from the census, the percentage of the population you have in each state. They basically screwed up and gave New York and Delaware 1 extra electoral college and took 2 away from Florida. So if this ends with Kamala Harris getting 270 and Trump getting 268, Florida is going to go to the Supreme Court. They were unable to go to the Supreme Court to change their electoral college votes because they don't have standing basically until they're aggrieved. But once the election goes 268 to 270, they'll say, well, we were aggrieved, which means in that scenario, the Supreme Court will literally decide. And both sides have a good argument. The Democrats' argument is going to be like, look, it doesn't matter if they messed up. You walk into the election basically under the agreement, we're playing by these rules. And Republicans are going to say, yeah, but we couldn't sue for your mistake until the election was over. And my God, help us all if that's what ends up happening, because this country is going to be on fire.
Well, I got from Brandon, PA here. Almost everyone I know is pro-Trump here. I know that the rural counties everywhere are overperforming tonight in basically every state, including even states which are going to go for Kamala that are in the bag for Kamala. There is more hit back. It is actually possible that this could be the first time in a long time that the Democrats, even if they win the Electoral College, do not get the popular vote.
Yeah, I mean, and we'll see how that plays. It's going to be interesting. So just to give you an idea, I understand. Look, I'm with you. My gut still says Trump's not going to win. They're not going to let him, right? Yeah. But for the decision desk, they're predictive. They're suggesting at this point tonight that Trump has a 64% chance of winning.
Do you remember the New York Times needles, the election needles?
Yes.
Okay, I watched those election needles happen in 2020, and I watched as they put the predictor at 90% Trump with the needle over. And they went ahead and they sent everybody home, and by the next day, right, it was no longer the Trump election. The whole world was red. I remember he came out and he was like, everything's red. I'm winning everything. Suddenly they shut the whole fucking election down. By the next day, right? By the next day, suddenly we're counting nothing but Democrat ballots. So the thing is like, I think, man, if tonight we don't get a call tonight, and if it looks like Trump is way ahead, right? I think that overnight, suddenly by tomorrow morning, we're gonna have a repeat, Rob. The stage looks very set.
That's certainly true. First off, I remember it the exact opposite of you. To be honest, I remember that election needle around 10 o'clock suggesting quite heavily that Democrats win. Maybe I'm wrong, because I remember, though, being on a panel and I was trying to explain to people, like, when you look at that and knowing what I knew, that they weren't counting the early votings until late, that Trump had to be up probably 700,000 to 800,000 to have a chance, and he was only up about 500,000 going into bed. And I said, that's it, Trump's lost. And maybe I'm wrong. I thought that needle was suggesting that Trump had like a 60 to 70% chance of losing, and it ended up being correct.
Not the New York, or not not those needles. At least not when I was.
Maybe okay, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is we got 210. Looks like we got 210 and 105 right now. Let's see what Fox News is saying here, Rob. You know what they're very cautious on their decision desk making, right? They're not gonna. they're not going to gamble nearly as hard as other places, even because they want to have a mathematical certainty, right? That way they don't call anything wrong.
Well, they didn't do that last time, but yes, they are slower. It's ironic. They were the first to call Arizona last time, and then it ended up being decided by like 12,000 or whatever. But yeah, they haven't called Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia. Everyone else has called North Carolina and Virginia. Virginia for the Democrats, North Carolina for Republicans. But they are being cautious. That absolutely seems to be the case this time. Pennsylvania, I still think Pennsylvania is a toss-up. We shall see. I mean, in fact, Decision Desk HQ literally has it 50-50 right now. The New York Times has Trump's chance of winning Pennsylvania. It just says toss-up. But they do have a 69% chance of a Trump victory at this point. And again, I think the way they're coming up with that number is they're deciding it's literally going to come down to Kamala Harris is going to have to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and they're basically all three a coin flip. And so they're saying that basically you have a 70% chance of winning if you only need to win one of those three. But again,
well, I have Rob, I have another stream to get to. I got to take a leak real quick.
Yep.
Can you hold mine down for just a minute?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Right,
and then I'll bounce out after you get back. But yeah. But anyways, it's nice talking to the Crucible audience. I would suggest this, right? First off, I would be remiss if I didn't say, if you are a Christian, you know that the ultimate answer to everything is through the Lord, and that your afterlife will be taken care of. Now, why do I say this? Don't lose your head. Don't do something that jeopardizes yourself, your family, your ability to be a provider. Don't take the bait with all these damn Fed posts that if Trump loses or if it looks shady, that you're going to go say something or do something terrible. You shouldn't do that. We're men. We understand life goes on. We have loved ones. Having a family is more important than all of this. That's the most important thing. That's number one. Number two, it's certainly still anyone's race. So don't get overconfident or too depressed right now. We'll have to see what happens. I'm hopeful. I'm still optimistic that according to the numbers, things don't look bad for Trump right now, and you would rather be in Trump's position. However, my gut still tells me they're not going to let Trump win this. I predicted Trump would narrowly lose before the election, before today. I'm still predicting that today. So for me, what you want to be looking at if you're trying to follow this is the next state you want to look at is Georgia. You want to see where Georgia's going. Right now, we have 78% in. Trump is winning 52.5% to 46.9%. According to Decision Desk, if we look at that specifically in Georgia, they are predicting that it is a 65% chance that Trump wins Georgia. So that's gone down quite considerably since 9 o'clock when it was 83%. That's huge. If Trump loses Georgia, his path becomes far more difficult. So still definitely leaning towards Trump in Georgia, but it's definitely tightening. Right now, in fact, they're predicting that it'll end up with the popular vote share. Trump will have 50%. And Kamala Harris will have 49.2%. So we'll see how that ends up. But yeah, that's going to be where you're going to want to be looking at. So the ones you want to look at right now is you want to look at Georgia. And then after that, once we see what goes on there, you want to look at Pennsylvania. If he wins Georgia and Pennsylvania, that's it. Game over, Trump wins. If he loses either of those, it becomes much tighter. Now you're talking about, if he loses both of those, now he has to win basically Wisconsin and Michigan, which is going to be difficult. But
gotcha.
But that's Rob, that's what I got for now. So
Rob, I do gotta roll.
No
I gotta head back over to whatever we were doing a live stream over there. Thank you so much for popping on. Can you really quickly though, before you go, I'm not gonna let you get out of here without shouting at your channel to 6,000 live viewers. Tell them all where they can find you.
Yeah, thanks. Normal America with Rob Noor on YouTube, or just Rob Noor spelled Noerr on X, Twitch, Rumble, and all of those platforms. Always great to be working with the Crucible and Andrew Wilson, my favorite person to work with online, whether it be yelling at or yelling with other people or yelling with him to other people. So it's always fun.
Half the fun.
Yep.
Have a great one, Rob.
You too,
take
man.
it.
Take it easy. All right, good stuff. All right. It's close, right? What are y'all feeling in the audience? Poly market's at 78%. Okay. Crucible Crew, thanks, man. Yeah, give me a like. All right, let's see what we're looking at. So I want to check X and the people, what they're suggesting here. The New York Times right now, as of 7 minutes ago, is predicting Trump will win every battleground state that's still out there. So in order, they're predicting a 0.2% Trump victory in Wisconsin, a 0.6% chance. Oh, let's put it this way. They're predicting it's even in Wisconsin, slightly favoring Trump. 53% chance Trump wins Michigan. 55% chance Trump wins PA. 54% chance Trump wins Nevada. 79% chance Trump wins Georgia. North Carolina has been called, but they had Trump at 8%, 80%, and Arizona a 69% chance. So thanks, man. Thanks for the subs. I need like 1,500 more, and I'll get to 10,000. So we're trying to get there. 10,000 subs would be a big achievement for me. So let's see what else we got going on here. Let's see. Does anyone mind if I go get a drink real quick? I hope not. So we're gonna try that. New York Times still has a 69% chance of a Trump victory overall. So I'll be right back. Let me get a drink. Water. All the numbers right now good for Donald Trump. Now, what that means is, if Trump does lose, there's definitely going to be some anger and fury. Let's select a state. So let's see what the New York Times says about Pennsylvania. I'll show you all this. Here you see. They're anticipating Trump will win Pennsylvania by 1.1. And they're putting it as a toss-up, but still saying that Trump is the likely favorite, with only 36% of the votes in Pennsylvania. Again, that would be huge. If he wins Georgia and Pennsylvania, it's all but over. Cartwright's winning, which is a bummer. We're hoping Bresnahan could pull this one out. But back to the presidential race in the live forecast. You can see they're predicting that Harris will win the popular vote by 0.3. But you can see the electoral college estimate. They're putting it 286. They're leaning Trump with a 69% chance to win. So we'd like that to get to the likely scenario there. All right, what are we looking at here in the chat? Sorry if I missed any super chats. Let me try to pick those up right now. Always rude not to read them. I hope people understand when you're doing interviews and things like that. I really do apologize if I miss super chats. I will try to get them back. Let's read those out. Super chats. My goodness. Zach Marquise for $3.49, I think I already said, but W. Rob, big day today. Absolutely. Aromatic Discourse says, somebody put I voted stickers on the gravestones. Local Democrats weren't pleased, of course. Kaemi Pelecki for $10 says, Rob, watch Destiny stream every so often. The cope right now is hilarious, and if Trump wins, the meltdown will be epic. I'm sure it will. And there's a lawyer also. I'm sure there is. Alex Demand Games for $5 says, hey, Rob, just want to say thank you for all your hard work this election cycle. I was close to voting for Harris in Texas, but you convinced me. Thank you, man. That means a lot. I did try to work real hard, and no matter what happens, there's sort of a sense of like, hey, at least I tried. If I have to do more next time, then I will. Janice for $10 says, Rob, do you think the tribal nation should have an electoral college representation? No. They should be able to vote within their own state or go the way of other U.S. territories. All right, let's see what else we got here. So we'll check X. I think there's a lot of good stuff happening on X. Scott Pressler 5 minutes ago says, I can report that Trump has increased his share of the vote in Lackawanna County, Scranton from 2020. Kamala is struggling to reach Biden's number in this Democratic county. Awesome. Ann Seltzer, you'll remember, was the pollster that said that Kamala was winning Iowa by 5. So let's see what Decision Desk has to say about that. They put Trump's chance of winning at 98.5%, saying that he'll probably win by 13%. That should end her career. Remember, that was the big news cycle. She was winning Iowa. She was winning Iowa. That should end her career. Seltzer's career. Devastating. Absolutely devastating. Let's check Georgia. See if there's been any change. Georgia, we have 79% reporting. Trump still holds a 52.5 to a 46.8% lead. Decision Desk is putting Trump at 68.6% chance of winning that. Veda for the super chat, $2. Rob, your YouTube channel shows you at 9.94 subs. Wow, I must have got a lot. Thank you. I'm close then, man. What is that? 60 subs away? Woo! Man, if we can get to 10,000 subs on my YouTube channel on election night and get a Trump victory, my goodness. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Absolutely amazing, right? The New York Times has Trump's chance of winning increasing. They now have him at a 71% chance of victory, which, you know, who's not going to take a basically 3 out of 4 chance? I think those numbers, again, are reasons to be hopeful if you're a Trump supporter. Let's see if we can get to specific states. Georgia, they're putting at an 81% chance of Trump winning, is what the New York Times is suggesting. Nate Cohn says, with 75% of the vote counted in Georgia, Trump's the clear favorite. A lot of votes remain to be counted in the Atlanta area, where Harris has shown some strength. She needed to outperform our expectations there, close the gap. So that's good news. Let's see Pennsylvania. Maybe. A little confusing how they do this. Pennsylvania. They still have a toss-up. So we have 40% of the vote in. Trump's narrowing the gap. He's got 48.9%. I guess I could be showing you all this. And Kamala has 50.2%. Nate Cohn 30 minutes ago, it says, it may well come down to Pennsylvania. Harris does have an early lead, but heavily Democratic absentee mail ballots represent most of the votes that have been counted. The race will tighten with more Republican Election Day votes start coming in. They are predicting that it's a toss-up, but that they have Trump at 1.2. And you can see the chance of winning over time is now 57% chance of Trump winning Pennsylvania. I can't stress this enough. Trump wins Georgia. Is that true? If that's true, oh my goodness. Who called Georgia? Aftershock, who did you see called Georgia? I don't see that anywhere. So if you have a link or you can tell me who to look for. Aftershock, you bullshitting us? Trump called Georgia. Where? Decision Desk? Okay, let's go over there. So we're at Decision Desk. Not called. Election time. Okay. Well, it's still not the people I'm looking at, in fairness, but Okay, we'll see what happens. I think it's very likely Trump will win Georgia. If it's not been called yet. Pete Hamby says, man, these exit polls are either wrong or they're just terrible for Kamala. Trump winning first-time voters. He's winning late deciders. He's winning suburban women. He's winning the youth vote in Michigan. He's winning Latino men outright. He's winning a third of the people who want abortion to be legal. Kamala's only winning college whites by 10. Biden won them by 15. We'll see how it all squares out. Aftershock says they're credible. Listen, I trust Aftershock. I'm not putting 100% certainty on Georgia being called there, but Aftershock's not going to bullshit us just for hopium. In fact, Aftershock's probably as pessimistic as I am, so I think that it's likely that there will be a call for Georgia soon in these other places as well. Trump is called to win Pennsylvania by 1.6 points now in the New York Times. Let's see if we can find that. We now have a 72% chance of Trump victory. The Kamala Harris popular vote estimate's only 0.1 victory now. Let's hope we can change that as well, though obviously the Electoral College is what we're most concerned with. 58% chance of Trump winning. Is that what we were told here? Yeah. Let's check PA. 1.5. See over time, Trump's estimate's been increasing. You can see over time from 8:30 p.m. started to split, and you can see that it's gone 58-42. Again, we're just waiting for Georgia to be called. It looks incredibly likely. If Georgia's called, so let's do a little, again, let's do a little playing around here with the map. So as you can see here, this is what's still outstanding once you give California, Washington, and Oregon, and Colorado, and New Mexico to Kamala. So you need to get to 270. If Georgia's called, now you can see that Republicans are at 251. That means that Pennsylvania with its 19 electoral college votes, that's it. Pennsylvania and Georgia, that's it. He doesn't have to win. Oh, sorry. I also had Michigan clicked for her, which it's not for her yet. So that would mean that Trump would have already won, and without having to decide Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, or Michigan. Let's see if Decision Desk is called Georgia yet, or New York Times. Still no, but that's okay. President. Still have Trump at 72% chance of winning. Let's take a look at Decision Desk, specifically what they're saying about Pennsylvania. So last we saw it was about 50-50. Trump was narrowly losing. Now Decision Desk has Trump taking the lead. 53% chance of winning. They're now anticipating that Trump will get 49.5. Now again, let's go back to this. Oh, not what I wanted to do. Can y'all still see this? Yeah, okay. Let's go back to this. Let's say he loses PA, but he wins Georgia. Now he wins Michigan. All he needs to do is win one of Wisconsin, Arizona, or Nevada at that point. Arizona's looking real good. Again, what it's looking like is that he'll only need to win one of Wisconsin, Michigan, or PA. That's what it's looking like. So let's take a look at Michigan. We'll check both the New York Times and Decision Desk. Trump currently losing in Michigan. 17% reporting. 51.4 for Kamala. 46.8 for Trump. They still have Trump down 42.8%. Now, they were also behind the New York Times when it came to the prediction on Pennsylvania. So let's see what they say about Michigan. They like Trump's chances in Michigan. They got Trump winning by 1.2%. If you look here, they have a 59% chance. Smith says, Rob Noor, I thought you said Dems wouldn't let Trump win, and then extolling all these numbers in Trump's favor. That is what I said. And they probably still won't let him win. And if he does win, they'll probably still seek to keep him out of office through lawfare. Yeah, Aftershock, we'll bring you on here in a minute. I promise. Give me like 15 minutes. So, there, you see Trump's now up to 60%. And then the last state we'll check for now is... Hey, buddy, my stink bug friend's back. Let's check Wisconsin. Wisconsin, I'm shocked that they have... I thought that seemed to suggest Wisconsin was a better chance of Trump winning than Michigan and Pennsylvania. Here we have Trump slightly ahead now with 37% in. But they're predicting 55% chance of Trump winning. So let's do this. We'll go back to X, see what we can find there. Scott Pretzler says, looking for 40% of Allegheny County and 20 to 25% of Philly. So let's take Scott's word for it. He's a smart dude. He knows what he's talking about. So let's go to Pennsylvania here. He says we need 20% of Philadelphia County. Currently, that's where we're at. Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is, he says we're looking at needing 40%. We're not there. 37%. So right on task in Philly. Allegheny, we're slightly behind. We'll see what happens. Decision Desk has Trump at 69% chance to win. Now, the New York Times is putting Trump at a 75% chance to win. By the way, I will say that I actually disagree with Andrew Wilson on the New York Times needle. I thought it was remarkably accurate in 2020, early in the night, where it was predicting that Trump was actually going to lose. So maybe I'm misremembering, or maybe it was Andrew. Let's check Virginia. It's been called by some places, but here we see it's... Let's check it. Yeah, I think what people are failing to understand, like the New York Times doesn't even have it close. They have 90%. And I think what people are failing to understand, you can see they're predicting that she's going to win by 4.5%. They're very confident, and that's because look where the votes are still coming in. Harris is up 35 points in Fairfax County. They still have 26% of the votes to come in. Compare that to Virginia Beach, where Trump's up 6% and they're 34% chance to come in. So you have 149,000 estimated remaining votes in Fairfax, where she's currently winning by 35%. So I don't think Virginia's tenable. I really don't. Just my opinion. But a good effort and closer than I think many people expected. Now the New York Times actually has Trump winning the popular vote, which is remarkable. They now have a 77% chance of victory, and that number keeps going up. Even Decision Desk is now increasing to Trump almost at 70% chance to win. So those numbers are looking good. Let's see what's happening on X. So just for the record, if you could see the New York Times, how things have moved for them, I think to get an idea of what they're predicting, you could see here, oh, come on. We started off close to 50-50. And then as the night's gone on, you can see even from 9 o'clock, they had it about a 60-40. And now that we're entering 10 o'clock, they've moved it to 77-23. So, I mean, again, you have to be happy with all those numbers if you're Trump's team, but it means nothing right now. Still could be a potential loss. You would be happier with these numbers if you're Trump's team, but that's where we're at so far. Still no call in Georgia from the places that I'm looking. Let's check Georgia and see if there's been any change in the predictions. So Decision Desk has it at 67%. That's 2 out of 3 chance that Trump wins Georgia. They're predicting, again, 50% to 49.2. New York Times, Georgia. They're suggesting that Trump has a 91% chance of winning Georgia. It's interesting, the disparity between that. Basically 69% or 67% to 91%. Let's check to see what the New York Times is saying about the Senate. We'll check that out, what they're predicting. So to take the Senate, looks like in Ohio, Moreno's looking very good to win. Republicans only need to win 4. They've already won 1. So if they pick up 3, of these ones here, these POW, they're going to be in good shape. Oh, people are blowing me up. Let me see who's... Oh, super chat. Number 12U says, Rob, you're the freaking man for $5. Just straight coverage and awesome takes. Thanks again. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Look, I'm all for rah-rahs celebrating and stuff like that, but I plan to stay here at least until I'm too tired to continue throughout the night, giving as sober-minded as takes as I can, just giving my honest opinion, trying to look at as much data as possible. There's times for celebration and things like that later. I totally get that a lot of people want to go see in real time the reaction of people that either think they're winning or losing. But yeah, I mean, so far the Ansels are, again, this woman, this was the biggest news story with polling. She was put out this shock poll that said Iowa, that no one thought was remotely close, was going to go to Harris, not by 1 point, but by 5 points. And it became the talk of this hopium to try to encourage Democrats to get out there and vote. And it's looking to be the worst. Like, it's looking like that's going to be like 16 to 17 points off. Is Pennsylvania close to being called yet? No. Pennsylvania currently has, we'll see what the New York Times is saying about Pennsylvania. 51% of the votes in. Nate Cohen says, it's still very early in Pennsylvania, but in the first few counties where voting is complete, along with hundreds of completed precincts across the state, Trump is running ever so slightly better than he needs to win. Again, he lost by 1.2% in 2020. They have him predicted to win by 1.9% is the most likely. But that margin of error is 1.4 to Harris to 1.7 or to Trump. And they currently have him as a 60% favorite. That's gone down slightly from the high. So we'll see. All right, we'll get to that in a second. Oops. They're predicting, according to CBS, that we're not going to know the results tonight. Let's hear what they say in Pennsylvania. So let's hear what this lady has to say. And this is, of course, the fear that people have.
In Pennsylvania, what are we learning about what may be happening in the Keystone State?
Yeah, we're just back from a reporting trip there. Look, this is the holy grail. Margaret said it at the top of the show with its 19 electoral college votes. And I think, Nora, to understand the significance of Pennsylvania, all you got to do is look back to the final day of campaigning. Both candidates there, Donald Trump telling everybody, if we win Pennsylvania, we'll win this whole ball of wax. Kamala Harris ending her final rally on the steps of the famous Rocky Steps there. But look, Al Schmidt, the Secretary of State, told me we are probably not going to know the results from Pennsylvania tonight. Delay does not mean anything nefarious is happening.
Sure. Breaking, Trump projected to win Utah and Nevada. Is that true? Let's see. Let's see what... I mean, I guess he's projected to win, but... All right. Scott won in Florida? Awesome. Ted Cruz did dominate. I know. It's looking very good, any laws. The numbers look excellent. The numbers look like we're winning in all the areas that we need to be winning. And that but all three, the Senate, the House is going to be tight. The Senate looks remarkably good shot for Republicans to win. And Trump's doing very well in the areas that he needs to be. So let's read some more from X. See if I can. Oh, thank you so much for 5 gifted subs, Any Laws. Appreciate it. Now, again, what I want to stress that's different from last time to this time is you had places like the New York Times, etc., that were saying, look, Trump's going to lose at this point in the night. They were saying that. They're saying Trump's going to lose. There's going to be these votes that were early votes that are still out there, and he's going to lose. They're not saying it this time. That doesn't mean that they're not going to change their mind 5 minutes from now. But I'm just telling you, that's what's different from last time. Just so everyone understands that. Bitcoin's reaching all-time highs as we see the election night go on. Go figure. Let's see. My boy Mark Halperin saying. He says, Mark Halperin says, Trump's campaign's boiler room, a team of deeply knowledgeable election experts who have access to the raw voter data, believes they will win Georgia, North Carolina, and Wisconsin. If that's the case, Trump wins. So they've won North Carolina, at least that's being called. Georgia, not called yet. But if they win Wisconsin on top of that, that would be pretty much it. Let's see what Decision Desk is putting Wisconsin at right now. It's got it as a 50-50 toss-up, slightly in Trump's favor, 50.5 to 49.5. New York Times with Wisconsin. They're saying Trump's got a 57% chance. Let's check Georgia real quick. Still no call there. We have, at this point, in Georgia, we have 85% of the votes in. The New York Times is giving Trump a 93% chance of winning. He's going to win by 2.6, they're predicting. I mean, that's close to all she wrote, if that's remotely accurate. Let me check something real quick. No post from Pisco for the last 4 hours, which is not surprising. He's probably streaming. Let's see if Destiny's putting any posts out. An hour ago, he said it's over. I'm calling it. Harris wins. Okay. Let's see about our boy Hutch. How's he doing? Hutch says about his map, womp womp. And he tweets 3 hours ago, fuck. Doesn't sound very confident. Let's see, pondering. Josiah, how's he doing? He's live. Hasn't had any tweets, so. Now look, I can't be more clear on this. It's still early. We still haven't had Georgia called. Once it's called, then we're waiting for Pennsylvania and some of these other places. But so far, it looks very good. Again, let's go back. New York Times prediction. See what they're suggesting overall. They're suggesting an 80% chance at this point of a Trump victory. Nate Cohen from 11 minutes ago says, the race for the national popular vote is a true toss-up. Trump has run well all over the country. If that trend continues in California and New York, where the vote counts so early, there's a distinct chance he could win. They're giving him an 81% chance to win, the New York Times at this point. Decision Desk, just to get another look at it, see what they're suggesting. They are giving Trump a 69% chance of winning. So I'm going to be right back. What I'm going to do is I'll leave this up for you, the New York Times window, the needle, see if there's any movement. I have to get some Tylenol. I have a brutal headache. I don't know what's going on. But let me go get a little bit of Tylenol, and I'll be right back. I'll stay with you guys here. Gotta open a window here. Sorry about that, guys. Gosh, it's getting hot in here. I'm getting a headache. God smiled on us here in rural Pennsylvania. Had an unseasonably mild day today. Decision desk called it for Trump, Georgia. Oh my goodness. Wow. That's huge. That is absolutely huge. Sorry, I was talking to the wife down there a little. It might get called for Trump tonight. I mean, so now let's go to the 270 to win. So now we know Georgia's called. That's it. Trump's 19 points away. If he wins PA, it's over. If he wins any combination of Nevada and any other state, it's over. All he has to do is win. If not PA, he only has to win any two other states between Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada. We're trying to do our job. We really are. So let's see. Has the New York Times called it? They have not called Georgia yet. But it's so 91% they're going to. The live forecast currently has an 82% chance of a Trump victory. By the way, my wife said she tuned in to Destiny's stream for a minute, and it is not going so hot over there. I'm sure the same is true of NBC, etc. It's looking pretty good for the Trumpster unless we have something crazy occur. So let's again go through the states that are left out there. First, Pennsylvania. At this point, if Trump wins Pennsylvania, it's game over. Decision desk, New York Times Needle. First, we'll do decision desk. So they have Trump up 54% in. Trump's up 50.8 to 48.3. So, decision desk has a 51.9% chance of Trump winning. It's gone down slightly. It was up as high as 56, so it's gone down slightly. New York Times, they're looking at 56%. They're predicting a 1.9 Trump margin of victory. They have Trump at 62% chance of winning. Yeah, anything could happen. Again, all of a sudden, if Kamala pulls out Pennsylvania, let's look at the map real quick. Kamala pulls out Pennsylvania. Now look at where you're at. 245. Trump wins Michigan, say. Still not enough. He would need to win 2 of the 4 states. It's basically a 50-50 at that point then. So we're not going to get overly excited. So again, it depends on who you favor. Decision desk has Pennsylvania toss-up. New York Times, more favorable. It's basically got a 62% chance. So that'll be our next focus. We'll be focusing on Pennsylvania. Now, I would leave it up while I'm scrolling through X, but I am worried that you'll get some of these. X is the Wild West, man. Sometimes you get some stuff on there that's not safe for work, so you got to be careful when you're streaming. Let's see. Mark Willis from Mar-a-Lago. Mood is optimistic. Closeted Republicans and Trump supporters are coming out of the shadows. The New York Times is now predicting 83% chance of Trump victory. They're predicting Donald Trump will win the popular vote by 0.8, so almost 1% that Trump will win the popular vote by is what they're predicting. See, I'm looking. You see Wick TV, for those that know the channel. Wick famously, Wick was a big Biden supporter. Got to stick with Biden no matter what. Now he's out there going, now that it looks like Kamala's not doing so well. I guess implying he was right that they shouldn't have got rid of Biden. Let's check. So I think the most comfortable state left, if I'm not mistaken, will probably be Arizona. So let's check both of those on the decision desk and the New York Times. Decision desk has 72% chance. Okay. The New York Times is going to have Trump at a 76% chance. So very good odds at this point of winning Arizona. Now let's go over here to our predictor again. Let's click Arizona. If Trump wins Arizona, that means he need only win Wisconsin, Michigan, and PA. Nevada basically comes superfluous. Because if he wins Arizona and Nevada, he still needs to win one Wisconsin, Michigan, PA. So if he wins Arizona, one of those three would be sufficient for him to win. So we'll keep our eye on that. Wow. Here's something that's crazy. So Decision Desk called Virginia. We have 95% of the vote in. And Kamala's up 49.5 to 48. That's close, depending on how much is still out there. Let's see what... I mean, it's still, she's going to win Virginia. But still, closer than I think most people anticipated. Wick TV says, Biden would have won. I see he's already resigned, too. So again, we saw what happened. It looks very good in Arizona. So if he wins Arizona, then he only has to win Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Wisconsin. So I'm hearing that Michigan's looking very good. Let's see how that looks. So Decision Desk has Michigan. They still got Kamala heavily favored, 58% there. But maybe the New York Times has a different opinion? The New York Times, for some reason, is far different here on Michigan. They have Trump almost in the lean section. They have him up 0.23. And so they actually have Trump at a 65% chance to win Michigan. That is the biggest discrepancy I've seen between Decision Desk and the New York Times. Truthfully, the New York Times has seemed to have been more accurate this evening. So, yeah, I saw that. SJG correctly points out in Pennsylvania, Trump is now at 50% with 50% of the voting in, 57%. Trump is at 50.9%, and Kamala's at 48.1%. That's with 59% of the vote in. Again, it's looking very good in Pennsylvania, and I can't stress this enough. That's it. That's game over. Trump wins Pennsylvania at this point. That's 270. He's made it without having to win one other state. Again, let's look at the New York Times estimates here. I hate to keep sort of hammering the same points, but that's the next state we need to look at, because if he wins Pennsylvania, that's it. Decision Desk now has Trump at a 72% chance to win overall. When it comes to Pennsylvania specifically, they're going to have Trump at 51%. So basically a toss-up. They are predicting a slight Trump victory. The New York Times, they got Trump at 63%. I voted for Trump. We're looking pretty good, barring anything crazy occurring. Now, I can't stress enough, anything crazy could occur. And in addition to that, there's going to be lawfare challenges by the left. You were told that it was a threat to democracy when Trump's team did it. Now it'll be sold as saving democracy from a brutish dictator when Democrats issue these challenges. CNN's exit poll had Trump winning Latinos in Michigan 60% to 35%. Overall, the New York Times now in totality is giving Donald Trump an insane, this is incredible, 86% chance of victory. They now have him at 0.8% above in the popular vote. Trump just won Iowa. Iowa's been called. Okay, yeah. It's incredible. It really is. Nothing's over yet, but I mean, think of the crow that the New York Times is going to have to eat if they have at this point in the evening. This isn't 90% chance that Hillary win before the election. This is, they're looking at all the data in real time, and they're giving Donald Trump an 86% chance of victory. 86% chance. So if they end up being incorrect at this point, it's really going to be brutal for them. Seattle police shut down the Antifa election night riot in the area in the former Chaz zone. So there was a riot in the Chaz zone tonight. Go figure. Oh my goodness. Let me grab a drink here. A different drink. Why not? Celebrate with a diet green tea here. So far looking good. Again, I'm not saying that you can't watch out for late night drops. Absolutely reasonable. You should. We'll see what happens, of course. But I can't stress enough the difference at this point. In 2020, places like the New York Times were overwhelmingly suggesting Joe Biden was going to win. The New York Times, that number has just increased to an 88% chance of a Trump victory. 88%. That's incredible. Not popping champagne yet, just popping some green tea. We'll save the champagne. Nothing's over till it's over. Let's see the people I'm listening to. Trump received more votes in Butler County than 2020. That's where he took a bullet. A county near me. Fox News is claiming that Kamala's campaign has gone dark and will not talk to them. Let's see what else might find interesting here. I will say one bummer news, if you're fans of the Crucible, is Andrew Wilson's going to owe Destiny $1,000, or I'm sorry, $2,000 if Trump wins. Let's check. Why don't we check the Senate races? So Decision Desk has 97.6% chance that Republicans get at least 51 for the Senate. Looking real good on New York Times as well. Republicans already have 48. So of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 competitive races still left out there, they only need to win 3. And they are predicted to win 3 of those. Plus then you have 4 toss-ups. Dave McCormick right now has is 49.3%. So let's check this. New York Times. Let's see how McCormick's doing compared to Trump in Pennsylvania. So with 60% of the vote in, McCormick's got 49.3, Casey's got 48.2. Trump in Pennsylvania has got 51, and Harris has 48. So Trump outperforming Dave McCormick right now, the Senate candidate. When we look at the House, percent to win the House, this one's going to be close. Decision Desk has it a 50-50 chance. My boy Rob Bresnahan currently losing with 78% of the vote in. It looks like it's going to be difficult for him to make that up, and that's unfortunate. But the Democrats spent about $40 million in that race. I think Bresnahan's going to be a star in the party. I really do. The New York Times, let's see. According to Eric Doherty, who I've been following a lot this election cycle, I think he's been very good. New York Times has Trump up over 2 in all 3 of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That's a bloodbath if that ends up occurring. So let's check those. So in Pennsylvania, Trump's up 2.2. They're giving him a 64% chance. Oh, shoot. I screwed that up. No. Yep. That's Pennsylvania. Wisconsin. and Pennsylvania and Michigan. Wisconsin, Trump 2.1. They give him a 69% chance. That's more in line with what my thinking was, reading the tea leaves. I felt like of those three, Trump had the best chance to win Wisconsin. So I thought in order, Arizona, of the remaining states, Arizona was Trump's top chance. Nevada was the next. I thought he would win pretty convincingly, Arizona, Nevada. That means he only has to win one of three of the Rust Belt states. Wisconsin was the one I thought he was most likely to win, followed by Pennsylvania. So Wisconsin, they have 69%. Pennsylvania, they have 64%. And then Michigan, I thought would be the hardest of those three. They actually have Trump up 2.5 there, and they have him at 68%. So they actually have his chance to win Michigan higher than his chance to win Pennsylvania, which is kind of shocking to me. I thought Michigan would be a tougher sell. Going back to the decision desk. Overall now, you can see this number climbing precipitously. Trump now at the highest point of the evening. Even the decision desk, which has been more moderate than the New York Times, is now putting Trump's chance to win at 77.9%. That's incredible. Let's slide this over here. So, the New York Times right now giving Trump a 87% chance of victory. Let's get a live forecast. And they now have him at the popular vote. He has cracked the 1% mark at the predicted for the popular vote. So if the New York Times forecast is correct, Trump would win not only the Electoral College, but he would also win the popular vote. You can see here the chance of winning the presidency as the day's gone on. It's just we went from about 60-40 at 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock. We were about at, 75-25 to now, before even 11 o'clock, we're at 87%. Unless some trend starts to really go the other way, it's not looking good for Kamala Harris. Even on the decision desk, you could see that is increasing as well. Now, again, of course, there is a possibility that you get the 3 a.m. ballots, but I do want to say something to sort of talk people off a ledge. I can't stress this enough. The groups like the New York Times that are using their prediction needles, etc., at this point in the 2020 election, were heavily predicting Joe Biden would win, even though states like Pennsylvania showed Trump farther ahead. Why? Because they had predicted that there would be ballots that were yet to be counted, particularly mail-in ballots, that would put Biden over the edge, which is what happened. So I'm not saying that can't happen. Again, it certainly can. But it's different this time in that the New York Times and all these other places are already taking into account what they think was all of those ballots, and they're giving Trump basically a 9 out of 10 chance to win. Let's get to more posts on X. All right, we got MSNBC. Would you like to hear a little of them this evening? Let's see how this begins. Again, nothing's over. I don't think MSNBC should be melting down too far right now. It's not looking good for them, but...
Interesting. In Texas, it's the big whale. I don't know what to call it. It's the one Democrats have wanted for a long time, but it still keeps moving each cycle.
It's also a very voter-suppressed state. And the focus of voter suppression coming from that state capital is Harris County, where Houston is. Mm-hmm. And they are relentless in it. And that is also the largest single physical number of black voters in any county other than Cook County in Illinois. That's the largest number of black voters available. Mm-hmm. And they are deeply suppressed in terms of their ability and access to the ballot. So Democrats would have to do a lot of work there in terms of voter suppression and also voter motivation as well.
Okay. Josiah finally tweets out At least we got 4 years with this legend, Merrick Garland. Pisco says, election looking very disappointing so far. Regardless who wins, Trumpism is here seemingly to stay. I'm sad for my country, but determined to defend the Constitution against this menace with all I have. Much love to everyone and stay cool. I'll wait before I comment anything to them. How's Carrie Lake's election looking? Good question. I will predict she will lose. She's not doing so well. She's 7 points down right now. So that's where Carrie Lake's at right now. Let's take a look at that. 7 points down, roughly. Now, let's look right now in Arizona, where Trump's at. Trump's up 0.2. So Carrie Lake's trailing Trump about 7.2%. That's not good. That's not good at all for her. No change. 87% chance according to the New York Times. Poly market, 90%. Okay, yeah. Let's read some more tweets from people that I'm focused on. Rachel Wilson says, if Trump pulls this off with a huge victory and defeats a second female candidate, I'll have no choice but to love him forever no matter what he does from here on out. It's funny. Clay Travis says, Nazi candidate Donald Trump has won 43% of the Jewish vote in New York. Massive shift of the Florida-Puerto Rican vote towards Trump. While Harris won the demographic 52 to 43 per exits, Biden won the same group 69 to 31 in 2020. So it went from Dem 38 to Dem 9. Really? Tony Hinchcliffe's joke didn't do it for him? Trump's winning 27% of the vote in the Bronx versus 16% in 2020. Clearly, he's not going to win in New York. But all of that speaks to this. Riots are starting. I haven't seen that yet. I will promise I'll focus on that sort of stuff later. Obviously right now, nothing is settled. We're watching this Pennsylvania race. I don't know if Pennsylvania will be called tonight. I really don't. But if at this point, if Trump wins Pennsylvania, he's going to win. What don't they have called yet here? If he wins Pennsylvania, that's going to be it. So we're keeping our eyes heavily on it. So let's look at Pennsylvania specifically again and see if any changes there. So they now have, it's actually increasing. Trump is now expected to win Pennsylvania by 2.2 points. That is a larger margin of victory than Joe Biden won it by. That's substantial. That's very substantial. They now have him at a 65% chance of winning. Let's look at how that needle's moved. So you can see, just from 10 o'clock where he had under a 60% chance, it's now moved up to 65. And the important thing to remember is these predictions have a better chance of being accurate as time goes on in the night because you're seeing more and more votes. So to explain how this would work, let's say that you have Philadelphia County, and let's say that you know how many ballots total there are. So you know 70% of the vote is in. So you know there's 30% left out there. What they're doing is they're looking and saying, well, what's the margin of victory right now in the ballots that we've already seen? Oh, they're going 75% for Kamala Harris versus 25% for Donald Trump. And so what they'll do is they'll estimate with some level of variance. We assume that we know that there are still 100,000 ballots to be counted. We assume 75% or roughly there will continue that trend to go for Kamala Harris because it's from the same precinct. 25% will go from Donald Trump. Now, once we add that number in, what's the chances if we do that at every county of who's going to win? And so obviously there's some variance. So for example, my area, Washington Township in Clarion County, let's say they start counting from ballot 1, the first person that goes in there today, and there was 1,000 people. 1 through 500, Trump's winning 80%. There's a solid chance that the next 500 are going to be damn close to that same 80% because it's the same area, the same people. Now there's a chance not. There's a chance that maybe it's only 75% for Trump. But you have an idea, and that's how you're able to have these sort of predictions. So that's why a prediction before Election Day is less reliable than the predictions during Election Day. Because what happens is before Election Day, you really have no clue. It could just be a total shock. But once you see sort of what's going on, and you have 70% of the vote in, the predictions could get more precise. And so the fact that, again, we'll look at the remaining states. We could look at them all if you like. So we start with Arizona. Trump expected to win by 4.4. That gives Trump a 78% chance of winning. Then we go to Nevada. They don't really have any data for Nevada yet. Nevada's looking pretty solid based on early. Then we have Wisconsin. Trump predicted to win by 2.1 there. That's a 67% chance of a Trump victory. Pennsylvania, Trump predicted to win by 2.2. That's a 67% chance. And Michigan, we're at a 66% chance, and Trump predicted to win by 2.5. New York Times still sitting on 87% chance of a Trump victory, still sitting on 1% victory on the popular vote. Nate Cohen from 14 minutes ago says, for the first time tonight, we consider Trump likely to win the presidency. He has an advantage in each of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. To win, Harris would need to sweep all three. There's still a lot of vote left, but in the voting so far, Trump is narrowly but discernibly ahead. Here you can see they currently have the most likely tipping point state that would put Trump over the edge is Pennsylvania. You can see in all of these states remaining, Trump's markedly ahead. And so that tipping point state of Pennsylvania, they have it 68% right now. Sala, thanks so much for the super chat. Keep up the good work from a fellow Yinzer. Yeah, we're trying our best here in PA. I tried. I really did. I didn't do what Scott Pressler did, but I tried. By the way, if Trump wins Pennsylvania, and in general around the country, Scott Pressler deserves a huge call out. He's been absolutely tremendous. It's really amazing. So the tip poll, which was the tracking poll that's been one of the more accurate ones, the person who runs it predicts Trump will win all 7 swing states. He's recognized as the nation's most accurate pollster. He texted Pollsbury and says, it's as clean as a sweep, led by Latino and African-American men, a crushing defeat for Obama and the media. Let's hear Ben Shapiro. You want to hear Ben Shapiro laughing a little? Let's do it.
Apparently, Fox is saying that the Harris campaign is no longer responding to requests for comment.
Oh man, let's go, baby!
So that is
you're drinking already. Pass me that bottle.
Yeah,
I'll just.
So, see, even the Daily Wire, those sticks in the mud are partying. Yeah, my wife's not a fan of Scott Pressler's clothing decisions. Raw Alert says... Oh, here we go. Thank you, Robert Whaley. Always a great fan of mine. Thank you. He sends me this clip. This is from CNN.
Yeah, Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for, more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. Now it may be the best, not only at all, because Georgia is also something that is developing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I still hear from Harris aides that
they still think that's at 10:52 Eastern, and they're still talking about Georgia? I mean, Georgia's been called by Decision Desk, and now they actually have Michigan as the most likely tipping point state. Interesting. Georgia. I mean, even the New York Times has it at over. It's not a win yet. It ain't over till it's over. I refuse. I absolutely refuse. As someone who's been so pessimistic on the corruption in this country, I absolutely refuse to celebrate or claim some sort of victory until it's over. So, you won't see it from me. No victory laps from me. AP hasn't called North Carolina or Georgia yet. So let me say a moment. I know my boy Aftershock's in here, so he might not like to hear about this, but let me talk about John Burke for a minute, who I streamed with. Interesting, John, who for principled reasons wouldn't vote for Donald Trump, okay? But he's still cheering for Trump to win, which is interesting. But I do mean this from the bottom of my heart. I do not despise people that vote in a way that I disagree with. And I really tried, and you could even ask Aftershock this, and people that have been fans of my show for some time could see, I was trying my best to play the strategic game, to do everything that I could going into this election to make as many allies as possible. That's why you saw me so animated on Jake Rattlesnake's show last night, arguing with Andrew Wilson, who a day before the election is giving a bunch of clips like, well, there's certain groups that we don't want in our big tent. That's a huge mistake the day before the election. I'm trying to play a strategy game to say we'll take every vote we could get, every single one. Obviously, I'm just one person. I'm not moving the needle that much. But that's the strategy that you need to employ to try to win an election. So I'm glad that he was cheering for a Trump victory, even if he didn't personally vote for Trump. And Decision Desk has predicted that Bernie Moreno wins the U.S. Senate election in Ohio, which is huge. That's huge. That means the Decision Desk is already saying the Republicans have 50 seats in the Senate. That means they need to pick up one in the remaining 11 seats. And you can see here, if you look, the New York Times has a better metric to look at this. Reno in Ohio is right here. So if you give that one, these three right now you have in Montana, granted only 6% in. She's winning by 14. Texas, Ted Cruz is all but guaranteed to win. In fact, some places have called it for him. I guess they haven't called. I guess decision desk. That means all they would have to win is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of these 5. You see McCormick currently up in Pennsylvania. That's enormous. We want as many of those seats as possible. How is the House looking? The House races. Of course, the race I told you to look for is this one right here, District 8. Narrowing the gap with 84 in, Rob Bresnahan, 51% to 49%. Really narrowing that gap. I really hope Rob wins. And I was told by Glenn Thompson, who is the Republican senior in the House of Representatives in PA when he did my show the other day, that this was the race to look at. This was our best chance to pick up in Pennsylvania. And Glenn Thompson said if we win this race, this PA District 8, that would all but ensure that Republicans were likely to have the majority in the House. So you can see still a lot of work to do. So many of these California seats obviously going to go. These are where you're looking, the narrow ones and these competitive districts. So far, nothing's been called in the very competitive districts. You see here that we have Arizona 6 with 47 in. You see the Democrat considerably ahead. But it's something to look for. Obviously, we're focused mostly on the presidential race, but having the House and the Senate would be incredibly important. We now have an 89% chance of a Trump victory. That's increased slightly from 88. And you see that the popular vote estimate is also increased. Again, what's important to note about this is as more votes are coming in, Kamala's going to start to need to trend that the other way if she's going to win. And if more comes in and the proposed increase or the proposed win margin is increasing, they called Georgia for Trump. Yeah, a lot of places had already called it, but yeah. So it's not looking good for Kamala and the Democrats. If we look at the House chance in the decision desk, they actually are putting the Republican shot to win. This is the worst news I've seen tonight. They're actually predicting 57% chance that Democrats take the House. That's devastating. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. They're predicting 219 to 216. You need 218 for control, so that puts them 2 over. Decision desk, when it comes to the presidency, they've been less than the New York Times, but they even give Trump an 81% chance of victory. So we'll see. Decision desk has been slightly favoring. I mean, you can see they're not favoring Kamala, but they've been more generous to Kamala tonight and Democrats than the New York Times. So we'll see how it plays out. Let's again go through these states. So Pennsylvania, remember, at this point, because Idaho, they've already called Idaho for Trump, so that's it. You got 246. What am I missing here? Oops, wrong. I'm missing something. What have they not called? Oh, they haven't called Maine. Interestingly enough. the one vote there. That's interesting. Am I missing something else? Because as you can see, we got 251 here. What am I missing here that we only got 246? We're missing 5. Oh, Alaska and that Maine. Is that it? Yeah, that is it. Alaska and Maine. But if Trump wins Pennsylvania, that's pretty much all they wrote. So let's look at Pennsylvania here. Alaska beating me up there. I wondered what I was missing. You can see now even Decision Desk, who all night had it almost a 50-50 toss-up with a slight edge to Kamala Harris. As the night's gone on, you can see it went up, then down a little here, and now, just in the past 15 minutes, they're now giving Trump a 58% chance. That same state, if you look at the numbers from the New York Times, they're suggesting 74% of the votes in. Trump with a remarkable almost 4% lead. They're predicting Trump wins by 2.3 and that he has a 67% chance. Now, let me explain something real quick. There were also states, just to be clear, I know people are saying, how the hell could they call California a 0%? There were Republican states where they did the same. For example, Idaho has been called, and it has 0% reporting, as I'll show you here. Idaho called 0%. And that's because they look at things like, no, the 67% chance win is Pennsylvania specifically. There's an 89% chance that the New York Times is giving Trump to win in totality. Right? But what happens is the way they're able to, sometimes it's erroneous, but the way they're able to call these states with 0% reporting is they have early voting data, they have a history of how that state's gone, and they have polling, including exit polling. And so, for example, if you have a state that you're predicting to be reliably Republican like Idaho, and you see the early voting shows, yep, it's right in line with what we expect, and you see the exit polling says, yep, it's right in line with what we expect, it's not even going to be close, it's not within 10 points, then you're able to call. California is not going to go Republican, so they feel safe calling it earlier, which I guess makes sense. You might say it's bad form, but thanks, Pat O'Brien. I appreciate it. I hope people enjoy this, and I hope I'm bringing something different than what a lot of other channels are doing right now. I don't think I'm an expert in this sort of stuff, but I think I'm pretty good at being able to read the tea leaves and look at what the people that are smart are doing. Stephen Miller retweets Jerry Dunleavy's tweet. It says, vibe check. The election results are currently such that many conservatives are strongly considering switching from Fox News to MSNBC. Miller says, I'm not there yet. Close. Republicans won the governor race in Puerto Rico. Just reading a couple more things here. Let's... Meghan McCain on Mark Halperin's show says, my liberal friends are freaking out at the increasingly likely prospect of a Trump victory. I keep thinking of my friend Bridget Fatesy, a friend of mine who is a woman who was very anti-Trump for a long time and ended up voting for him because of, in no small part, the cultural issues. If Trump does win, Meghan says, I really hope there's some soul searching on the side of the Democrats. Just about the damage of this, a lot is done to so many women and moms that I know. The trans issues. It's remarkable how important that's going to be, I think. Thanks, everyone that's here with me. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you could be here. Here's MSNBC. Let's listen to him talk a little about Pennsylvania, shall we? This is from 9 minutes ago. Well,
another. And here in Berks County, again, with one of the larger Hispanic populations in Pennsylvania, here's Trump with just about, that's basically the vote here, winning it by 13. Look at that. 4 years ago, he won it by 8. This is exactly what the Trump campaign said it was going to do in a place like Burke County. It was going to take that and it was going to make it double digits. They've made it double digits in Burke County. We check in on Luzerne County. And again, we've been talking about this one. As that same day vote comes in, this is Wilkes-Barre, this is Hazleton, another county with a substantial Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit his 2020 number there, and he's got a long way to go here. All that vote that's still to come in, we expect to be election day vote. The pattern, the trend is pretty clear here. So again, you're seeing Trump in good position in one of those big counties, densely populated counties in northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one a little while ago. This was a big hope for Democrats in Pennsylvania coming into tonight. Again, 95% means basically it's all in Cumberland County. Again, 2020 looked like this. It's basically the same. It's a fraction of a point different. But that's a win for the Trump campaign because in the context, look at this. It was an 18-point race. Trump won here by 18 points in 2016. Democrats made a huge jump. This was one of their biggest in the state in 2020, bringing it down to 10. They wanted to keep this going tonight. They didn't. Trump was able to stop the losses in Cumberland County. So again, that's something that encourages that his campaign exactly wanted to see right there. We're starting to get Erie County. Again, this would be the vote by mail in Erie County. The story we've been talking about elsewhere now is going to play out in Erie. This is the bellwether. It's one of the two that switched sides to Biden in 2020. The name of the game in the final 2/3 of the vote is, can Trump catch Harris with the election day vote? Just checking in on Philadelphia, we're up to 2/3 of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia, the city. And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With 2/3 of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020, and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote by mail to come in Philadelphia. That will be a boost to Harris, but there's also more same-day vote to come, and you can see Trump is running above his 2020 levels there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia is basically get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do that. There's the wild card of the mail there that adds a lot of volatility to this. But again, you're starting to, as these counties fill in, you're starting to see some patterns, and patterns you're not just seeing in one state, you're seeing them in multiple states.
Yeah, I mean, I actually agree there. And even if we look, like I was saying to my boy Rob Bresnahan there, one of the things I forgot to mention was actually when you look at that race, let's go to that House race if we can. Pennsylvania 8. We can see it's really tightening. And probably what happened was Cartwright built up a lead in the early voting. So we have 91% reporting in. Will there be enough? We have 5,000 votes left out there that he needs to catch up. Let's do a little math, shall we? Here we go, the worst part of Rob's stream. Okie dokie. Let's bring out the old calculator. 320,000 times 0.9 equals oh wait, how do I do that? If 320,000 is 91%, I don't even know how to do that. How many votes do we think are left out there? So there's 10% left. It's going to be tight, and all the votes would have to go for Bresnahan. I just don't think there's going to be enough out there. It's going to be a valiant effort, but just not going to work out for him. Again, we now have decision desk 83% chance Trump wins. The New York Times, that's increased to a 90% chance of a Trump victory. They're now predicting 301 electoral college votes for Trump. It's amazing. It's looking very good at this point. Just run through the numbers real quick here from the New York Times prediction. They currently have at 11:16. Let's make sure that that's the most recent time. Yeah. 79% chance of winning Arizona. Nevada's still nothing. 73% chance of winning Wisconsin. 67% chance of winning Pennsylvania. A 68% chance of winning Michigan. So you can see all of those states, it's looking very good. Maybe that could be true, but my assumption, SJG, is that the New York Times prediction is taking into account those absentee ballots to some degree. Now, they won't know the specifics of what those absentee ballots are, but they probably have an idea based on the absentees that we've already seen and the direction they'll go. Do I think they'll call any of the battlegrounds tonight? Some places will. We'll have a very good idea, but will there be a concession tonight? Oh, by the way, New York Times just bumped it up. We now have a 91% chance of Trump victory. Again, imagine at this point if some late night thing comes in and it swings this vote in a considerable way. Imagine how foolish places like the New York Times would look. And the New York Times has no incentive. Their New York Times Siena poll was constantly harping for Kamala Harris. So they have no incentive at this point to be doing these sorts of things. Josiah looks miserable right now. Yeah, I think that most of I think the Democrat streamers, the left-wing streamers, probably at this point are more confident in a Kamala loss than I am in a Trump win. I'm trying to be reserved. I'm trying to say, listen, right now the numbers look good. Anything could happen. I'm trying to be as measured as possible and give you as accurate as a look as I can, but I'm not calling this. I'm not. I'm really not calling it. I think clearly the optimism should be largely in Trump's corner and Trump supporters' corner, but I'm not calling it. I think a lot of the lefties probably know that, or probably assume that the writing's on the wall, and it's not looking good for them. But again, I would tell them if I'm on stream with them, listen, anything could happen. Don't be freaking out yet. Now, let me take a moment to take a break here and tell you what I will be doing. I had said, look, I have no problem with celebrating, rubbing people's noses in it and whatever. That's fine. I might do that to a degree. I have no idea. I don't know exactly how I'll react. I know this, had Trump lost, that's exactly the shit I would have received from so many of these lefties, from their fans. DGGers would have been on here, rubbing my face in it and all that stuff. Whatever. It's what happened in 2020. It's what happened in 2022. I take it like a man. Fair enough. I know the feeling. You're elated. You're side one. I get it. Okay? I get it. So they could have done that. That's fine. I don't begrudge any of my supporters that want to mock the other side. That's fine too, if Trump wins, which I'm not saying he's won yet. But it's looking like it's trending in that direction. Okay? But one of the things I said that likely what my channel will become for a couple weeks to a month after the election is trying to talk people off a cliff. Whether that be trying to talk Trump loses and trying to talk Trump supporters off a cliff like it's not the end of the world, we need to keep fighting, there's always next time, or it be trying to explain to left-wingers, Trump's not going to be God Emperor, there will be an election in 4 years, don't do anything crazy. Because I think we all know there's going to be a lot of left-wing violence if Trump wins. There's going to be. There's going to be riots. There absolutely will be. And so I'm trying to do my little part, just like after the assassination attempt to Trump, to let people know, like, you got to take a deep breath. You can't spiral like this. You can't. Right? And if you're a streamer, you can't do it because there are people that listen to you. And you don't want someone that listens to you to mirror sort of your desperation and then go out and do something heinous. New York Times finally called North Carolina. Okay. Awesome. Here we have CBC. Want to hear the CBC so far, their reaction? Let's see what they've done.
in your state?
Let's talk about exactly the question that you're asking is one that I've been catching a lot of heat for answering on air, and we've been talking about this in the last week or two. You're talking about the propaganda campaign and the playbook of Trump. This is not new. This is not surprising. This is directly out of Hitler's playbook. This is out of an autocrat playbook. This is a way to, I mean, the things that Trump has done masterfully, frankly, is to get the entire, to get a big part of the population to believe that the game is rigged and to sow distrust in public institutions and the free press. That is a tried and true playbook that we have seen time and time before that has resulted in really disastrous things for society.
It's not that the press is full of it.
That is what's working. And so it's actually quite simple. When you tell a big enough lie over and over and over, people are going to believe it. Even when folks around him, like Rudy Giuliani and others, have literally been found liable for telling those lies that weren't true. The public still believes it, and the whole goal was to erode trust in our public institutions, and it's working. If anything, that's what fake news. I mean, Donald Trump has done that really well. Can't argue with that, right? Okay. And that's sad.
Yep. I don't think the meltdowns at this point are, I don't know that it's hit the levels that we saw in 2016, but I mean, imagine Trump's doing well, right? It's looking good for him right now. I'm not calling it. Guess who part it says, how's it feel to be wrong? I hope I am wrong. It's trending in that direction. I still stand by. I'll be surprised if they let him take off. They still have lawfare. We've seen 2 people make attempts on Trump's life. We'll see. But how will these people feel if they spent all this time gaslighting their audience that Trump is Hitler, and then Trump not only possibly wins the Electoral College, but then wins the popular vote? How are they going to feel? I mean, will they find? Of course not. Like, it's a huge repudiation to all of them. Scott Pressler says 40% of Allegheny County for Trump wins Pennsylvania. Okay, Scott, let's check Allegheny County. Check Pennsylvania. Right now, Allegheny County. So, you see Pittsburgh there, blue, 39.9%. Remember, the vast bulk of those ballots left out, the 7% left out, are going to be election day ballots, which heavily favor Trump. That means if it trends just slightly more, there's a solid shot that we actually reach that mark in Allegheny. By the way, compare that to Philadelphia. 59 or almost 40% in Pittsburgh. Philadelphia, 22%. Just give you an idea of how radically different. Decision Desk now giving Trump an 87% chance of winning. Oops, what happened there? Oh, there we go. Let's go back to the numbers, shall we, folks? Finally, some good news for Harris. No joke. We were as high as a 91% chance of a Trump victory. That's now decreased to an 89%. This is the start of what Harris would need. She needs to stop from the prediction to keep going, Trump growing, Trump growing, Trump growing, and it needs to start going back the other way. And so you could actually see Trump's prediction to win the popular vote was 1.1. Formerly, it's now 1. And also, he was predicted to get 310 electoral college votes. That's down to 299. Where are they seeing a difference now, I wonder? Perhaps Nevada? Not sure. Here you see the numbers. Arizona, 78% Trump. Nevada, 63% Trump. Michigan, 66. PA, 70. Wisconsin, 67. Where did they lose? I guess they're just assuming Trump will lose one of these. Nonetheless, the numbers are still very good. Very, very good for Trump. The places that I've been trusting all night, one that's more favorable to Kamala and one that's more favorable towards Trump, both predicting a damn near 90% chance of Trump winning at this point. But again, you don't want to be the person that's out there running your mouth bragging and then the worst happens. It was never 310, it was 301. Okay, and it just went back to 301? Let's check that. Yeah, it absolutely did. It did just go back to 301, so I don't know what they're looking at. But there you have it. Yes. Thank you, T. You should be doing a stream. You're killing it. Let me make sure I didn't miss any super chats. No, we're good. Get your super chats in if you like this stuff. I'm trying to put more time and energy into the channel. We're going to keep that ball and momentum rolling even after the election. I'm trying to bust my ass going into this election. I tried to put the pedal to the metal and do everything I could within reason to help take Republicans and Trump across the finish line, and I hope that that showed up. I hope it did. I hope it helped in my little way, and I hope it was recognizable to everyone out there. Look, I would love to just be rubbing people's nose and shit and yelling at people that I disagreed with and all that, but I tried to play nice. I tried to reach out as many people as possible. I'm doing the 26-hour stream. I did a stream where I tried to think of every single group possible as to why they should vote. I get ratioed every time that I put a video out there. All of these people that are DGGers and shit, all they do is shit on me. I don't care. Fuck it, man. I'm doing my best. I'm doing what I can. I know that I'm good. I know I'm a good debater. I know the arguments I'm making are sound. And I hope that if you just keep your nose down and keep plugging ahead, that good things will happen. And so far, if the predictions are correct, it seems that things are trending in that direction. So, yeah, Jonas says that now Trump winning the popular vote is minus 650. It was plus 280 earlier today. Great. Janice, thanks so much for the $10. Says, it's funny to the Minnesota hasn't reported anything yet. The polls have been closed for a while. Thank you for hosting this tonight, Rob. I'm glad you appreciate it. Thank you. I know it's a little different. We're not having champagne popping. I don't have a bunch of guests and stuff. I did join 2 shows, but you know, I'm trying my best to be as informative as possible. Let's see if Scott Pressler just says, I'm shaking. I don't know what to say. You deserve it, man. Take a victory lap. My goodness. If they win. I guess I'm premature in saying that. Philip Wegman says, email from Jen O'Malley Dillon sent out just now to all hands on Harris campaign. Let's see. This is from Harris's campaign, one of their leaders to them. Team, as polls close across the country, I wanted to give everyone an update on what we're seeing. As we've known all along, this is a razor-thin race. Thanks to this amazing team, we've seen incredible turnout across battleground states, and the closeness of the race is exactly what we prepared for. While we continue to see data trickle in from the Sun Belt states, we've known for a long time our clear path to 270 lie through the blue wall states, and we feel good about what we're seeing. In Pennsylvania, blah, 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 in Michigan and Wisconsin. Polls just closed as it was expected. We've been saying for weeks the rate might not be called tonight. Those of you who are around in 2020 know this well. It takes time to count on the votes. It's how it works. We're doing this race comes up. We'll continue to do all its update. That's what it's been built for. So let's do what we have up front for us tonight. Get some sleep and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. So the point is, they're telling them, get some sleep. What's my brother doing talking like Scott Pressler's in here? I wish. That would have been great. Oh, you just joined from John Burke. How's John doing, man? It was nice to join him. I haven't talked to him in a long while. It was nice to talk to John. I'm honored that he had me on his show tonight. Look, I know it's John and me have disagreements on exactly whether or not we should vote for Trump or not. And to invite me on, I very much appreciate it. I hope that John's audience liked what I brought to the table. Dearborn, Michigan, Trump 45%, Stein 33%, Harris at 15%. Oh, that's brutal. That was from 20 minutes ago. Brutal for Democrats. Jesse Kelly says the Joe Biden debate performance ended his career and Kamala's. Trump won Starr County, Texas, the most Hispanic county in America, 97% Hispanic. He won it by 16 points. The last time Starr County voted Republican was 1892. One of the stories of the night is Hispanics breaking for Trump. It looks like more than 50% of Hispanics will have voted for Trump. This is remarkable because Trump's supposed to be this boogeyman that wants to deport all of these Hispanics, and that means that he's this evil racist guy. And they made fun of Puerto Ricans, and yet he's winning Hispanics. Destiny's telling people to bet money on Kamala and lose money. He's making people lose money. It's on him, man. He's not... He could be right. I don't know what to say. We'll see how things trend here. I just don't know. All I'm doing is trying to be as accurate as possible and give you as much information as possible. Nothing is over yet. That's absolutely true. So we'll see. Decision Desk is giving an 86% chance. That's a little jip from 87.2. New York Times, they're still giving an 89% chance of a Trump victory. Again, they're teetering here. They've dropped back down to 299 Electoral College estimate. Georgia's been called by many places. I know it's not official, but I think that at this point it's all but confirmed that Georgia's going to go. Let's look. Let's look at some of these races. Let's go to Pennsylvania. See how things are trending there. Now we have a 70% chance of a Trump victory in Pennsylvania. That's again increasing. A prediction of 1.9% victory for Trump there. Then we'll go to Arizona. 80% chance of a victory for Trump. It's even better. Nevada, they still don't have those numbers for the estimate in Nevada yet. Wisconsin, 69%. It's dropped a little from its high. And Michigan, 67%. Thanks so much, Cenk Gringo. Appreciate the follow. Rob was wrong. Take that. Yeah, well, I hope I'm wrong. It's not over yet, though. I said, we'll see. Let me head to the restroom and I'll be right back, okay? We'll put you on that New York Times ticker just in case there's any change while I'm in the restroom. I'll be right back. We'll keep rolling. We did 26-hour stream. We ain't stopping now tonight, baby. Love it. All right, we back. Any movement? So we're doing good here. We're doing good. Talks about no movement on the New York Times there. Okay. How about we check my my buddy Rob Bresnahan's race again. I don't think there's enough votes left out there for him to get a victory. Holy shit! That is unbelievable. That's it. They called it. That's unbelievable. Sarah, how you doing? It's great to hear from you. Hope so far the night's going well for you. That's actually amazing. I think, as I was saying, I think Rob Bresnahan's going to be a star in the Republican Party. Young guy, came onto the show, brilliant. I was told by Glenn Thompson, the most senior Republican in Pennsylvania, that was going to be the key election for the House in Pennsylvania, that was the best chance to get a pickup. That was the most expended Democrat race in the country, according to Glenn Thompson. Over $40 million spent by Democrats in that one House seat. And he wins. That's absolutely amazing. I guess they haven't called it. They just have it deep red. But over 95%, and it's trended in that direction. Unless there's mail left to go, that's crazy. You didn't vote for him. He's not in your district. You voted for Glenn Thompson. Oh, that's who you're talking about. What's up, Danger Bear Wolf Turtle? That's amazing. Let's check these Senate races, shall we? Kerry Lake, it looks still really lagging behind here. Now, there's a chance. And again, those mail-in early votes are probably counted first. So she definitely has a chance. But she's lagging behind Trump's performance there considerably. Schiff wins. Yay. Rick Scott, that's a big win in Florida. Obviously, the Hawaii vote's not tallied yet. Jim Banks, I think that was race in Maine. There's a lot of these races I'm not going to bullshit you. I didn't know specifically about. Is Decision Desk going to call the election yet? No. We're a long way from calls. Believe it or not, we really are. So Decision Desk, it increases. They now have Trump at 87.5% chance to win. New York Times continuing to remain at 89% chance of Trump victory. Their electoral college estimates have been fluctuating between 301 and 298. We have the popular vote estimate has fluctuated between 1 and 1.1. So in all of those factors, things are looking good. We'll check Pennsylvania again. You can see as time's gone up, you got your slight ups and downs, but you can see we've now pierced 70% with New York Times prediction of Trump winning. Now, I don't understand what this dotted line is. Reported vote share. Okay. So you can see the reported vote share has gone up. Ben Shapiro's making fun of Nick Fuente. Oh, I wasn't even showing you guys that. How longer will I stream? I'm going to plan on staying up until at least 2 a.m. If the election hasn't been called. After 2 a.m., it's anyone's guess. I can't guarantee that I'm going to be up all night. We're hoping for a call or a concession tonight. I have to be honest, if things keep trending in this direction, particularly in states like Pennsylvania, there's a solid chance that there could be a call tonight. But anything could happen and things could turn around. So we'll see. Stephen Miller says Hunter Biden's getting a pardon. Yeah, I'm assuming. Donald Trump is likely to flip Northampton County, Pennsylvania, which is a critical bellwether. Ryan Girdusky says Trump beat the media, the institutions, the failed economy, and Kamala. But more than anything is the media. The media who called you racist, stupid, insurrectionist, anti-American. Yeah. Remember, they tried to kill him. Super Chat Mario. Thanks so much. $2. If we win PA, we really owe Scott Presler. I couldn't agree more. I think Scott Presler has been for one person, other than Trump and maybe J.D. Vance and Elon Musk, for one guy who doesn't have any special connections, it's really been amazing what Scott Presler's been able to do. You want to check out? Where's Destiny streaming at? Is he on YouTube? Let's check out. We'll just check in real quick. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but just to get an idea.
Let's real quick.
If you don't mind.
Let's just dip into Georgia again just to see where they're at for the reporting. I just want to see, just to make sure, okay? Because they do call places and uncall them. Okay, 130, okay, 140, 135 out, okay. We'll check in with Georgia later, okay. Pull me out of Georgia, okay. Show me Michigan. No, wait. Show me Pennsylvania. No, show me Pennsylvania first. No,
to calm your nerves.
no. I need Pennsylvania now.
Yeah.
No, wait. No. I just Michigan. No, I don't want to see this. Go Michigan first. Wait, I already saw it.
And we're looking freaking cooked in Pennsylvania.
Bro!
200,000.
Okay, wait. Show me the outstanding. Philly is still
20
bucks in Mount. Okay.
That's it.
200,000. Wait, let's think. We need 200,000 votes from 1.4 million, okay? So what does the percentage have to be?
700 is 50, 50. 40, 60 would
Oh,
be...
stop with your magic.
That would be enough.
How many was outstanding?
46.
Go back! I need to know the... Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry, you went back. My bad. Show me all of Pennsylvania.
No, you need 35.
330 is good, Jack.
We need 70%. That's it? That's it? Okay.
Yes.
Who said yes? Oh, okay. Okay, that's okay. We don't even need Pennsylvania. Okay, come out real quick. Come out of Pennsylvania. Show me Michigan. That was a strong one for us. So let's get some... We got a lot of outstanding votes here.
That's 43%. There's a lot to go.
There's a lot left.
We're probably going to win.
We're good on Michigan.
They really don't have any... They don't have any insight in how they're looking at these things, though. They're making the same mistake that I talked about earlier tonight, where they're just looking at the raw numbers, but the raw numbers aren't predictive of the numbers that are left outstanding. They're just sort of throwing things against the wall. And look, it is funny. Don't get me wrong. It's funny to watch them, sort of cope in that manner, but it's kind of sad too. It just is. I don't know what to say. Like, you have to honestly think that there could be someone in that community of Destiny's community that could do something really terrible. And I've told the story after he was making jokes after the assassination attempt of Trump. People sent me links to his Reddit where there were people saying, listen, we couldn't stop him with lawfare, so now we have to take more measures. How many people will think that way? It's sad to think about. 2024 Gay Odyssey for Super Chat for $10 says, Rob, I just wanted to say a heartfelt thank you. I heard your whole, if you're X, you should vote for Trump. Brother, you summed up the DEI, trans, inflation, regular gays are up against. You're awesome, brother. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Super Chat for $1 from Vanilla Sarsaparilla. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the Super Chats. Peace goes into depression spiral on X. Look, I'm solely focused on, it's fun to take a little break there. Focus on what Destiny was doing just because someone mentioned it. No problem. My life doesn't revolve around Destiny, and I'm not willing to say that this election is over. I'm willing to say that we're going to stick with it until there's an absolute concession, and even then there will be lawfare, and even after the lawfare, there will be all sorts of attacks on Trump to try to get him to be prevented from being sworn in. And then, even if he does get sworn in, we'll see more lawfare, impeachments, etc. So, by no means am I willing to call it over for tonight on this initial aspect of just winning the Electoral College. New York Times now reporting 91%. It's not going to be a good sign for the Kamala's team, if that's the case, and that is the case. My audience on top of it. I hope that I show that we're having a more sophisticated look at things than sort of that sort of shit show that you saw there. Yeah, and remember what I was telling you is, as we get more and more votes in, these predictions become more and more accurate because they have a greater propensity to know the share of votes that are already out there, what they're going to look like, because they're no longer just straight up guessing. they have more data that they're saying, we assume if 80% is in Philadelphia, that the remaining 20% is probably going to look similar to the 80% we already had. And so they're able to make these predictions. And so I'd said that one of the things that you need, it just dropped to 90%, but the popular vote estimate just went up to 1.1. Nonetheless, a tick here and there is not going to be that important. But one of the things that Kamala's fans really need, and Kamala herself, is they need to stop that trending. It keeps going this way. We're talking 70%, 80%, 85%, 90%. And as it's going that way, that's showing that they're getting more and more confident with their prediction because more votes are coming in that's going the way that they exactly thought it would. And there's less and less votes outstanding that would be enough to make up the gap that we currently are seeing. So not good news for Kamala that actually things to be trending the other way. Here we see the opposite, though. We had peaked at 88% on the decision desk, and that's now down to 85%. Again, this isn't reason to freak out or anything like that if you're a Trump supporter, but certainly this is what you would need the beginning of a comeback in this case for Kamala. So sort of, a necessary first step. Someone says, Black Elk, my man, my editor. Thank you so much, Black Elk, for all the help you've given me. He says, my favorite moment of the night so far is Pac-Man left speechless after being dunked on in chat. Let's hear that.
Dave says, it's over, dork, MAGA 2024. We have a projection from CNN.
Ohio, as expected, will go to Donald Trump. Ohio with its 17 electoral votes. What does that mean for the electoral count map? Donald Trump has 195 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes. 200.
All right. Dave.
There's no way that Trump's projected to win Maine. Trump's probably projected to win the one. It's a split state, so he's probably projected to win the one vote in Maine, would be my guess. We'll check that. Wow. My mistake was that? Really? Wow. I don't know that anyone predicted this. Let me see. Let me look into this a little. Now, Maine only has 4 electoral votes. But Trump is winning it right now. I don't know if that's predictive, though. Let's see what we could find out about Maine. Yeah, the New York Times still has a 90% win probability for Kamala Harris. They have 33% of the vote. So I would be shocked if Trump ends up picking up Maine. I don't think that's likely to happen. Yeah, but interesting, but no, not very likely to happen. That would be a huge upset. But we're down to an 89% chance of a Trump victory and a 1% popular vote for the New York Times. Decision desk. See where that trend's going. Down a little to 85%, as we were saying. Still very good numbers for Trump. Again, we'll look at our map here. We've already said that we assume some places have called Georgia, some haven't. But what we're doing is we're going to assume that was already called. And then what you can see is there are several paths that Trump has to victory here. One of them would just be winning Pennsylvania. That puts him at the necessary 270. So that's why there's been so much focus by me on Pennsylvania, because the easiest way to know for sure that the night is over is if Trump would win Pennsylvania at this point. So let's take a look at how Pennsylvania is looking right now for Donald Trump. You can see there's a 74% chance of Trump winning Pennsylvania, and that puts Trump at 2.2% victory, they're thinking. Outstanding votes, we currently have 83% of the vote in. Remember, the majority of the votes that are left to count, not all of them, but the majority, are actually going to be election day votes, which are going to favor Trump. Scott Pressler, you heard, had said, if we get to 40% in Allegheny County for Donald Trump, that's it. Trump's going to win. That's the number we're setting at now. Erie, you can see that's the third biggest city in Pennsylvania. That's going that's going to get real close to actually breaking for Donald Trump because, again, we have 25% of the votes left to go. The majority of those are going to be Election Day votes, which are going to be Trump votes. And so it's looking pretty good there in Erie, and that's going to be devastating. Erie's considered sort of a bellwether. And so if Trump's able to pick up Erie, that's a really good sign that it's going to be difficult to make up that. Then we go in some of these blue areas. Let's go to Philadelphia County. We have 78% of the votes in. Remember, the number that Trump was looking to get there was preventing Kamala Harris from getting to 80%. There are going to be mail-in votes left in Philadelphia, as we heard CNN was saying, but the majority of the votes left, again, are going to be Election Day votes. So that means you're going to likely see that 77% number drop. Other counties that we have around here, 92% in Delaware County. That's going to be the suburbs of Philadelphia. So that's almost completed. And with all of these, you're going to see a bulk Election Day vote left. 73% there. Chester County, only going 55% for Kamala Harris. You can see 86% in. A couple of the others, Lackawanna, you can see barely going for Kamala. It's almost all in. And Dauphin County, you see there, 66%. So there still are some outstanding votes there. Now this, for anyone who's curious, is my county of Clarion County. We did damn good, 76%. We doing it. Was that the highest in the state? Probably not. 79% Jefferson, my neighbor county. Yep. 81% in Potter County. Potter's a great county. Love it. It was part of the district that I ran for. But look at that. Juanita County, 84%. You see what I mean, though, about this big red area in the center. You see Trump gaining more votes as counts are coming in. Again, 75% chance of Trump winning. Just to give you another look, though, let's check out Decision Desk, see how they differ here. So if we go to Pennsylvania specifically here, see what they're suggesting. Again, you see very similar amounts of the amount reported, but their guess is that there's a 62% chance that Trump wins. So a 2 and 3% chance that Trump wins. So more favorable to Kamala Harris there than the New York Times, certainly, but still pretty bleak. 94% in Allegheny, Philadelphia County, 72% in. So it looks like they're a little behind. We're trying, man. We're trying to do good in my district. Super Saiyan Bomb. Yeah, Pennsylvania's been better this time. Counted a lot of votes. Man, oh man. You have to wonder, where would Democrats have been had they picked Josh Shapiro instead of Tim Walz? Here's a question that Democrats are going to have to ask themselves. I put a video up asking this. No one wants to listen to me. All these Democrats made fun of me when I put that video up. Maybe we'll play that video later today and I'll show you. The question, I've been saying this for months. What are Democrats going to say? If they really think Trump's this fascist dictator, what are they going to say when they start to realize, geez, if we would have picked anyone but Kamala Harris, maybe we would have had a chance to beat him. But they didn't have a say in it because they were lied to by the Democratic organizations, the DNC, the Kamala Harris, the Biden administration, everyone there. All of the Democrats, the media, they all lied to the Democratic voters about Joe Biden's cognitive health until he won the primary, and then they forced Biden out and installed Kamala Harris. What will Democrat voters say? And that's what I've been trying to ask them. It's one thing if Kamala would have won, they would have said, we don't care. This is what they've been saying for months. Oh, that's not anti-democratic. It's not anti-democratic. We voted for Kamala for vice president. We knew what we were doing. Wait and see. Wait until you see how they turn on each other once they realize, well, we got screwed and we didn't even have a voice. What path does she have left after Pennsylvania? If she loses Pennsylvania, that's literally the end. That'll be the end. That would get Trump straight to 2. So again, there's a couple things outstanding that we don't know for sure. Alaska, we're pretty confident that's going to go red. This district in Maine, we're pretty sure that's going to go red. So given that, you could see that Trump's at exactly 251 right now. If he takes Pennsylvania, that's 270. That's victory. That's game over. She has no path. If she happens to win Pennsylvania, okay. Arizona looks reliably Republican. So now we have 262. This means Kamala Harris would have to win one of Wisconsin or Michigan. She wins Michigan, or she would have to win all of them. So Trump would only have to win one of those. Get my map back. So that's where we're at. Pennsylvania's it. The margin in Florida is shocking. Let's see if we can find some more information on Twitter as we're going about. Let's listen to the great Mark Halperin, who I think's been one of the best people guiding through the polls and everything. Let's listen to what he has to say here from 20 minutes ago.
We continue to be talking about North Carolina, which has been projected for Trump by Decision Desk HQ, and I suspect others will project it soon. Georgia and Wisconsin. Still a lot of Trump confidence in Pennsylvania, but there is some Democratic pushback there. But if Donald Trump wins Georgia, North Carolina, and Wisconsin, he simply needs to win one of Arizona, where he is expected to win, Pennsylvania, or Michigan. And I'd say right now there's a fair degree of confidence in Trump land that he may win all seven and maybe 6 or 7. Let's see. Let's just watch the TV here and see if anybody else projects North Carolina. Well, no, they're projecting Montana. So that means they're not projecting North Carolina. Now, there's one. Virginia also remains very close, but so does Iowa.
So this is a little old. They just posted it some minutes ago, but he was saying that they could possibly bring as many as 7 Republican senators. Let's give a special shout out to Progressive Victory Pack. Money well spent on characters like conservatives, counterpoints. Well spent. That money's well spent there. Hutch, great streamers like Hutch, Josiah, Conaboy. You guys did it. I'd like to give a shout out to Pisco too, for going all in on the Puerto Rico joke. And it looks like so far, regardless win, lose, or draw, Latinos actually went more for Trump. So we'll see how it ends here. Nothing is over. Nothing is over. Nothing. Little Rambo for you there. All right. Let's take a look at the numbers. Trump's still 85% likely to win in the Decision Desk HQ. 90%. He's increased once more to 90%. That's been going up, down, bobbing all around on the New York Times. Back up to 1.1. Popular vote estimate, and a 301. It looks like that's where the New York Times is going to stay in that area for the foreseeable future. It's been fluctuating 89, 90, 91%, 301 electoral college back to like 298, and 1 to 1.1 popular vote estimate. It's a good sign that it's staying there as numbers are continuing to come in. We now again have PA as the most likely tipping point state. It's 74%. You see Georgia, they haven't called yet. It's over 95%. It's all but done, according to the New York Times. Arizona at 80%. That's huge. 74% for Pennsylvania. Wisconsin at 72%, and Michigan at 67%. So I was correct, if these numbers hold out, that Pennsylvania was going to be, that Michigan was going to be, of the blue wall states, the most difficult. That's still being predicted to be the case. For being a Nazi, for being Hitler, Trump's very popular, more popular than the average Republican. under the circumstances when it comes to minority groups. It's very interesting. Got some more numbers coming in here in Pennsylvania. Trump's dropped to 51%. Kamala Harris has gone up to 58.1%, and that's with 85% of the votes in. Still a 74% chance of Trump winning, and they're predicting Trump wins by about 2.1%. So good numbers all around for Trump. You'll see the percent of vote fluctuate depending on which counties are coming in. So if you see Allegheny County and Philadelphia County coming in, you'll see that 48% from Kamala Harris that will cut into that 51%. And then when you see the more rural counties coming in, you'll see that 51% grow. Ultimately, the New York Times is predicting that Kamala Harris will cut into Trump's 3-point lead by 1 point, is what they're ultimately predicting. And so don't be surprised, don't freak out if you see Kamala Harris's numbers as the percentage, that 85% of vote goes up. Don't be surprised if you start to see a slight cut in to those numbers. But right now we can see that Trump is about 200,000 votes ahead, about 170,000 votes ahead right now with 85% in. So it's going to be a tall order. You can see here what it would require with 15% of the vote left. Kamala Harris is going to have to win that 15%. She's probably going to have to win it by 70 to 80% with that remaining section to be able to be competitive there. Any updates if PA is going to stop counting? There was predictions that they wouldn't know tonight. Hopefully they don't stop. But if the margin is to... So here's what I'll say about Pennsylvania. We could very well know tonight if, they might not officially call it, but it would all but be called if we see that Trump is leading by something like 2%, because any outstanding votes at that point wouldn't be able to make up that range. Now, you can see Trump's estimate has been predicted to go down to 1.9, so getting slightly better there. Still have a 75% chance of winning for Trump, but still slightly better for Kamala there. So nothing is over. News Nation puts Trump at 91.7% chance. Yeah. Here we have New York Times still at 90%. So I'm still amazed. Let's just one more time check in with that House race of Rob Bresnahan. Now, again, if you look at this number, more and more confidence from Decision Desk that actually, unfortunately, Democrats are going to win the House of Representatives. And that's a big blow. That's not the clean sweep that you would have hoped for tonight. They're now predicting Democrats pick up 220 seats to Republicans 215. That's a big blow. Let's look at this House 8. We can see that that Bresnahan has actually grown his lead there. Let's check out what the New York Let's check out what the New York Times is saying about these House races. Maybe they have a different prediction of what's going on. So you can see where it's really going to come down to is these contested. And you can see right here, Arizona 1. You see the Democrat with 63% ends up 1.8. Democrats up 10 with 47% in Arizona 6. Democrat up 3 in California. You can see, though, Democrats looking to do considerably well in these races. There you have Bresnahan, the race I was talking about, and another PA race, Ryan McKenzie, out of the 7th. It's huge. Unfortunately, the race out of the 10th, not looking great for Scott Perry, who was an incumbent, who was the most at-risk incumbent in Pennsylvania. You can see here the PA 17th, we had Rob McCurry. That was another race I was told to look out for. It looks like that's going to be out of reach at this point for Rob. It's unfortunate. And then we'll look slightly at the Senate. We already have 51 Republicans that have been called for the Senate. That's huge. We still have as many as 3 possible senators, or 4 possible senators more that could be picked up. Theoretically 5 if they're narrowly expected to win. So you could be looking at a Senate that's something to the effect of, and that's huge because these races are all for 6 years. So if Republicans continue to do as advertised here and they're leading all these races, that's an additional 4. That would put the Republicans at 55 in the Senate. That's huge. Into the break, super chat for $10. Thank you for your diligent work and setting a good example for the appropriate sentiment. Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it. I enjoy doing it. What did I do there? I'm hitting the wrong button. That's what I did. Go away, you. Let's go back and see if I can find some more interesting tweets that maybe you all will be relevant to what we're discussing. Alex Jones has his shirt off and he's yelling. What's happening? Sarah Kane, one of my favorite people, she tweets out, I think Peanut's going to get justice. Justice for Peanut. It's a bummer about the House, though. It's looking increasingly like it's going to be tough for the Republicans to take the House. So that's some solace. You'll have a House of Representatives that will stymie much of a Trump Republican agenda. That's to go with the rhinos in the Republican Party that will stymie that as well. Do I think Trump could dismantle the DEI, CRT industrial complex if he would win? He could take steps to it, but it'll take years to fully dismantle it. I mean, victory laps for other people, Rasmussen and Atlas Intel, 2 pollsters that consistently had Trump about 2 points up nationally, looking clairvoyant at this point. Even when everyone was saying for a month, Kamala's devastating Trump, she's up 4, she's up 5 nationally, there was Atlas Intel, there was Rasmussen that said, nope, that's not what we're seeing. We're not seeing that at all. And they've kept consistent almost the entire time through there. If these numbers play out as they appear to be right now, it looks like Rasmussen and Atlas are going to be, again, 2 of the most accurate pollsters, just like last time. Did I see your comment? It's not showing up on your phone. No, I didn't see it. I'm missing probably a lot of the comments. Oh, yes. Imaginarium. I'm like 50 subs away from 10,000. What a great night it would be on election night if I could reach 10,000 subs. That would be fantastic. So if you haven't subbed yet, please consider, if you're on YouTube, if you're on one of the other platforms, go over to Normal America with Rob Noor on YouTube and give me a sub. House of Representatives likely to file impeachment against Trump if it goes for Democrats. So you're likely to see that. The great Phil Kerpen, one of my favorite people, friend of the show, also debate sort of inspiration to me. He was a great debater and a coach. He says, under the Schumer precedent, the Senate can summarily dismiss impeachments. Absolutely. The guy who stole the lectern, he goes by the lectern guy, you know, on January 6th. He says, going to bed, let me know if I'm stealing a lectern next month or not. Let me check. Thanks so much for the sub. Let me check, make sure I'm not getting any text message or something. Oh, my boy Todd Bartley called me. Todd, ever the eternal optimist. Now, I will say Todd was a little wrong. He was predicting Trump would win Virginia. I was correct about that. But looks like he was more accurate than me predicting a Trump victory, so got to give him that. Let's go back. We now have, wow, really good sign for Trump here. We have the decision desk, again, who's been sort of lagging behind the New York Times. They are now at a whopping 91.9% chance for Trump to win the election. The New York Times, let's see what they're at right now. Their live forecast suggests still a 90% chance. So actually, Decision Desk has now gone beyond the New York Times in predicting a Trump victory. New York Times, when it comes to Pennsylvania, remember, it looks like if Trump wins Pennsylvania, that'll be it. They're predicting Trump still 1.9%. That's slightly gone up to a 76% chance of Trump winning. Decision Desk, let's see what they have to say about Pennsylvania. You can see that their confidence is increasing. We're now up to 73% chance. It's looking pretty grim for Kamala Harris, particularly in Pennsylvania. And again, the name of the guy I had on before Andrew tonight was John Burke. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for the kind words. So my guess is Trump will absolutely declare victory tonight. Unless something markedly changes here. But that doesn't mean he will have been victorious. I don't know that it'll be something that will be conceded. I got to be careful scrolling through on X. Other people should take a victory lap. Elon Musk. Where would this election have been without Elon Musk? With all the hoaxes, the lies, where would they be? The House isn't lost for sure. It's just looking pretty grim on the House. So kudos to Elon Musk, who would have probably went to prison if the DOJ would have been under Kamala Harris. He was not winning it. There's a difference, right? So, yes, you're right, as I'm right there with you to say nothing is over. Absolutely. But let me explain the difference between 2020 to now. 2020, many of the outstanding ballots in places like Pennsylvania were ballots that they knew were out before Election Day, mail-in ballots. Almost all of those ballots have now been counted. Is there a chance they say, oh shit, we just found a big pile that we didn't know about? Yeah, but that's going to be incredibly shakier than it was previously. And to illustrate this, the New York Times at this point, 12:30 a.m. in 2020, was predicting a massive Trump loss. They were predicting like 80-90% chance that Trump had lost. Now they're predicting a 90% chance that Trump wins. My buddy's seat in PA looks all but over. I think Rob Bresnahan has won that. We'll check in real quick. But yeah, it's looking good. His lead continues to grow. So he's at almost 8,000 now. Victory is 51.1%. And we have over 95% reporting. So, but you can see, still it's looking grim to take the House. 63%. 2 to 3 chances that the Dems take the House. And I would say they're likely to do so. So kind of a bummer there. But 91.9% chance at this point that Trump wins the presidency, according to Decision Desk. 91% chance, according to the New York Times. Let's go and check Pennsylvania again. We've now increased to a 78% chance, and just so you can see the margins and how they've increased. Running out of real estate at this point. Running out of real estate with 87% of votes in. Kamala needs to make up at this point. Let's see. What's she down? $170,000. Which is going to give a huge percentage. And the problem is most of the outstanding ballots at this point are election day ballots. So they would have to, for some reason, these election day ballots would have to massively switch to what we've seen the rest of the day. And just to give you an idea, we'll also go to the decision desk and see what they have to say about Pennsylvania, what the chances are there. They're reporting slightly less, but even they, at this point, have a 75% chance of Trump winning. And you can see how their numbers have gone, also precipitously going up. So the Senate, like I said, is over. The Republicans already have 51 called. Now it's just bonus. And so you're looking, they could pick up as possibly as many as 56 seats, I believe, which is incredible. But it'll be a shame if they don't have the House to go along with it, which it looks like they won't. Let's check Wisconsin out. We see that it's 75% chance it goes to Trump. Michigan, 66%. As predicted, that would be the most difficult road to hoe for Trump out of those blue wall states, but still looking good there. Running out of time and ballots for Kamala Harris. Okay, want to hear Cenk? Let's hear what Cenk has to say here. I'm sure he's got a nice measured take.
Having said that, what percentage is reporting in North Carolina?
76.
76% reporting you're down by 7. You're in a world of trouble. You're like, yes, it matters which counties, but you're still in a world of trouble. And so much trouble that one of the organizations has already called it. Okay, now let's go to Georgia.
Yeah, by the way, Iowa has been called by CNN at least for Trump.
Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So, because Kamala Harris is not winning, and the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win in a landslide are totally wrong. Having said that, what percent?
My wife asked, how much credit would, if Trump wins, do we give to Antonio Brown for this year's election? Yeah. He's been crushing it. CTE SPN. You did it, Antonio Brown. Someone says, take a look at the movement. So you are referring to this. The shift. Is there a national map that we see that shift? You can see like here the movement in all of these places. It's crazy. But I don't know if we see a national map that does that. Trump's percentage of the popular vote now increasing, the estimation. There's a national map for that? Let's see if we can find that. Shift. Yeah. Left side. I don't know. I just don't see it. Now have it up to a 93% chance of Trump winning. So those numbers continue to increase. Yeah. It's looking increasingly better. Decision desk now also slightly increasing to 92%. I mean, it's looking better. At this point, it's time to start wondering, when are we going to get some official calls? I would think that the next call is going to be Pennsylvania. Now, it's one thing for Decision Desk, New York Times, Fox News, ABC to call. It's another thing for the state itself to call. Remember, theoretically, if Pennsylvania is called, it's still not over because Alaska still doesn't have their votes in. Now, everybody knows, unless something insane would occur, there is pretty much no chance that Alaska goes to Kamala Harris. So it is pretty much over if Trump wins Pennsylvania. So again, let's look at those Pennsylvania numbers and see what we have outstanding. We'll look at both. We'll start with the Decision Desk, and then we'll go to the New York Times, and we'll see what we're looking at here. They are reporting 86%. I think the New York Times will report a little more. Trump up 75%. Numbers dipped a tad, but you can see the projected share. You have Trump at over 50% with the projected share. If we go to the New York Times, they have 87% of the vote in. They're predicting a 78% chance of Trump winning. Where these outstanding votes are, you can see Allegheny County, 95% plus in, estimate 8,000 votes. Here you can see the estimated remaining votes. Philadelphia, Montgomery, Delaware, definitely big areas for Kamala Harris. But let's look at how many of these votes that we see outstanding. If you just line up sort of the blue areas that you have left, here you have it. The estimated remaining votes, you tally these up, 57,000, but you're only 1.3 for Harris. So let's just tally it up, less than 5,000. Let's put these two together at 5,000. So 5,000, here you have 62,000. Let's call it 100,000. There you got 88, 108, 196. Put 30 on it. 226 and let's go roughly 400,000 votes. So of the places where currently Kamala Harris is winning, you have roughly 400,000 outstanding votes. Now let's look at the discrepancy. She's down close to 200,000, 180. So that would mean she would need to win just there if you're not looking at the outstanding votes left, which are, as you can see, quite large. Just with the outstanding Democrat votes left on the table, the county that are Democrats, if the trends continue, she would need to win 75%. And you can see her highest margin there is 57%. And places where you have the most outstanding, she definitely has a lot of votes outstanding, Philadelphia and Montgomery. But there's just not enough there, it doesn't look like. Compare that to Bucks County, where Trump's narrowly winning, 166 available. And then some of the more, you still have 9,000 in Somerset, where Trump's up 66%. You still have 17,000 in Blair. You still have 10,000 in Scully. It's just not looking great. And that's why you can see the chances are going up. Now, prediction of 79% chance of Trump winning. Scott Pressler tweets him and says, still can't believe I didn't switch to the electoral map. I don't know what you mean. I don't see the map that you are all talking about. We got the president map here. Oh, you mean this. That's what you wanted. Okay. There, you happy? Yeah, I mean, look at that. That basically sums it up. The red arrows to the right are areas that we've had an increase in Republicans. You see your PA. Clarion County, 2.4 more Republicans than previously. That's where I'm at. And then you can see some blue areas, but overwhelmingly. Yeah, I'm glad I was wrong too. Again, let me explain my wrongness. One, I was wrong, no excuse about it. Second, I was wrong in 2016. Third, I have a bias to be wrong because I motivate myself by thinking we're losing. How am I feeling? Tired. I have a brutal headache, but cautiously optimistic, hoping that we could somehow pull out some more seats in the House and that we get some sort of closure tonight to stop any sort of shenanigans that we could see. But optimistic, cautiously optimistic and happy, but still trying to do my job here as, try to be as objective as possible, give the data as much as possible. That's... Well, Alex Jones has called the election. Yeah, Scott Pressler just said, this is huge if this is true, and I'm sure it is. Scott's been on point all night. You remember when I told you that one of the bellwether counties in Pennsylvania that almost always goes the direction of the state was Erie County, the third largest city in the state? It just flipped, as I predicted it would, because the outstanding votes were election day votes, and you can actually see that Trump's winning Erie County now. That's enormous. Thanks so much, Real Kev. Thank you so much, man, for the $5. I really appreciate it. That's huge. That's absolutely huge. So again, looking now, 79% chance of Trump winning PA, and New York Times in totality is putting it at a 91% chance of a Trump victory. Still, now they've actually increased the popular vote estimate to 1.2. Again, these are huge numbers. Nate Cohen just puts this out. Another hour has gone by, but the story's still the same. Trump is favored in each of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And we'll just have to wait longer to see whether maybe, just maybe, Harris will do better than expected in key Democratic areas. Alicia... data reporter says, in every state that has reported most of its votes, our estimates project that Trump will improve on his 2020 performance. If our current estimates hold, Florida, New York, and New Jersey will shift 9 or 10 points more Republican. Absolutely outstanding. Decision Desk now having Trump at 92.2% chance of winning. Again, nothing is over, obviously, but my goodness, what more could you ask for at this point if you're Trump's team than having a 92% chance of winning at this point at 12:30 at night? I'm less than 50 subs away from 10,000. Thank you, Imaginarium. Please, if you consider subbing. Less than 40 subs away. Thank you. It'd be nice to reach 10,000 tonight. We'll do a nice celebration stream. Thank you. Eric Doherty says, just in, Harris camp shuts off sound on TVs at the watch party after CNN guest said, tonight feels more like 2016 than 2020. Crowd is now thinned out. The mood is downcast. Scott Adams tweets out, or posts out, I guess we're not on Twitter. MSNBC is talking like Trump is the likely winner now, already talking past the sale. Ian Mouse Chung posted out about Destiny. He posts this. He says, Destiny bragged more about being more intelligent than Elon Musk, is having a complete meltdown. We'll see about that.
Yeah. I mean, they're still outstanding. Are they not counting them here? What's going on, Vadim?
There you go. You should know this.
Why isn't Philadelphia counting votes?
Call them up.
Call him. Do we have contact? Hello, if you're watching the stream right now and you work in Philadelphia, we'll put you on stream. I'll call you. I want to know what is going on. What the hell is going on right now? Send me pictures. I know you're out there. I know somebody's listening.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much of it's just him hamming it up. Elon, funny stuff. Jen Psaki says, Democrats will have to have a conversation about why we asked Joe Biden to step aside. You forced him out. Just in, Trump to speak to supporters soon at watch party. We'll see if anyone sees a link of Trump speaking. Let me know. I'll be looking for that as well. NBC finally called Georgia for Trump. Julie Kelly, 10 minutes ago, says, text from a January 6th defense attorney. Quote, for nearly 4 years, the DOJ ran January 6th show trials for hundreds of Americans. They bent the law to the breaking point. They won 99% of the time. But then they lost the largest and final jury of millions of voters, and now they have nothing. Rich Barris says, our national poll not only modeled this electorate almost flawlessly, but New York Times projection is identical to our final margin. That's what I'm saying. Rich Barris, Rasmussen, Atlas Intel, they were spot on. Right. Let's see. Let's look at some more stuff, shall we? All right. Decision Desk now has it 93.8% chance that Trump wins. Landon Manwaring, thank you so much, $20. No message, just support. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. You guys are the best. I'm glad you've appreciated the stream tonight. I hope you've appreciated, my streams here leading up to the election. It's been a lot of work, I'll be honest. I work a lot of hours. I like to spend time with my family. They've sacrificed a lot. Me setting up all these long streams. Even tonight, I would have loved to have been hanging out with my son. I thought it was important to put the pedal to the metal to the end. We're going to keep going tonight. We're not done yet. It's not over. But I hope that it comes across that, I'm really trying to not only have good content for this community, but also do what I can to move the country culturally and politically in a direction that I think's better. So thank you all. It really means a lot, the kind words and the donations. Can I share screen with some of the live coverages? I could. Once we have, give me another hour or so. Once we have some, thanks, Sarah, I appreciate it. Once we have some more definitive where I'm comfortable at saying, look, I think this is it. Maybe we'll hook up with some other streams. We'll see what we could do. I don't know what you guys want from me though. So in this sense, right? I would be happy to join an Andrew Wilson or to join my friend Let's Be Frank if he's streaming, or Doug Ducote or John Burke if he's still streaming. I don't know if I want to join the left-wing streams. I plan on staying on at least until 2 a.m. We'll see if there's a concession or anything by then or a final call. Here's the deal, though. I don't know, man. I'll let it up to everyone else to rub noses, which you all have the right to do. And maybe I'll feel more like it tomorrow. I don't know. But, there is a bit of a concern, and I don't mean to blackpill people here, but let me just be clear. When you're a public persona like me, a public figure, some of these people are going to be unhinged. Do I want to pour salt in the wound to the point where I could become a target or my family could become a target? Something to consider. I'll show with the mainstream media. We'll poke in. We'll see what they're saying. New York Times still predicting a 91% chance of a Trump victory. However, their popular vote estimate has gone up to 1.2. It's fluctuating between 1.2 and 1.3. Now 92% chance of victory. So, Cody Folsom, thanks so much for the super chat. $10 says, I found you after the Dave Smith debate. I think your coverage has been great. Still nervous, not over until the fat lady sings. I completely agree. Yeah, you know what? I reached out to Dave Smith. I hope no hard feelings to him. I tried to moderate that debate as fairly as possible. I would have loved to have talked to Dave going into this election season. Would still love to talk to Dave. I'm a fan of his. So, who knows? Maybe someday I'll get an opportunity to speak to him. Let's check in on those House races. We'll see if there's any reason for optimism there. A slight uptick here. So it's worst. We saw that there was a 63% chance of Dems winning, and now that's fallen to 57. So that's good news. Also a prediction of 217 to 219. 218 is needed for control. That would mean if these predictions are correct, we would only need to flip one of those to be able to do it. Let's look at what the New York Times is saying about the House races. See if we could get a better idea of exactly what we're looking at here. So we'll presume that Republicans will win all these narrowly expected to win, and Democrats will win these. Though here you can see in the Maryland District 6, there could be a flip there. We have Neil Parrott, who I have no idea who many of these people are. Forgive me for that. But that could be a flip there. Depending on what sort of outstanding votes are left to come in. Now, unfortunately, if you have a lot of city votes left to come in, then it looks like Neil probably won't have much of a chance there, but I have no idea without trying to delve deeply into that. So what we're going to need is a lot of these competitive races. In order to win, you need 20 for Republicans. So let's count what we have. You have 7 of those, and this is just counting these 3 slots. So you have 1, oops, my mouse is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, the Iowa 3. So outstanding on the narrowly expected, or where we see Republicans ahead now, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and they need 20. So that would put them 3 short at this point. Now again, the Alaska one, nothing's in yet. Let's see some other ones that could be competitive. This Oregon race where you have Dem up 1.7. That could be a sign that there was early mail-in voting that's switched that, so that could be a possible pickup. So that's 2 possibilities. This New Mexico 3, that's a 3rd possibility, less than a point separating it. And even here, the Arizona 1, that would be 4. That would be enough to put them over. That would be 21. That would be enough to put them over that. So we'll see. Over here, you can see in the likely, maybe this Maryland district, as we were talking about Neil, you could see, though, Neil was ahead, and she slightly pulled ahead there. But it's 50-50 at this point. Clearly, there's some races that nothing's happened yet. So Ohio 9 looks incredibly close, separated by less than or a little over 1,000 votes. So we'll see. There's still hope. There's still hope to pick up those House seats. It's not over. Compare that to the Senate seats, and you could already see this Montana race. I think Tim Shee, I've heard my great friend Lecture Fan talk about this race a lot. I think he's very confident in Tim Shee beating John Tester, the incumbent there. That'll be a pickup. We already have 51, so we've already won the Senate with just the called races. That would lead us to 52. And you can see the 3 outstanding that are in the competitive states. All 3 of those are currently trending to Republicans, including Dave McCormick here in Pennsylvania. That would put them in an impressive 55 Senate seats. And then there's always a chance that you could pick up either this Arizona or Nevada seat. This is a big loss here, though. Oh, never mind. It's Bernie. I was going to say independent, but yeah, it's Bernie. He's a Democrat. And I'm sure that's true of Angus King, who's an independent, but is going to caucus with Democrats. Kamala went home. Is that true? She's not going to concede tonight? It's interesting. Let's see if I can find that. Econo Boy's final prediction. Jeb Tan. I like Jeb Tan. He might be a crazy, sort of neocon guy, but I like him. Presented without comment, he says, Econo Boys, November 4th, final prediction. Popular vote, 51.5% Kamala. Trump, 46. Kamala, 319 Electoral College. Dems, 51 Senate. House, 230 Dems. Good predicting there. Let's hear what Jake Tapper and company have to say at CNN. This is about Georgia. Georgia.
You could. There you go. Pamela, what do you got for us in Georgia?
This is important information in Georgia. I'm getting from Gabriel Sterling, the top election official there. The margin right now in Georgia is 118,000 votes, right? 100,000 votes are outstanding right now. This is what I'm being told from Gabriel Sterling. Now, he says the split will go marginally for Harris. So let's break down what we know about where some of that outstanding vote is. Chatham, 40,000 outstanding, I'm told. This is a county that went to Biden in 2020. Carroll, outstanding, 18,000. This is a county that went to Trump in 2020. And then you have the blue counties of DeKalb and Fulton. DeKalb has 3,000 outstanding ballots. Fulton has 2,000 outstanding ballots. Again, just to recap, tight margin, 118,000, 100,000 votes still out in Georgia. And Gabriel Sterling says it's the split coming from that will be marginally, his prediction is for Harris. But this is what the data coming in is showing right now. Back to you.
John, do you have any questions for Pamela?
You say the total outstanding votes is 100,000?
He said 100,000 votes out. Yep.
Well,
and so I just gave you a little snapshot of where some of those places are. Chatham, Carroll, I asked, when are we going to find out these results from these?
Do you understand the hilarity in this? She's down 120,000 votes, and they're saying there's only 100,000 out. And she's like, well, even if she gets 100% of those votes, she can't win.
Counties. He did not have a timeline exactly for that, but hopefully soon.
But the significance, obviously, that Donald Trump right now has a margin of 118,838 votes, and you're saying there's 100,000 left.
If he's being literal, sometimes 100,000, they're getting calls from counties and they say 20,000 is really 22.
Right.
They say 30,000, it could be 33.
John,
but if
can I just jump in?
Yes, please.
Actually, we asked about how do you know these numbers, and actually by law they have to have it, the actual numbers. So I understand your point, but I think they do have more precise numbers based on what the law requires.
Interesting. Well, then that math sends a shockwave through the Harris campaign.
Yeah.
If that is literal, just even if she won them all, if there's 100,000 left, and she won them all, and she won't, he's 118,000.
She said marginally for Harris, which means probably like 53-47 or something along those lines. Interesting. Well, we'll have the decision desk talk to the people in Georgia. Can I go?
That's good. I like that one. Interesting. Tapper don't seem too happy, does he? Oh, poor Jake. AP's projecting that Proposition 36 will pass overwhelmingly in California, reversing the soft on crime Proposition 47 and reimposing stiff consequences for drug and theft crimes. Great news. Someone's walking out at Harris HQ. We could know within the hour. There could be closure. Again, I absolutely predict that Trump will declare victory tonight. Harris campaign spokesperson came out and said every vote needs to be counted, and says Kamala Harris will not speak tonight but will speak tomorrow. So she won't be conceding tonight. We now have decision desk that is suggesting a 94% chance of a Trump victory. This doesn't look weird. I don't know. I'm not. I get it, right? Communism is cringe. $5. Thank you so much. Says the Inquisition sends its regard. Thank you so much. Listen, I'm sure there's a bunch of weird stuff that people could point to. I'm not going to, speculate here tonight. If something crazy happens, we'll look at it. But is Trump still going up in Michigan? Yeah, I believe so. So let's look at some of those numbers. Now, again, a Pennsylvania victory is the end, but let's check some of these other states while we're here. So if we check Michigan, we'll check Michigan and Wisconsin. Michigan, we can see that Trump is currently leading. That's with 64% reporting. Decision Desk thinks that Trump has a 55% chance of winning that. And you can see that that's actually gone up from where they were most of this evening, where they had Kamala predicted to win that. So a good sign there for Trump, trending in the right direction. New York Times is suggesting with Michigan that Trump has a 72% chance. They're predicting he wins by 2.2. So that's good news. Wisconsin, we check that out. Wisconsin, Trump's up solid 4 points with 86% reporting. They're giving Trump an 80% chance to win at Wisconsin. And again, that's another path to victory he has. Wisconsin, Arizona. Here we can see New York Times giving him a 78% chance. They think that there's still some outstanding votes that are going to predominantly be Democrat, but it's not going to be enough to catch. She's down 120,000. They think that ultimately she'll cut that lead in half percentage-wise, but it won't be enough. Again, when people say, is something called, by whom? Georgia was called a long time ago by the Decision Desk. So, for example, the presidential race, New York Times still haven't called Georgia. Oh, they have. Yeah. So they've called Georgia, it looks. Pennsylvania now is 92% in. %95 chance now of Trump victory, according to the New York Times. They've actually increased the amount of the predicted electoral college estimate to 306 and increased the popular vote estimate to 1.2. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. We'll leave this on for you. Yeah, I'm sure Destiny's stream was rough, so I'll be right back. Oh, what do I got here? A Tootsie Roll. That'll get me going. Tootsie Roll and some Gobstoppers. Nice. That'll annoy the piss out of everyone listening. Some places call things, some don't. Dave Sunday won. Yeah, great news. I voted for him in my district. All right. Let's read some more tweets, see if there's anything interesting coming. I would anticipate Trump coming out soon and declaring victory. would be my guess. So, AP just called Nevada for Trump. Is that true? Now, Nevada is going to be a weird one that it's looking like it wouldn't be very important. It still is, in the grand scheme of things. But, 92% of the vote on Pennsylvania. Trump's got an 85% chance of winning. Predicted to win the state by 2 points. Here you can see the numbers if you like. Matt C's really, wow, he's really hammering it. Yeah, Matt C, I already talked about my prediction. It appears that the way things are going, I was incorrect, that I thought the corruption would be too much for Trump. Okay. Wow, you got me, dude. How'd you predict 2020, Matt C? Just curious. Imagine being excited that Trump's winning and being like, oh, yeah, man. What about Rob's prediction? Hey, Rob, how about your prediction, man? Anybody update me on the prediction? Anybody? Huh, Rob? Huh? The prediction? Cool, man. I'm glad you're having fun tonight. Me too. It'd be like if I'm like, predict the Steelers won't win the Super Bowl, and then they do. You can be like, yeah, dude. I'll be like, yeah, great. It's my team. Is it really over if Don gets PA? Yeah. Yeah, I think it will be. Again, let's go to the map. So here you could see, unless something crazy happens in Alaska, these are all the outstanding states. We're giving Kamala all these states she's going to get. That puts Trump at 251. And you can see with 19 electoral votes, bam, that's 270. That's it. Now, I think they said that they've called, is that true? They called Nevada? Someone suggested that AP called Nevada. I don't know that. This mouse is killing me. I have to get a new mouse. AP called Nevada. Is that true? Oh, they uncalled it. Okay. Thanks, Cody Fulson. I've tried my best to be as unbiased as possible, and even now I'm saying it's not over. I desperately want Trump to win, but I'm trying to be as fair as possible. I really am. All right, we're tired of seeing shirtless Alex Jones. Now, there may come a point tonight where I'm satisfied that it's over for Trump, or that Trump's won, and then we'll switch directions. Right now, I'm not there. Mm-hmm. Want to hear Van Jones apparently having a rough one? We'll listen to him. Start to hear some of the.
I hear what you're saying, and I do see it differently because I'm thinking about the people who are not a part of anybody's elite who are hurting tonight. There are African American women who know a little bit about being talked down to and know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple of months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt. And they were hoping that maybe this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy. And once again,
for Van Jones,
they were facing rejection. And that hurts. They thought tomorrow morning they're going to walk out with their shoulders back a little bit, maybe able to breathe for the first time and feel like they belong someplace. They did everything that they knew how to do. And it's going to be harder than it should be tomorrow for them to hold their heads up. And they're not the only people who are.
Yeah, man. For example, I'm a white guy, and if Trump would have lost, then I would have not been able to breathe because, oh man, they rejected a white guy. What a joke.
Hurting tonight. If you're a parent of a trans kid, your child's face was used as a springboard to power for somebody. That doesn't feel good. There are going to be people tomorrow. We're going to be handing clothes at the dry cleaners to people who don't have papers. There are going to be people who are going to be cleaning your teeth tomorrow who don't have papers. And they're terrified tonight. And so it's easy to blow this off. Oh, look at the elites. They're going to get their comeuppance. It's not the elite that's going to pay the price. It's people who woke up this morning with a dream and are going to bed with a nightmare. And those people didn't deserve to be respected and held and talked to. Those are the people who are going to pay the price for whatever Donald Trump decides to do.
Yeah, but Van, how do we know that those people didn't vote? A large portion of those people aren't part of the people that elected Donald Trump.
Well,
right? I think that's a good part of the electorate. And the black women, the party, the Democratic Party, let those black women down. Not Donald Trump.
What a crock of shit, you know. Let's see what Destiny's up to. We'll check that stream out, I guess. Again, I can't stress enough. I think that still it's not over. Not to my satisfaction, but let's see how it's going.
Servant. Yeah. No, Sherrod Brown was awesome.
You got put down.
Let's
That's what.
What's up, Josiah? You're so cool. I just want to say I'm so glad I met you, so I have a better friend than Pisco. Okay, because man, this guy, he's something else, isn't he? He really is something else.
Trying to help.
I thought he was a good guy.
Wait, Merrick Garland has a couple months to do something, okay? All right?
I think that, here's what I think. Honestly, I think Merrick Garland should resign now to give time for the new AG to settle in, to get all of his, ducks in a row, to get everything ready.
Now is when they appoint Hillary Clinton.
Would you have all of the fucking Democratic judges resign? Just like, fuck it?
They should trash the place, okay? They should just
fuck it.
Spray paint the walls.
Listen, I think if Kagan and Sotomayor resign, I'm not convinced that
yeah. We ran this path earlier. I feel like some Democrat dipshit in the Senate, okay, would get a letter from Pisco saying we shouldn't put somebody into the two justices.
Election year.
2 justices for 1 president? That would be crazy. We can't let Biden.
I wish them well. Cameron Shoemaker, super chat for $20 says, just want to say thank you, Rob. It might have been you who pushed me to actually go vote this round. When I was very close to withholding, you were articulate and relatable. Hope Trump doesn't shit the bed. Love you. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me. It really does. It's nice to know that maybe I'm making some sort of impact, even if it's just with 1 or 2 people. So thank you. You have no idea. And thank you for the donation as well. So, Matt, see, I'm having fun. Ripping on you is just part of my having fun as well. Whatever with Destiny, I don't really care. I'm going to wait for my I told you so's. I'm not ready yet. Let's see how we're looking, right? Decision Desk has Trump at 94%. They're predicting 295. New York Times, they're at over 95%. That's as high as that needle's going to go, folks. It's just greater than 95% chance. They're predicting Trump wins the popular vote by 1.2. 306 electoral college votes. They've called Georgia and North Carolina, the New York Times. Pennsylvania, if Pennsylvania goes, that's it. So where do they stand on Pennsylvania? 89% chance that Trump wins. They just called Nebraska's... Wait, what? It's hard to understand yet. Let me see if I can figure this out. Nebraska 2 went to, yeah, okay. Yeah, so as expected, Nebraska 2 went to. Thank you, AJ Noakes. Any comments that I missed, I'm really sorry. I'm trying my best to, but thank you. It means a lot. All the kind comments. How many subscribers? If you haven't subscribed yet, we're trying to get to 10,000 subs tonight. I think I'm like 30 away or something. Yeah, the gap's widening, Cody. Yeah, it looks like that's the case. So let me look again. We have the count at this point is 93% of the votes in, and Trump is currently 4 percentage points ahead. Well, 3.5. Again, the New York Times is predicting that Kamala will shrink that to 2, but that ain't going to be enough. And they're putting it an 89% chance of Trump winning. That'll be it. If they would call Pennsylvania this evening, presumably they'll also call Alaska here later, and that'll be it. Just to go through some of the other states real quick, we'll just look at the New York Times. Even higher percent, 84% chance that he wins Arizona. Nevada, we have a 69% chance that it goes to Trump. Wisconsin, 82%. As these numbers are coming in, Trump's chances are just growing and growing. Pennsylvania, of course, we just talked about. We have a 91% chance of Trump winning. And then Michigan, which is going to be the hardest of that bunch, Trump's actually up to 70%. Decision desk called Alaska. Is that true? Let's go check that. I mean, that's a no-brainer. But yeah, that's it. They called Alaska. So that means, according to the decision desk, if Trump wins P8, it is over. If they call Pennsylvania, which currently has 91% of the votes in, that's it. Thank you so much to 40 away from 10K. Thank you. Thank you, Brock, for becoming a Norn Nation member. I try to debate. I think I do quite well at debate. That's what I like doing most. But I do like doing shows like this as well. It's looking pretty grim for Democrats and Kamala Harris. It's actually looking like there's a solid chance that Trump may run the table. Here's what I want to do. Let's look in these House seats again. Right? Why not? We're not satisfied. We want more. We want to win it all. You can see, decision desk still 61% Democrats win the House. They're predicting 219 to 216. Remember, you need 218 for control. Let's go to that New York Times. Better look at the House here, I think, from them. And let's see. Let's look at these close races. All the narrowly expected races, we have Republicans that are up in. So Republicans need 20. They need 20 more than have been called out of these three piles here. Let's look at them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This Montana one's looking shaky. We'll leave that out. 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13. This is close. Both of these are close. But we'll say 13, 14. 15, 16, 17. That leaves them 3 short if they get everything that they're favored in right now. Which ones are close enough for them to possibly have a victory? Well, where did we have... Here's a close one, 0.1, so that's 1. Remember, they need to pick up 3. This one's very close, within 800 votes, but it looks like it's going to be slightly short in the Ohio 9. So we got 1. Possibly 2. These are doable, depending on how it goes. So 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's not over. Oh, did someone gift some subs? Oh my goodness, you guys are the best. Some memberships? Let's look at that. Let's read some super chats and memberships. AJ Noakes, thanks so much for gifting 10 subs. Really appreciate it, man. You guys are the best. We're doing it. Did PA get flipped? Not yet. The Beast, thank you. I appreciate it. It's a good name. I'll take it. Did PA get flipped yet? We're not flipped yet. Let's go to Pennsylvania. Wow. I have good news and I have bad news. So the bad news is, according to the New York Times, we're not going to have a decision. Thank you so much, Joseph Newton, for $10. Great coverage, Rob. Thank you. The bad news is I don't think we're going to have a result in Pennsylvania tonight. The New York Times is claiming that because mail-in ballots weren't allowed to be started to count until this morning, they're not going to have those finished. The good news is New York Times has now switched to above 95% chance that Trump wins. That's all but a certainty. They've actually increased the projected share of Trump's victory to 2.2%. That means that we won't get an official statement from Pennsylvania tonight, one way or another. But that's it. I think that is safe to say. I am willing to say, at this point, I've been reserved. Just one more thing. Let me check one more thing. Let's see, just to be super careful before I say anything I regret. Let's see what Decision Desk is suggesting about Pennsylvania. It as well as putting Trump at over 95%. Just to remind everyone, where we stand right now is right here, where Trump currently has 251, if we count Alaska, which we will. And Democrats have 226. That's it. Without calling a state, saying that there's an over 95% chance, that's it. I am prepared to say tonight, right now at 1:15 a.m., I'm prepared to call it. Donald Trump is the next president of the United States of America. I don't think that I've been hasty in that call. I think I've been reserved as possible. I think that's it. I don't see a path at this point. I think Pennsylvania is done. There are not enough outstanding ballots. She cannot win Pennsylvania. Is this a real call? It's my call. It's not the official call. I think there's a better than not chance that Trump wins every remaining state. He's going to win Arizona. He's going to win Nevada. He's going to win Wisconsin. He's going to win Michigan. He does not need to win any of those four if he wins Pennsylvania. Robert Whaley saying CBS is saying that Pennsylvania, Arizona will take until Thursday to count. That may be true. However, what I heavily suspect is they know how many ballots are outstanding. They just don't know who those ballots are for. And because of that, even with the remaining outstanding ballots, I do not think there is enough to be able to swing Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris. I don't. Unless something crazy would happen, like we found a tranche of ballots that blah, 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 it would be very difficult for them to get away with something like that. So I think that I'm prepared to say at this point that Donald Trump has won. losers, pieces of shit that wanted to use your authoritarianism to go after anyone just because they sought to support a candidate that you didn't like. Eat shit. I put so much into trying to have this race won for Donald Trump, particularly here in Pennsylvania. So fucking much. And it feels awesome. It feels fucking great, is how it feels. All those smug assholes, every time that I debate one of these jerkwad lefties and their audience outnumbers mine 50-1. Suck on that, baby. That's what I'm willing to say at 1:15 a.m. It's over. Now, excuse my lack of professionalism there for a moment. Allow me to go make some post. Now, by the way, if I called this early, which I think that I've been markedly patient on, then I'm going to eat a lot of crow because I'm about to have a little fun. Oh, let's make a post. Let's see. How about we start with friend of the show, Pisco Liddy. Let's say, hey, Matt Pisco. How do I want to phrase this? We'll be generous. And then, of course, exclamation point there. Oh, 2 explanations it typed. Why not? And then let's go with a little GIF. Oh, what does... We know what needs to be done. There you go, buddy. There you have it. Let's go to our friend Destiny. Who called PA? Is that true? No way. They called PA? I call it. I say it's over. But did they call PA? Decision desk hasn't called it. Fox News called it. No. Don't worry, we'll go check in on Destiny here. Oh, feels... Who else can we talk to? How about Hutch? He's a good guy. Now you'll remember Hutch didn't really care about the Gold Star families. We'll leave it at that. We're not going to. Oh, my goodness. Someone's donating a lot. Oh. Here we go. Cody Folsom, thanks for being a Nor Nation member. Black Jaden for $2. God bless the USA. My heart rests easy tonight. Damn right. Chris Dreyer, $10. Thank you. Roar 89, $2. It's starting to feel real. LFG, love you, Rob. Thank you so much. Blue Skittle says, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Damn right. Robin V, Nor Nation member for a month. Balance restored. Thank you. AJ Noakes for $10 says, my love became an American citizen today and I wanted to vote for Trump. My vote represented myself and an immigrant who fought through poverty in a third world nation to become a Dr. American 100. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Congratulations to her. Toucan Sam, 50 gifted subs. Thank you so much, gifted members. You guys are the best. Oh, what a feeling. Don't worry, we'll celebrate here. You guys are tremendous. Thank you. We're going to get that membership-only content coming out soon. So far, pretty much everyone's a member, though, because everyone's so incredibly generous. So good. Oh, here we go. Let's get Josiah. Let's get him. I guess you all want to see this. We'll go with Josiah. I say, hey, Josiah, ChatGPT and I just wanted to... Boy, my typing's bad. Should have used ChatGPT. Ha! Oh, we gonna go to Destiny's chat? Are they taking call-ins? I'd happily talk to them. Actually, let me check something. I think Dylan Burns invited me on. Let's see what he's up to. Maybe, if I can find his channel. Oh, you know who really needs... I forgot this person. Before we move on. How about this? You know who really needs... Of course, our great friend. Counterpoints? Let's not let him out. What's his name? Counter Conor? Is that it? There you go. Can y'all see that? Oh, you couldn't see it. We'll go with, well, Counter Conor, you may have lost the election, but at least you got, as a conservative, you at least got that progressive victory money to keep you warm at night. Money well spent there, huh? They did it. Woo! Oh, Josiah and Econo Boy and Connor. They did it. They did it. Oh, man, they're so great. That was money well spent. They did it. All right, who are we joining here? I don't see Dylan's channel. Am I missing it? My phone's blowing up. I should probably check to see what that is. Oh, Andrew wants me to call. Well, that was from a long time ago. One second. Oh, my phone. People, friends of mine, just blowing me up. Oh, it's nice. So nice. I ate shit for 4 years over this. 4 years. Let's see. Haven't got any responses from... Let's check in with the Destiny crew, shall we? Let's see how they're doing.
Even if he does.
I'm allowed to be salty just as once. I think it's fair.
Do any of this, like Paul?
Do the Romans now?
bad.
I guess so. Yeah, go do for it. Go for it.
What are the
What'd you say,
Romans?
Josiah?
What does that mean?
Yeah, just saying that even if he doesn't do the
The
crazy
Hitlers?
shit, it's still pretty bad because of the standard he set.
Sorry, we were like...
Yeah, we were half. Okay, listen, Josiah, I'll talk to you tomorrow when this sellout Pisco isn't near me.
Are we done tomorrow?
No, we can do it. I'm fucking...
I think it would be...
I'm a content machine.
Yeah, I think it'll be good for people to have a reasoned discussion about the path forward.
You want to do spaces with MAGA people?
No. We have a... I think it's important.
So tomorrow morning, Destiny spawn camping abortion clinics, screaming IRL.
Fucking A, hell yeah. Only for Republican voters, though, and I can pick them. I just can see.
Yeah.
I can see them all.
Your mom is gonna fucking demolish you.
She'll be happy. Good for her.
You're going to be going through some things, Stephen.
I'm fine.
I'm
Keep
sorry
on streaming.
this happened.
I'm tenacious.
I
Don't
really
apologize to
want this
me.
to happen.
How much guardrails are there? Like, is the world actually going to fall apart, or is it just going to be there'll still be guardrails? There's still enough people that'll keep.
What are
shit?
they?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
No,
right? Like,
I'll say they don't want to fuck it up too much because then they don't have it to mess with some more. So
Well,
they need us to stay somewhat together.
My thought is this: I know it's going to be bad having Trump here, but in the end, right? People don't want to have the fucking country going and turning into a civil war. They want their house to go up in value.
Oh. Poor fellows. See if there's any posts. Connor says, well, Rob, at least I didn't vote for a man who openly betrayed the Republican whose sycophants pretend it's a good thing, good game. Imagine being Connor. Imagine, for those that don't know, a conservative taking money from Progressive Victory to sell out only to lose. Terrible. Ah, the Snoopy memes. That's right, he got paid, he don't care. What do you guys want to do? We celebrating? Ah! How many subs do I have on YouTube? Did I make it to the 10,000? Did I get it? How do I check that? YouTube Studio. Let's check. Oh my goodness, I am at... Oh, I'm not going to make it. I'm 34 away. I need 34 subs. Now listen, I'm done now. I'm done with the pouring salt. I'm done. I did my part. That's it. I think that I more than deserved to talk a little shit. I think I more than deserved it after all the shit that these people give me. I really do. These are people that wanted anyone that was there January 6th thrown to prison. They were so hyperbolic, they joked around about Trump supporters being shot, some of them. They lied. People like Pisco lied over and over. Oh, all Trumps hate Puerto Ricans and they want to assassinate Liz Cheney. So I think a little bit of shit talking's warranted. I don't know where Dylan's Discord is. I don't have his Discord to my knowledge. Does he have a stream going on right now? I don't see that he's got Collins going right now. Is Andrew Wilson on? Such an Adam streaming. Oh yeah, Andrew's on.
What was I going to say? Once we watch Trump's speech and then
I don't have to join anyone. We're okay. Let's go to X and see if there's any. Let's keep looking. Fuck it. All right. Let's see how we're doing in these House races. Not willing. We want more. We're not willing to give up yet. Come on. Let's see how the House looks. Look at this shit. Look at this. Decision desk now predicting Republicans win the House. Now predicting they win the House. Unbelievable. Let's go look at those House races. Republicans need to pick up 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Again, we'll leave this off for now. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. They got to find 3 somewhere. This is a possibility. A couple of these plus... Nothing's over, obviously. We didn't win the House yet. No, we definitely won the Senate. We won the presidency. They're not going to call PA tonight officially, but that's it. Let's see how he's looking specifically in Pennsylvania. Yeah, I mean, there's just not enough votes left out there. Let's look at these Senate races while we're here, though, right? See how many they're going to pick up. Looking good in all 4 of them. Even in this Nevada Senate race. Look at this. Nah, I'm not going to call anyone. Thomas Santos says, God bless you, Rob. LFG. Cami Palekis for $4.99 says, Decision Desk called it for Trump. Mario says, welcome Nor Nation member. Roar89 says, $2. We did it. Black pills flush. Thanks, Rob. Absolutely. Why is my face up there? What is going on? What are we doing? Ah! Oh, peace goes tweeting. I feel like that spaces you did complaining about a stand-up comedian's joke really turned the tide. Oh, my goodness. MSNBC is apparently complaining about how Ukraine must be taking this news very poorly. John Burke says, looks like the real garbage is about to be taken out. Wow. I know I'm not saying much. I'm sort of in a state of awe. All right, I'll put a message up being a little more diplomatic. Fuck it. Not tonight. Tomorrow. Oh, look at Josiah. Look at this coward. He didn't even... Look at this. He didn't even tag me. Oh. All right, let's see what's my chat saying. Pinkerton, so much. Thank you so much for the $6 super chat. Trump 2024. Let's fucking go, Rob. Huge shout out to Charlie Kirk. Dude really helped with Pennsylvania. Charlie Kirk killed it. Scott Pressler killed it. Absolutely. Elon Musk buying X. J.D. Vance, who everyone shit on when I knew from the get-go was a great VP choice. Absolutely tremendous. Remember when everyone was saying how weird he was? Crushed it. J.D. Vance crushed it. Sorry, Courtney. She says, type better. You're embarrassing the family. She's still up. I'll be heading downstairs soon. I promise I'll be done at 2. Vivek Ramaswamy crushed it. Tulsi Gabbard, RFK. You even got to give a shout out to Ron DeSantis, as I was saying to John Burke. No state in the country ran better than Florida. Had their votes in one of the most popular, in fact, the most populous state, maybe other than New York. I don't know which one's more populous. On the Eastern Seaboard. And despite that, had its votes like that. Tallied up. No problems whatsoever. And now a state that's more reliably red than almost any other state in the country. Antonio Brown, of course. All of these people. Trump's going to speak on Fox. Let's see if we can carry it. would it surprise you to know that all of the Peace Code, Destiny, Hutch fans, etc., are like, Rob used ChatGPT? Would it shock you to know that? Pollsters that look good tonight, Eric Doherty says. Atlas Intel, Barris, Trafalgar, Inside Advantage, and Rasmussen. Exactly what I was saying. Killed it. Rich Barris calls it. Yeah, let's hear a little MSNBC. So great.
The House, we're not going to know for weeks, but it's possible that Donald Trump and the Republicans will have a trifecta as they did in 2016. In which case, the bulwark, against whatever overreach there could be, and whatever those depredations might be, and I think you're going to have a tendency to overreach if they do, is the kind of thing that's democracy between elections, which is the work of civil society, it's the work of the Fourth Estate, it's the work of institutions, it's the work of citizens. All that's super important stuff. We've seen it.
Just soak it in. Just soak it in. 2024 Gay Odyssey, $2 says, question, what about January 6ers? Do you think a full pardon day one? No, I don't think it'll be a full pardon. I think there are people, Trump will probably go through it case by case and try to find the nonviolent ones and pardon them eventually. But he would be smart not to just issue a blanket pardon, because there were certainly people that engaged in actions that they deserve some sort of criminal punishment for. So I wouldn't mind him taking a time, but the most egregious cases should be immediately pardoned to get these people out of prison, and then he should have a team thoroughly go through, and the nonviolent January 6ers absolutely should eventually pardon. Even those that engaged in acts of violence should be given commiserate treatment to the left-wing rioters. Oh, by the way, that we'll no doubt see coming out of the woodwork now. Yeah, I saw that answer was on with the guy from whatever. I was hoping to hear Trump speak here. Apparently Fox just called Wisconsin as well. I'm hearing. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, the House races. We hit the lows of 63% Dems and now to the highs of 61% Republicans. Now predicting 219 Republicans. Absolutely beautiful. Wonderful. Still looking like Trump's still favored to win the popular vote, something that's important to look at. I want you to think about that for a moment. Almost every major institution in this country said that Donald Trump was a Nazi. He was a fascist. He was a racist. The lawfare that's been used to go after him. The E. John Carroll case where they changed the law to go after him. The Alvin Bragg case where they had a novel legal theory to go after Trump. The Letitia James who ran on getting Trump that went after him. $500 million for a crime that no one was affected by, that the banks were okay with. What's the other woman? All of this shit. And he still won, and it looks like he's going to win the popular vote. Pisco said earlier today, the American people demand justice for January 6th. Trump should go to prison. Really? Is that what the American people demand? Pisco. No, not Stormy Daniels, the other prosecutor. It was Letitia James and I can't think of her name now. Now what? The deck completely stacked. Almost every institution, Fannie Willis, that's it. Destiny did win $2,000 from Andrew. He quit his own stream.
All the flavors. So, Satan for $5 says Destiny and Code just said only Bill Clinton, only Obama's, no women. LOL. Well, they are sweaty right now. Interesting.
Wow.
Zaniga for 25 months says Adam said she an A-team on my centrist till I enlighten, and Sammy said plap plap get S-classed. That's a lot of words. I'm not sure exactly what all that means, but okay.
It means something.
Definitely means something. Let's see. Bloky VT2 for $2 says DD is separate. Oh, the decision desk is separate from Fox. They are who everyone's sources.
Destiny rage quit again.
Yeah, and they're the ones that called it for Pennsylvania.
No. Dude. So Fox has called it. I present to you. Not what I was looking for. Decision Desk has called it. They've called Pennsylvania. Donald Trump with 270. Currently winning every single state left that was a swing state. Tomorrow I'm supposed to be on with Fabian Liberty. We're going to talk about the results of the election. My buddy Phil Kerpen says, I think the TV Trump haters are low-key happy to have their favorite object of obsession back in the saddle. Yeah, they don't seem as upset this time, huh? It is a mandate of a win if it continues as it seems. Let's again check those House races. And it's going up and up and up. See, the New York Times, a little more hesitant to call things. Okay, fair enough. See where they stand on the House races. I'm not going to stay up all night looking for these House races. Some of them we might not know for a week or two. But how many liberals are going to cry? A lot. All right. It's almost 2. Oh, man. Oh. It's been a ton of work, man. And I'm just one little teensy insignificant cog. It's been a ton of work. And the only time in my life at the national election that it went the person that I voted for was Trump in 2016. 2018 election sucked. 2020 election sucked. 2022 election sucked. And all elections before that sucked. Now the guy that I supported in 2008 and 2012, Ron Paul, may have a seat at the table in this Trump administration. Still my favorite politician ever. I told everyone after the 2022 election, which was a failure. Don't get it twisted. It was supposed to be this great red wave. I said, I'm going to look at myself and say, what can I do better? That's my plan. My wife has had to sacrifice so much so that I could come up here night after night after night, trying to do, especially in the past 3 weeks or so, doing everything that I can. Calling people on the phone, setting up to have congressmen come on the show, to have state reps come on the show, trying to coordinate with as many people as possible. I did show after show after show that I fucking hated after this assassination attempt at Trump. Where all these people, you have to understand, I'm predisposed to not hate people. That's in my character. I'm just not that hateful of a person. And I have to deal with all these lunatics that are making jokes about or paying, winking and nodding to maybe Trump should have been assassinated. And I fucking hated those shows for a week and a half. I kept telling my wife, I was like, fuck, I don't even want to stream. It's so depressing. Not depressing because I thought Trump was going to lose, but because these people that I stream with, I couldn't get anyone to be like, yeah, you're right, absolutely, this sort of rhetoric is out of control. Closest I got to it was Pisco. But I just told myself, you have to keep plugging away. My editor, Black Elk, helped me tremendously. I was like, I got to be putting content out every day. I started to hire a guy that's helped me put shorts out. I've been putting shorts out for the past 2-3 weeks, 3-4 a day some days. And I said, win or lose tonight, it's going to be like a weight off of my shoulders. It wasn't that I was nervous, it was that I was anxious. I just was like, let's just get it over. Now, if that's how I feel, imagine how Scott Pressler feels. How many debates, by the way, before January 6th debates and this debate and that debate, taking every challenger that I could, going on streams like Destiny's for 5 hours. Every time I do, you should see the DMs I get. Tell me to take myself out. Or other heinous shit. Cameron Schumacher, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. 2024 Gay Odyssey for $2 says, Cameron, thank you so much for the membership. Thanks. We fucking won. We won, and we might win the House, too. And we definitely won the Senate. And I'm close to 10,000 subs. I'm tired as shit. I really am. I'm going to go downstairs. My adrenaline's going. It's going to be hard to get to bed, but I got to get some sleep. I'll stream tomorrow night. I will. But, man, it's going to be nice. It's going to be nice to just sit back and relax. I have to thank, Black Elk, obviously, my wife. People like Aftershock stuck with me a lot. Thank you to John Burke and Andrew Wilson, both who had me on their shows tonight. Thank you to all the guests I had the other night. Carlos Saldivia, who helped set all of that up. People that have inspired me. Scott Pressler, Mike Cernovich, Rich Barris. John, thank you so much. George Blue, thank you so much for the vote. John, incredibly generous, $100. Thank you, man. Says you went above and beyond. You did great. Thank you, man. Thank you to all the people that donated. Thank you to the people with the kind words today saying that I may have been the reason that you went out and voted. It means a lot. It really does. Thomas Santos, thanks for the $5 super chat. We won. Let's fucking go. Thank you for everything, Rob. I'm just chilling playing Call of Duty. Thank you, man. But here's the thing. I'm going to spend the next month to month and a half trying to talk lefties off the edge. I had my fun tonight. I threw my little jabs out next. That's it. That's what I did. Maybe I'll have a back and forth with a couple of those people a little tomorrow, but that's it. I'm going to be trying to explain to lefties why they need to keep calm. Trump's not God Emperor. He's not going to order the assassination of his opponents. He's not going to lock up everyone like the Democrats want to do. Take a breath. Don't do anything crazy. There's going to be enough lefties out there engaged in acts of violence. We don't want them coming from the streaming community. That's what I'll be doing. Trying to talk them off the ledge. And if people say, bullshit, go back and look at my streams after the 2020 election. What was I doing? Over and over was telling Trump supporters, people in my own audience, don't do anything crazy. Don't engage in violence. It's not acceptable. So I'm going to do the same thing for the left. Sir Knight, WL Gaming, thank you so much for the super chat, $5. Says, thanks for everything, Rob. Please, thank you guys. Lord of the Nerds, super chat, $2. Welcome to the Red Kingdom, boys. Thank you. Someone donated memberships. Who was that? Find that here real quick. Thank you, guys. Cody Folsom donated 5 memberships. Thank you. John Ruck, $2, says America's been unburdened itself from what has been. You guys are great. And here's the other thing I could tell you. There's going to be a little break period. Not a lot. I don't mean that you're not going to see me for like a month or something. But maybe the intensity that I'm putting out videos is going to cut back just a little. But I'm telling you right now, I'm fucking pushing forward. I'm not satisfied. I think that I could take this channel even further. I think I'm one of the best debaters out there. I think I got a strategy for how to win elections and how to win over people culturally. I'm going to keep pushing forward and do my best to grow this channel with the great people around me. And I hope that you that are here tonight and elsewise that are here other days will continue to support me through just watching, through recommending me to other people, through donations. I'm going to put money back into the channel, get better equipment. I'm going to get better at the production value of things. We're going to stream more consistently. We're going to get on bigger shows and do more events in real life. We're going to continue to contact people that are in politics, and we're going to try to merge the streaming world and the political world and create a movement that has significant ability to change hearts and minds, both politically and culturally, around Pennsylvania and around the country. That's what my plan is. 2024, thank you again for the super chat. Says, I'm an American hero, worked hard. I don't think I'm an American hero, but thank you. But that's what my plan is. I'm going to keep growing as a channel. And I thank all of you that were here from the beginning and that have joined on even lately to help me through that. Lastly, of course, I thank my wife, who is the greatest wife in the world, who has put up with more bullshit, particularly this past week and a half. Than anyone should have to. So, thank you all. Keep looking. Listen, don't do anything crazy. Have fun. You're adults, or not, I guess. You want to pick on people on the other side, they would have done it to you. But try to have a little bit of humility. Understand that people will be hurting. Again, you do you. I went after some streamers that I thought are big boys that are adult enough they could handle it. Just a little. Just a sprinkling. Nothing too serious. My wife says she sounds great, yeah. But you all do you. But no, there will be people in your life that are really going to go through a tough time now. That was going to happen no matter who won. Mark Halperin said it'll probably be one of the greatest mental health crises in the history of the country. And he's right. So just remember that. NBC called PA for Dawn. Yeah. Just remember that. Try to have a little empathy and compassion for those people. Even if they wouldn't have for you. That's what makes us stand apart. So, all right, everyone, thanks so much. I don't know how to raid people on YouTube. That's going to be the next thing that I try to figure out here. We're just closing out tabs now. Closing out tabs. So I don't know how to raid people. I'm just going to go to bed. I'll be honest with you, man. We'll worry about the raid stuff tomorrow. Thank you guys so much. Oh, what a great night. What a great night. Woo. get some sleep, hit the ground running tomorrow. I got some stuff to do around the house, believe it or not. Some dishes to do, some garbage to take out. Still got some pumpkin type stuff to clean up from Halloween before they get gross. So that's what I'll be looking forward to. And you'll see me back on here tomorrow night, I think 7 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to be talking to Fabian Liberty. Maybe we'll get some other callers or there'll be some other people on that show. I think it'll be worth it. Now starts the hard work. Trump wins. Now we hold his feet to the fire to make sure he doesn't make the same mistakes he made the first time. That's where we go from here. Winning is just step one in a long litany of stairs. But enjoy this one tonight. And for the next couple days, I know I will. Thank you so much, all. Hope you enjoyed this stream tonight. I hope it was more informative than a lot of the other streams you saw out there. I tried my best to be as objective as possible. I know that's not always the funnest thing, but I think that I tried really to be spot on with how I was analyzing the data tonight. And I think I did a pretty damn good job for someone that's not an expert in this sort of stuff. So I hope you appreciated that. The little bits I saw of other channels, I don't know how deep they were trying to go into stuff, so I hope you appreciate it. Thanks so much, everyone. We'll talk to you all soon. Have a great night. As always, have a good one.